Chapter 953. If it was in the outside world, 100 billion miles wasn't considered too far for Li Fuchen and the others, and they would be able to reach it in a short moment. But the insectoid battlefield was different. The void here was in a sealed state, and the restrictions were extremely great. 100 billion miles would require 10 times or a few dozen times more time of travel. Bursting with speed to the limits, the five gradually saw a dilapidated star, the glowing palace on the star, and the insectoids that were surrounding the palace. The Maya sacred lord should be in the palace. The rainbow-clothed woman said. She is indeed in the palace. Li Fuchen's spirit soul force had already seen 4 individuals in the palace. One of them was the Bitter Sea Sword Lord's daughter, the Maya sacred lord. As the 5 approached the dilapidated star, plenty of insectoids noticed them. Squeak, squeak. There was a sharp sound as thousands of insectoids flew at the 5. Kill! The bald youth drew the joint heaven sword and brandished it. Like moths flying into the flame, the insectoids that were flying at them were instantly turned into ashes. Only a few of the Sacred Lord class insectoids survived. The bald youth's strength might be the weakest among the 5, but he had connected to around 300 wisps of source power. His strength was strong enough to suppress inferior heaven monarchs for a short period of time. Such powerful survivability. The bald youth was very surprised that he wasn't able to kill these Sacred Lord-class insectoids in a single sword. His sword would even be able to kill a peak-level Sacred Lord easily. He didn't believe that these Sacred Lord-class insectoids were all peak-level Sacred Lords. How could he know that Li Fuchen had relied on the joint heaven sword to exhaust a trace of the Sacred Lord class insectoid's vitality? Back then, Li Fuchen's strength wasn't even 100% of the current strength, but it was enough to show how terrifying the Sacred Lord class insectoids were. Extinguish. The 3-eyed youth had also made a move. He brandished his single-eyed sword, and in the dark void, there were countless sword lights that flashed violently. It was as though there were eyes blinking in the void. It was a pity that this sword was only able to eliminate a few of the Sacred Lord class insectoids. This was because the bald youth had exhausted a large portion of the Sacred Lord class insectoid's vitality. Otherwise, the 3-eyed youth wouldn't be able to kill them. Incredible! The 3-eyed youth had a grave expression. How could he not see that these Sacred Lord class insectoids had terrifying defense and vitality? They couldn't be treated as regular Sacred Lords. Interesting. The rainbow-robed woman also slashed out with her sword. This sword stirred the dark void and turned the remaining Sacred Lord rank insects into nothingness. However, there were simply too many insect race beings. They were so densely packed that they covered the entire sky. The number of insect race beings that they had killed earlier was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, they realized that all the bugs in their line of sight were saints. There wasn't a single one below the saint class. The 5 of them guessed that all the bugs below the saint class had been eaten. After all, the bug race battlefield had been sealed for countless years. The resources within were very limited, and the bug race was the race that relied on resources the most. According to the records, as long as there were enough resources, the Zergs could reproduce endlessly. Their reproduction rate was close to the sum of all the other races. Such a terrifying reproductive ability was the real reason why the Zergs were the #1 public nuisance in the universe. I'll open the path. The colorful robed woman took in a deep breath and slashed out at the palace. As the sword was slashed out, a sword force passageway was instantly formed. The insect race beings that stood in the way of the sword force passageway were either blasted into nothingness or knocked away. Go! The multicolor-robed woman was the first to enter the sword energy passageway. Li Fuchen and the others followed closely behind. The sword force passageway was actually formed by the space-time sword chi. A distance might seem far, but it might only take a single step inside the sword force passageway. The space-time martial Dao was said to be the hardest martial Dao to deal with, and it wasn't without reason. After entering the sword force passageway, the 5 of them quickly approached the palace. Crack! All of a sudden, the sword force passageway collapsed and exploded. The 5 of them looked over and saw a 100-eyed insect that looked like it was forged from gold. Earlier on, it was this 100-eyed insect that destroyed the sword force passageway. If it was able to destroy the colorful robed woman's sword force passageway, it meant that the 100-eyed insect's strength was already at the same level as them. Resplendent lantern. The bald youth brandished his joint heaven sword and blasted at the 100-eyed insect's body with a myriad of lantern lights. It was a pity that this powerful sword wasn't even able to break the 100-eyed insect's carapace. PFFF. A golden pillar of light attacked, and the bald youth blocked with his sword, but was sent flying. Such power. Seeing the situation, the rainbow-clothed woman and the three-eyed youth worked together to attack the 100-eyed insect. The rainbow-clothed woman's space-time sword Dao might be powerful, but in terms of power, wasn't much stronger than the bald youth and the three-eyed youth. They were almost on par. Therefore, when the two of them worked together, they still couldn't deal with the 100-eyed insect. Break! The armored youth naturally wasn't going to stand by and watch. The high-grade joint heaven sword was unsheathed, and the armored youth slashed at the 100-eyed insect. PFFF-TSS. The dazzling sword Chi felt as though it could slice open the dark and chaotic spatial zone. A single slash left a large wound on the 100-eyed insect's body, and golden blood sprayed out. The armored youth, who had a high-grade supreme artifact sword, was ultimately not someone that the three of them could compare with. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the armored youth didn't need to fear some of the weaker, non-grade heaven monarchs. If the heaven monarchs didn't escape, they would only be killed. A high-grade supreme artifact sword wasn't just for show, it was a true killing weapon. If a Class 1 heaven monarch obtained a high-grade supreme artifact, killing a Class 4 or 5 heaven monarch would be child's play. Of course, the 100-eyed insect vitality was too tenacious. The armored youth's slash only depleted a small portion of the 100-eyed insect's vitality. Break out of the encirclement first. Seeing countless insects swarming over, the armored youth frowned. He might be powerful, but his life would still be in danger if he fell into the insect wave. After all, he wasn't a heaven monarch. He merely had the attack power of a heaven monarch. Everyone, come in. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen made a move. A resplendent sword light flashed, and a glowing sword force passage appeared in the insect wave. It was obvious that this passage was formed by the resplendent sword Chi, and it was similar to the rainbow-clothed woman's sword force passage. Of course, Li Fuchen's sword force passage was much more stable, but it wasn't as fast as the rainbow-clothed woman's sword force passage. Boom! As soon as the five of them entered the sword force passage, the 100-eyed insect lunged over. What shocked everyone was that the powerful 100-eyed insect couldn't even destroy the sword force passage. At most, it could dim the radiance of the sword force passage. How did his strength improve so quickly? The bald-headed youth was terrified. During the fight with him, Li Fuchen's resplendent sword, Dao, wasn't able to defeat him. Li Fuchen had to rely on another sword Dao to defeat him. But now, Li Fuchen's resplendent sword Dao was more than 10 times stronger than it was at the first ring of the sword pool. No wonder he could create such a huge commotion at the sword pool. The armored youth and the others might be shocked, but they could accept it. Inside the palace, the Maya, sacred mistress, and the others were surprised and delighted when they saw the glowing sword force passage. It must be someone sent by my father. The Maya's sacred mistress let out a breath of relief. She came to the insect race's battlefield to search for fated opportunities. She might be the daughter of the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch and had already reached the Sacred Lord level. But if she didn't have any special fated opportunities, it would be hard for her to step into the Heaven Monarch realm in this lifetime. But when she was truly in a desperate situation, she still had some regrets. After all, even if she couldn't step into the Heaven Monarch realm, she could still rely on herself to live for more than 1,000,000 years. With her father's help, she could still live for a long time. There wasn't a need to force herself so ruthlessly. He actually forced his way through. He is too powerful. The woman in the silver metallic dress had eyes that flashed with a strange light. He is just living for a lot more years than us. When we reach that age, We might not be weaker than them. The youth maintaining the light screen was rather jealous. Of course, he felt that his words were reasonable. After all, they were still young and couldn't compare with those half-heaven monarchs who had lived for many years. Soon enough, Li Fuchen and the others arrived outside the palace. Creak! The palace doors opened and the five walked in. When the four of them saw the five of them, they were rather shocked. The five of them looked very young. Some of them might be slightly older than them, but there were also some who were much younger. A person's age could be determined from their chi presence, but it wasn't very clear. You are the Maya, sacred mistress. The five of them looked at the Maya, sacred mistress, while the rainbow-clothed woman spoke. The Maya, sacred mistress nodded and asked, "Did my father ask you to come?" "That's right. Follow us now." The armored youth nodded. Since they found the Maya, sacred mistress, they could leave now. The insect race's battlefield wasn't attractive to him. As for the insect crystals within the bodies of the insects, they might contain powerful energy. A Saint-class insect crystal was equivalent to several peak-grade spirit stones, but the energy within the insect crystals was too violent, and it was impossible to absorb in large quantities. Even if they were to be sold, due to the violent energy, they wouldn't be able to fetch a high price. Furthermore, with his status and strength, he didn't need to risk his life to earn spirit stones. "They are my friends. Please bring them along." The Maya, sacred mistress, introduced the three people beside her. Sure, the five of them didn't have any objections. This palace was a low-grade supreme cardinal artifact that the Bitter Sea Sword Lord bestowed to the Maya, sacred mistress. It had extreme defense, but it was a pity that it couldn't move quickly. As the Maya, sacred mistress, kept the palace, the 9 of them were instantly exposed to countless insects. "Let's go." Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and a sword force passage penetrated the insect tide. So it is the sword force passage that he created. The woman in the silver metallic dress looked at Li Fuchen with burning eyes. Let's see how long this sword force passage can last." The handsome youth that was maintaining the light barrier was in a dilemma. He hoped that the sword force passage wouldn't last, but he also hoped that it wouldn't. Once the sword force passage couldn't be maintained, their lives would be in danger. Bang, bang, bang. Countless insects charged at the sword force passage, but they weren't even qualified to cause the sword force passage to shake. Chapter 954. After passing through the insect tide, the 9 of them flew towards the edge of the insect battlefield. Behind them, there were countless insects chasing relentlessly. It was a pity that, apart from some of the powerful sacred lord-class insects that were far behind, the rest of the insects were already left behind. In the depths of the insect battlefield, there was a giant insect nest. This insect nest was much bigger than Gloom City. If a Heaven Monarch was here, they would definitely be able to see that this was an Origin Extinction class insect nest. Of course, no one would have expected for an Origin Extinction class insect nest to still exist in the insect battlefield. This Origin Extinction class insect nest might be dilapidated and wasn't even 30% complete. The strange thing was that this dilapidated Origin Extinction class insect nest was constantly absorbing the surrounding materials, and it seemed to be mending itself. At the upper right corner of the insect nest, there was a hole. In the center of the hole, there was a giant insect crystal floating there. The surface of the insect crystal was covered with dense cracks, and it looked like it would crumble at any moment. Around the insect crystal, there were dozens of insect eggs. These eggs had various patterns on the surface. Crack! One of the eggs that was covered with purple patterns suddenly had a crack. From the crack, a pair of purple palms extended out. Crack! The palms exerted force and tore the indestructible insect egg into two. A purple humanoid life form walked out. This was a humanoid life form that was covered with a purple carapace. The chi presence didn't seem as brutal and tyrannical as the other insects, but it was emitting a crazy pressure and deathly stillness. "Food, I need food." The purple humanoid life form looked at the direction where Li Fuchen and the others escaped. With a flash, it vanished into the insect nest. After shaking off the insects, the colorful clothed woman took out a battleship from her spatial ring, and the 9 of them boarded it. The battleship wasn't slow and was only 2 times slower than the group. On the spacious deck, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and rested with his eyes closed. Primary Extreme Sword Owner, many thank for the rescue. Once we are out, I will ask my father to thank you personally. Mustering her courage, the Rose Sacred Lord, who was wearing a silver metallic dress, came to Li Fuchen's side and said. Li Fuchen didn't open his eyes and said indifferently, "There is no need to thank me. I was just passing by." Holy Lord Rose's father is a heavenly lord. To have a heavenly lord personally thank you is something that many people wish for. The handsome young man who had been maintaining the light screen in the palace walked out of the cabin. So what if they were half-heaven monarchs? As long as they didn't become heaven monarchs, they were inferior to heaven monarchs. His father and Rose's father were both heaven monarchs, and this was something that Li Fuchen couldn't compare with. Sacred Lord Lightmarks, why are you following me? Sacred Lord Rose was a little angry. In the past, she didn't like Sacred Lord Lightmarks, but now she didn't like him. It's nothing. I just happened to be coming out. The Light Scar Sacred Lord looked at Li Fuchen and said, Primary Extreme Sword Master, I, the Light Scar Sacred Lord, isn't someone who doesn't know how to repay favors. After we get out, I will ask my father to host a banquet to entertain you. If he is happy, he might even give you some pointers. Although his father was just an ordinary heavenly lord, he was a second-class heavenly lord and was quite famous in the entire Tiger Watchtower Star Zone. I don't care. Li Fuchen really didn't care about a heavenly lord. With his current strength, he was basically able to crush a low-grade heavenly lord. Li Fuchen was confident that he could even suppress a 4th-grade or 5th-grade heavenly lord. Those that could truly threaten Li Fuchen's life would have to be at least a 3rd-grade heavenly lord. As for whether the Light Scar Sacred Lord's father was a City Lord class heavenly lord, Li Fuchen felt that it was impossible. If the Light Scar Sacred Lord's father was a City Lord class heavenly lord, he would definitely emphasize it. You don't even care about a heavenly lord. You sure are ambitious. The Light Scar Sacred Lord laughed. What is so special about a regular heavenly lord? Any one of us has the strength to contest with a low-grade heavenly lord. When we progress to become heavenly lords, the weakest will be a 3rd-grade heavenly lord. As for the Primary Extreme Sword Master, he might be a City Lord class heavenly lord after progressing to a heavenly lord. It was unknown when the bald-headed youth walked out of the cabin and spoke with disdain. He was convinced that Li Fuchen didn't rely on a weapon and used his sword Dao strength to defeat him. When he heard someone ridiculing Li Fuchen, he was naturally unhappy. City Lord class heavenly lord? Impossible. The Light Scar Sacred Lord didn't believe it. It is up to you to believe it or not. You will never understand our world. The bald-headed youth couldn't be bothered if the bald-headed youth believed it or not. Before the Light Scar Sacred Lord could say anything, the battleship suddenly froze in time and space. A purple humanoid creature descended. Insect race heavenly lord. The bald-headed youth was appalled. Previously, the 100-eyed insect race was already so difficult to deal with. He wouldn't be a match for an insect race heavenly lord even if he risked his life. The people in the cabin immediately sensed the abnormality in the outside world and quickly walked out. Why is there an insect race heavenly lord in this insect race battlefield? Everyone had unpleasant expressions. Insect race heavenly lords required an origin destruction class insect, nest to nurture. Logically speaking, before the insect race battlefield was sealed, the entire battlefield should have been inspected. It was impossible for an origin destruction class insect nest to be left behind. Kill. The armored youth drew the high-grade joint heaven sword and slashed at the purple humanoid creature. Crackle. The purple humanoid creature shattered the sword chi with its hand. Purple blood flowed out, but that was all. The purple humanoid creature stared at the armored youth. This emotionless gaze made the armored youth feel extreme pressure. Everyone split up and escaped. We are not a match for him. The one who spoke was the 3-eyed youth. Before coming, they had already made an agreement with the Bitter Sea Sword Saint. If they encountered fatal danger, They would only prioritize their own lives and wouldn't risk their lives to save others. You cannot abandon us. The Light Scar's sacred lord was anxious. If they left Li Fuchen's group, they wouldn't be able to survive. The Maya's sacred lord didn't say anything. She knew clearly that if they couldn't even take care of themselves, who would care about others? I will stay behind to stop him. You guys leave first. Right at this moment, a calm voice echoed. Everyone looked over and realized that it was Li Fuchen who spoke. Can you do it? The armored youth frowned and didn't understand Li Fuchen's intention. Li Fuchen's sword Dao level was indeed higher than him, but he had the high-grade joint heaven sword and his strength might not be weaker than Li Fuchen. If he couldn't deal with an insect race heavenly lord, what could Li Fuchen do? We will know after we try. Li Fuchen wasn't a benevolent person either. To be honest, staying behind to deal with an insect race heavenly lord was dangerous. The reason why he stayed behind was for the insect crystals. He didn't care about regular insect crystals, but Heaven Monarch class insect crystals were very useful to him. While speaking, Li Fuchen flew out from the battleship. Seeing this scene, Sacred Lord Light Mark felt ashamed of his inferiority. As compared to Li Fuchen, he wasn't just inferior in strength, he wasn't as courageous either. However, he understood that courageous people would usually die early and there were very few exceptions. All of you are my food. Don't even think of running. The purple humanoid suddenly vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Li Fuchen. The purple palm had sharp nails and was thrusting at Li Fuchen's chest. Get lost! Li Fuchen wielded the witchcraft sword and cleaved at the purple palm. Boom boom! There was a horrific shockwave, and a pitch-black hole appeared at the duo's location. Immediately after, the pitch-black hole collapsed, and a powerful force burst out. The purple humanoid was sent flying, while Li Fuchen was only pushed back by a certain distance. He suppressed the insect race heavenly lord head-on. Everyone took in a deep cold breath, especially the Maya, sacred mistress, and the others. They were flabbergasted and had shocked expressions. Hurry up and leave. Li Fuchen's voice echoed. Leave. The colorful clothed young lady controlled the battleship and quickly left the battlefield. They wouldn't be of much help even if they stayed behind, and would only be a burden. Furthermore, Li Fuchen might have the upper hand in that clash earlier, but a battle between non-Heaven Monarchs would normally end with the Heaven Monarch's victory. A Heaven Monarch's power was boundless, and it was too difficult to kill them. If one couldn't hold on, they would die. Chapter 955. He isn't injured? As the battleship sailed away, Li Fuchen looked at the purple humanoid creature. There weren't any wounds on the creature's body. It was obvious that the sword earlier had only sent the creature flying. It seems like only a supreme weapon can injure him. After keeping the witchcraft sword, Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword. The insect race's defense was indeed tough, but in the face of a high-grade supreme weapon, it was useless no matter how tough the defense was. The fact that the armored youth was able to make him bleed was proof. The purple humanoid creature's eyes contracted. It was obvious that he could see that Li Fuchen's sword and the armored youth sword were the same swords. Roar! The purple humanoid creature opened his mouth that was filled with sharp teeth and roared. The destructive sound wave radiated towards Li Fuchen. The dark, chaotic void was also shaking along with the sound wave. It wasn't hard to imagine that if Li Fuchen couldn't withstand the sound wave, he would definitely be turned into dust. It was a pity that with the sword chi's protection, the sound wave couldn't enter Li Fuchen's body. Sect Origin Swords. 10,000 sword shadows appeared in the void and turned into a single sword shadow. It was attacking the purple humanoid creature at an unimaginable speed. PFFF. Purple blood splattered, and the purple humanoid creature's body was instantly penetrated. Its strength is much stronger than the wave, ya Heaven Monarch. It should be a grade 5 Heaven Monarch. After a spar, Li Fuchen had a rough understanding of the purple humanoid creature's strength. A grade 5 Heaven Monarch wasn't considered weak. In normal situations, those who cultivated the martial Dao would normally reach the level of a grade 5 Heaven Monarch after becoming a Heaven Monarch. Such an existence would be hard to kill even if a grade one heaven monarch didn't have a powerful weapon. But Li Fuchen was different. Without the joint heaven sword, my strength isn't inferior to grade 4 or 5 heaven monarchs. With the joint heaven sword, I am confident that I can contest with grade 3 heaven monarchs. Heaven monarchs were formidable because they had boundless energy, but a heaven monarch's vitality wasn't boundless. In the face of a high-grade supreme weapon, a heaven monarch might not be able to withstand it, let alone a grade 5 heaven monarch. Even if the purple humanoid creature had the strength of a grade 3 or 4 heaven monarch, Li Fuchen might still have a chance of victory, but the chances were extremely low. It was fortunate that the opponent was only a grade 5 heaven monarch, and Li Fuchen felt that there was still a good chance to kill it. Seeing that the destructive sound wave couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen, the purple humanoid started to engage in close combat with Li Fuchen. The close-range combat of the insect race was extremely terrifying. The skin of the insect race could secrete a destructive acid that could easily corrode and destroy the enemy. Even supreme weapons could be destroyed. Of course, with the toughness of the upper-grade joint heaven sword, there was no need to worry about it being destroyed. This kind of combat instinct is really powerful. The insect race's combat instincts seem to be innate. It might seem primitive, but it was actually at the stage of simplifying the complexity. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's incredible combat, innate talent, and the assistance of his spirit soul, he might not be a match for the purple humanoid creature. Puff! Pu. Before the sword hole on the purple humanoid creature's body could heal, another sword hole appeared. For a moment, it looked like a human-shaped sieve. 2 hours, 1 day, 10 days. The purple humanoid's life force was greatly weakened, and it finally began to flee. You want to run? If Li Fuchen was someone else, the purple humanoid creature wouldn't be able to escape. Firstly, it was impossible to track. Secondly, the purple humanoid creature's speed was too fast, and it was hard to catch up. But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen had planted a spirit soul mark on the purple humanoid creature from the start. No matter where the purple humanoid creature fled to, Li Fuchen would be able to sense it. Secondly, Li Fuchen's speed wasn't slower than the purple humanoid creature. Even if Li Fuchen was shaken off, he just had to create a sword force passage to catch up. Gradually, the purple humanoid creature's chi presence was getting weaker. It was like a candle flame in the wind that was going to be extinguished at any moment. Die! Rushing out from the sword force passage, Li Fuchen blasted the purple humanoid creature with the Origin Return Sword Chi. PFFF. The purple humanoid creature's last trace of life force was turned into nothingness by the sword chi, and the corpse was split into pieces. A purple insect crystal flew out from the dismembered corpse. It was impossible to describe how beautiful this insect crystal was. It was also impossible to describe the amount of energy contained within the insect crystal. In Li Fuchen's opinion, even 100 stars energy wouldn't be comparable with this insect crystal. Li Fuchen reached out his right hand and grabbed the purple insect crystal. For an instant, Li Fuchen felt as though he was grabbing a piece of soldering iron, and it was rather hot. If it was a weaker sacred lord, the moment he grabbed the purple insect crystal, he would probably be turned into ashes. Interesting. It contains at least 100 million peak-grade spirit stones energy. Li Fuchen was rather shocked. 100 million peak-grade spirit stones weren't considered much when scattered, but when compressed together, it was extremely terrifying. Once this energy was detonated, it was enough to blast a weaker heaven monarch to death. It is time to leave. After keeping the purple insect crystal, Li Fuchen left rapidly. Li Fuchen didn't know that when he killed the purple humanoid creature, a message was transmitted back to the insect nest. Crackle! One of the insect eggs that was covered with yellow patterns cracked open. Immediately after, another insect egg that was covered with black patterns cracked open too. In a short period of time, a total of 4 insect eggs cracked open and 4 powerful humanoid creatures walked out. Abose is dead. Find this human and eat him. One of the black humanoid creatures shot out 2 rays of light from its eyes. The 2 rays of light formed a light screen in the air, and inside the screen was Li Fuchen's lifelike image. Without any sound or presence, the four humanoid creatures vanished from the insect nest. Li Fuchen could faintly feel an intense danger assaulting him. He couldn't help but increase his speed to the limits. He would also create a sword force passage to travel from time to time. We have arrived at the seal barrier. As the rainbow-clothed woman's voice echoed, the battleship broke through a layer of obstruction and appeared in the normal universe. Father, on the battleship, the Maya, Sacred Lord, saw the bitter sea, Sword Lord, and yelled out with excitement. Maya, the bitter sea Sword Lord, was also very excited. With a wave of his hand, the Maya, Sacred Lord, appeared in front of him, and the duo hugged. Father, I have made you worry. The Maya, Sacred Lord, lifted her head and apologized. The bitter sea Sword Lord said, "It is good that you are able to come out alive. Greetings to Lord Sword Lord." The battleship was kept, and everyone got off the ship. The bitter sea Sword Lord looked around and asked with astonishment, "Where is the primary extreme Sword Master?" The Maya, Sacred Lord, said, "Along the way, we encountered an insect race Heaven Lord. The primary extreme Sword Master volunteered to stay behind." Insect race Heaven Lord? The bitter sea Sword Lord's expression changed slightly. It wasn't a small matter that there was actually an insect race Heaven Lord in the insect race battlefield. Since that is the case, we will wait for a period of time. I believe that with the primary extreme Sword Master's strength, he will definitely turn the misfortune into a blessing. Chapter 956. We will give you our power. Seeing that they couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen, the three humanoid life forms poured their energy into the black humanoid life form. There were many terrifying aspects about the Zergs, such as their ability to reproduce and share information. Other than that, the Zergs could also share power. Suddenly, the black humanoid creature's power tripled. The aura emanating from its body caused even space and time to stop flowing. He's finally coming out. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived at the border of the insect race battlefield. During this period, the insectoid race's battlefield gave him an increasingly oppressive feeling. He had a premonition that if he slowed down just a little, he might face a life-or-death crisis. After penetrating the seal barrier, Li Fuchen walked into the sword force passage. Buzz! At this moment, a black humanoid creature suddenly swept out of the void. With his appearance, time and space stopped flowing, and the stable and sturdy sword power passageway also distorted for a moment. Li Fuchen turned around and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This black humanoid's aura was more than 4 times that of the purple humanoid. This meant that it was more than 4 times stronger than the purple humanoid. One had to know that strength and strength were 2 different concepts. If one's strength was doubled, one's strength would be increased by almost 10 times. Boom! The black humanoid creature punched out, causing the sword force passage to explode. You think I'm afraid of you? Anyway, here is not far from the seal barrier. Li Fuchen is not afraid of the black humanoid creature, a sword slash over. The commotion caused by the battle between the two was so great that it even affected the seal barrier, causing it to distort. Of course, the seal barrier was only a manifestation of the seal. It would not be damaged unless there was a problem with the seal itself. But through the distorted seal barrier, the bitter sea sword saint and the others could still vaguely see Li Fuchen and the black humanoid creature's image. It's Sword Master Primordial Extreme. Something isn't right. I remember that the heaven monarchs of the insect race were purple humanoid life forms. Why are they black humanoid life forms now? Everyone discussed spiritedly. The battle was very intense. The black humanoid creature might be a few dozen times stronger than the purple humanoid creature, but Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Before his energy was depleted, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of the black humanoid creature at all. Forget it. After a long battle, Li Fuchen was sure that there was no hope of killing the black humanoid creature. Dang! Using the force, Li Fuchen flew towards the seal barrier. The black humanoid sneered, and with a shake of its body, it instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. In terms of ability, he might not be stronger than Li Fuchen, but in terms of speed, he was much better than Li Fuchen. Boundless Sword Sea. The silver sea of swords enveloped the black humanoid creature. Puff! The black humanoid forcefully ripped apart the sea of swords and blocked in front of Li Fuchen again. Boundless sea of bitterness. Suddenly, a dark sword chi drilled through the folds of the seal barrier. As it swept past the black humanoid, it brought the black humanoid into an unknown sword realm. Swordmaster Promal Twin, hurry up and come out. The bitter sea sword saint's voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen rushed out of the insectoid battlefield. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the black humanoid figure appeared from the void and gradually solidified. Although the bitter sea sword sage was a lord of heaven, it was already very impressive that he could trap the black humanoid creature for a period of time through the seal barrier. It was impossible to trap him forever. Bang! The seal barrier that didn't obstruct Li Fuchen and the others was able to obstruct the black humanoid creature. The massive backlash had caused the black humanoid creature's carapace to crack and black blood to burst out. Lord Sword Sage, many thanks. After exiting the insectoid battlefield, Li Fuchen cupped his fist towards the bitter sea sword sage. The bitter sea sword sage said, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, my daughter wouldn't be able to come out unscathed. While speaking, the bitter sea sword sage swept a glance and said to everyone, remember, do not enter this insectoid battlefield in the future. I suspect that there is an origin extinction class insectoid nest inside, and there are more than 2 insectoid heaven monarchs. After returning, the bitter sea sword sage was planning to report this matter to the guild leader. As for how to deal with the insectoid battlefield, it wasn't up to him to consider. It was something that higher-level existences should consider. Understood. Everyone nodded. They weren't fools. Even if someone offered a huge sum of money to invite them, they wouldn't enter the insectoid battlefield. After returning to the Sword Star City, the Bitter Sea Sword Sage gave the other 7 sword bones to Li Fuchen. With these 10 sword bones, Li Fuchen believed that he would be able to push the primary extreme sword technique to the super first-rate extremity in a short period of time. Once the primary extreme sword technique broke through to the super first-rate extremity, his strength would be terrifying. With the joint heaven sword, it wouldn't be a problem for him to contest with Class 2 or 3 heaven monarchs. Li Fuchen was confident that he would be able to contest with a Class 1 heaven monarch. However, if the cultivation technique broke through to the super first-rate extremity, he would already be considered as a heaven monarch. For martial Dao cultivators to become a heaven monarch, there were actually 2 paths. The first path was to master a supreme martial art. The second path was to master a super first-rate extremity cultivation technique. Mastering the supreme martial art would allow one's bloodline to metamorphose into a supreme bloodline, also known as the Heaven Monarch bloodline. Mastering the super first-rate extremity cultivation technique would allow one's body to metamorphose into the body of a Heaven Monarch. The sword bones were a part of the sword Dao Heaven Monarch's body. After more than half a year, the Wind Cloud Sword Master and the others had yet to leave. After exiting the sword pool, they had been in seclusion. After ending their seclusion, they realized that Li Fuchen hadn't returned yet and had been waiting. In any case, the Sword Star City was an excellent cultivation ground for Sword Dao, and it wasn't a big deal to stay here for a period of time. After staying in the Sword Star City for a few days, Li Fuchen, the Wind Cloud Sword Master, and the others still left. The Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild's teleportation platform lit up and 5 figures appeared. What is going on? Once back in the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen immediately felt the intense pressure in the air. In the past, the Divine Leaf City gave off a very peaceful feeling. After all, the leaves of the world tree contained limitless vitality and were enough to affect the laws of the universe. The Divine Leaf City has been sealed, and no one can enter or exit. But the Star Region teleportation array isn't sealed yet. Hence, you can teleport back. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch appeared in front of the 5 and explained, Vice President, what exactly is going on? The Red Leaf Sword Master didn't understand. The white rainbow heaven monarch said, "Isn't it because of the leaves of the world tree?" Countless pinnacle experts are eyeing this leaf covetously, but no one has the confidence to obtain it. However, it is different from the war countless years ago. This time, it is a ruthless individual, and he is the 19th Legion commander of the Undead Legion, the Blood Axe Monarch. He is a Star Region class Heaven Monarch, and even the Cross River Primogenitor has to treat him seriously. With his 19th Legion, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he can cover the sky with one hand in the Cross River Star region. Right now, the 19th Legion has already surrounded the Divine Leaf City, and even the time-space has been sealed. No one can enter or exit. If the Star Region teleportation array isn't of a high enough grade, all of you wouldn't be able to return. Undead Legion. Everyone's heart trembled in response. The Undead Legion was famous throughout the universe. The leader of the Undead Legion, the Undead Monarch, was an invincible existence in the universe. Generally speaking, the Undead Legion had two types of systems. One was the Legion system, and the other was like the Sky Patrol Demon Lord, which was more scattered. They would only gather when there were missions. The Divine Leaf City was targeted by the 19th Legion commander of the Undead Legion, the Blood Axe Monarch. It was probably doomed. Should we contact the Sword Star City Swordsman Guild? Li Fuchin asked. The Sword Star City Swordsman Guild was after all a Star Wheel class swordsman guild, and they did have Star Region class Heaven Monarchs. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch shook his head. This is a war between the Divine Leaf City Lord and the Blood Axe Monarch. It has nothing to do with us. There is no need to complicate matters. Be it the Swordsman Guild or the Undead Legion, they were both top-notch factions. Such factions wouldn't easily have conflicts. After all, the top-notch factions were always tangled up, and a slight move would affect the rest. It was very easy for a small conflict to cause a universe-class war. Divine Leaf City Lord Residence. It is not too late to give up now. The Blood Axe Monarch isn't a benevolent person. 100 Flower Empress persuaded the Divine Leaf City Lord. The Divine Leaf City Lord said unwillingly, "Give me another few tens of thousands of years, and I am confident I can break through to the Star Region class. It is impossible to give up now." This Leaf of the World tree was of great help to the Divine Leaf City Lord. Furthermore, as he grew stronger, the help would only increase. According to normal development, he would become the second Star Region class Heaven Monarch in a few tens of thousands of years. It was a pity that the Blood Axe Monarch was here. 100 Flower Empress sighed. But you have to know that the Blood Axe Monarch isn't a regular Star Region class Heaven Monarch. He is comparable with the Cross River Primogenitor. If you fight with him, your chances of victory are less than 10%. Once you are defeated, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. If you give up on the Divine Leaf City, you still have a chance to break through to the Star Region class Heaven Monarch. How could she not know the Divine Leaf City Lord's feelings? Heaven Monarchs might seem high and mighty and wouldn't be blinded by anything, but it was just that the temptation wasn't great enough. If it was her, she wouldn't bear to give up on the World Tree's leaf either. She might be like the Divine Leaf City Lord and choose to fight with all her might. I know, but I, the Divine Leaf City Lord, am no longer the Divine Leaf City Lord of the past. If the Blood Axe Monarch wants the World Tree's leaf, it will depend on whether he is capable enough. If there wasn't a 30% chance, the Divine Leaf City Lord wouldn't fight with all his might. It was precisely because there was hope that he would be so irrational. After a moment of silence, 100 Flower Empress raised her head and said seriously, "I will not participate in this war. You have to understand. The Blood Axe Monarch wasn't scary. What was scary was the undead army and the undead king behind it. 100 Flower Empress had no reason to fight with all her might." Of course, the Divine Leaf City Lord nodded. In the starry sky, billions of miles away from the Divine Leaf City, a blood-colored fortress floated quietly. The front of the blood-colored fortress had the symbol of the blood axe, which looked very domineering. Inside the fortress, in a long hall of the palace, many sacred lords and heaven monarchs gathered. It might be hard for outsiders to understand how powerful the 19th Legion was. Only those who truly understood the 19th Legion would know how terrifying it was. In the 19th Legion, apart from the Blood Axe Monarch, there were 10 City Lord class Heaven Monarchs, hundreds of ordinary Heaven Monarchs, tens of thousands of Sacred Lords, and the rest were all peak-level saints. In terms of the number of Heaven Monarchs, it was comparable to half of the star field. Taking the horizontal river star field as an example, there was only one star sector-level Heaven Monarch and more than 10 City Lord class Heaven Monarchs. In the main seat of the Palace Hall, a giant with dark red skin sat on it. Chapter 9:57. The Blood-Axed Arch had already forgotten how long he had lived. As a star sector-grade Heaven Monarch, his lifespan was almost limitless. It was meaningless to calculate his age. Then, the Blood-Axe Sovereign Emperor picked up a huge wine cup filled with a scarlet liquid. He swirled it around before downing it in one gulp. Inform Godleaf City Lord. If he doesn't surrender within a month, we will attack the city. Sovereign Lord Sanguine Axe said to a heavenly monarch to his left in a cold voice. Yes. The heavenly lord stood up and accepted the order. The Arch, why waste a month's time? With our strength, it isn't difficult to break the Divine Leaf City's array formation. After all, we have the Undying Spear. One of the Heaven Monarchs was puzzled. The Undying Spear was a trump card bestowed by the Undying Monarch to every corps commander. It contained a strand of the Undying Monarch's power. Even without the Immortal Spear, with the strength of our 19th Legion, it's only a matter of time before we break through Godly Leaf City. Right, it's just a mere universe city. It's not like our 19th Army hasn't broken through before. In my opinion, we should force Godleaf City Lord to surrender now. If he dares to disobey, we will kill him without mercy. Below, the Heavenly Lords were discussing. Clearing his throat, Heavenly Lord Armageddon, the first City Lord to the right of the Blood Axe Monarch, said, the monarch naturally has his own considerations for doing this. Firstly, the power of the Immortal Spear is limited. The more it is used, the less it can be used. The Lord Immortal King will not take the initiative to replenish the power of the Immortal Spear unless he has performed a meritorious deed. Secondly, the Godly Leaf City is different from the other cities in the universe. With the support of the leaves of the World Tree, no one knows what might happen. If we force the Godly Leaf City Lord into a corner, our 19th Legion will definitely win, but we will definitely suffer some losses. Monarch Sanguine Axe nodded. Heavenly Lord Doomsday is right. Although the Godly Leaf City Lord is nothing to worry about, Godly Leaf City and the World Tree's leave cannot be ignored. Without the protection of the Divine Leaf City, the Sanguine Axe Imperial Monarch wouldn't even care about 10 Divine Leaf City Lords, let alone one. Sovereign Emperor Sanguine Axe has ordered City Lord Yi to surrender within a month. Otherwise, he will have to bear the consequences. On this day, in the sky above the Godleaf City, a thunderous voice resounded through the entire city. This is an ultimatum. I wonder how the Godleaf City Lord will choose. They'll probably surrender. Emperor Bloodaxe is simply too powerful. Aside from the Hedge River Primogenitor, and no one in the Hedge River Stellar region is a match for him. The heavenly monarchs living in the Divine Leaf City were discussing this matter. This war didn't have much to do with them. It would be fine as long as they didn't offend Imperial Emperor Sanguine Axe. A clear voice rang out from the City Lord's mansion. Go back and tell Imperial Emperor Sanguine Axe to leave immediately. This is not a place for him to act wildly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the Divine Leaf City Lord has some backing? Otherwise, why would he dare to speak to Sovereign Emperor Sanguine Axe in such a manner? Maybe. Everyone was unsure. Godly Leaf City leader, I hope you can still be so arrogant after a month. The Heavenly Lord who came to deliver the message snorted and left. 1 month? On the street, Leaf Fuchin frowned. Although this war had nothing to do with them, it definitely affected them. The God Leaf City Lord was a fair person. Under his rule, the God Leaf City was in good order. On the other hand, the undead army was inclined towards evil, so the cities under their rule wouldn't be too peaceful. It might even be better than the Darkness, Heavenly Lord's Darkness City. I hope we can win. Li Fuchin let out a sigh. Bloodaxe Fortress. It seems like he has some backing. Interesting. The Blood Axe Emperor nodded and smiled. The Doomsday Heaven Lord sneered and said, even if he has some backing, he is dead for sure. Universe cities were indeed very hard to break through. This was because every universe city was enveloped by supreme arrays. Supreme arrays were classified into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and peak grade. Generally speaking, low-grade supreme arrays wouldn't even be able to block City Lord class heavenly monarchs. Mid-grade supreme arrays wouldn't be able to block Star Domain class heavenly monarchs. High-grade supreme arrays wouldn't be able to block demigods. Only peak-grade supreme arrays were unbreakable. However, universe cities could set up a few more layers of supreme arrays. For example, the Divine Leaf City had a total of 2 layers of mid-grade supreme arrays and 7 layers of low-grade supreme arrays. In normal situations, Star Domain class heavenly monarchs wouldn't be able to break through. But the Blood Axe Emperor wasn't a regular Star Domain class heavenly monarch. The 19th Legion didn't rely on numbers to intimidate others. As of now, the 19th Legion had already broken through 3 universe cities and was rather experienced in sieging cities. There's no hurry. 1 month will pass quickly. The Blood Axe Emperor wasn't in a hurry. He liked the feeling of being in control of the whole situation. Life was long, and it would be too boring if he didn't find some entertainment for himself. Blood Axe Emperor, can you give me some face and leave the Horizontal River Galaxy? Outside the Blood Axe Fortress, an old man with his eyes closed gradually materialized. Horizontal River Ancestor. The Blood Axe Emperor's gaze passed through the fortress and landed on the old man. As long as you are willing to leave, I can pay for part of your losses, said Horizontal River Ancestor. Hearing this, the Blood Axe Emperor sneered. If I'm not wrong, you are already negotiating with the Divine Leaf City Lord. What do you think? Horizontal River Ancestor didn't deny it. I must get the leaf of the World Tree. The Blood Axe Emperor was resolute. In that case, I'll take my leave. Horizontal River Ancestor heard the tone and knew that it would be difficult to negotiate. Divine Leaf City. What do you think? Horizontal River Ancestor said to the Divine Leaf City Lord. He only had one goal, and that was the leaf of the World Tree. He was willing to exchange for the leaf with a sincere price. This way, although the Divine Leaf City Lord would lose the leaf, he wouldn't gain nothing. But if he faced the Blood Axe Emperor, not only would he gain nothing, but he might even lose his life. As for splitting the World Tree into 2, they didn't have the ability to do so. It wasn't realistic for the 2 of them to use it at the same time. Who knew what the other party would think? 100,000 years later, let's trade again. I can make an oath. The Divine Leaf City Lord needed the leaf to break through to the star sector-level heavenly monarch realm. Horizontal River Ancestor shook his head. Impossible. I'm already taking a huge risk by going against the Undying Army. If it was any other enemy, Horizontal River Ancestor might agree to this condition. However, the opponent was the Undying Army. Those who went against the Undying Army were either invincible experts or dead people. Now that he had the leaf of the World Tree, he could study the profundities of the leaf. Perhaps his strength would increase by another level. It was impossible for him to wait for 100,000 years. Rather than wait, he would rather give up. In the end, the 2 didn't come to an agreement. 1 month later, the Blood Axe Fortress flew near the Divine Leaf City. Everyone was staring at the Blood Axe Fortress. Divine Leaf City Lord, come out and accept your death. The dark red-skinned giant flew out, and beside him were the Storm Heaven Monarch and the Doomsday Heaven Monarch. Blood Axe Emperor, why must you be so overbearing? The Divine Leaf City Lord appeared on the city gates. The Doomsday Heaven Monarch pointed at the Divine Leaf City Lord and said, the Emperor has already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. It is too late to say anything now. Is that considered chance? The Divine Leaf City Lord sneered. This person is the Blood Axe Emperor? It was the first time for most of the people to see the Blood Axe Emperor. Looking at the dark red-skinned giant that was overlooking the world, everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. If there was a day that they could have such prowess, they would die without regrets. No wonder he is a star sector-level heaven monarch. There were plenty of people standing on the city walls, including Li Fuchen. Different from others, before their spiritual awareness could get close to the Blood Axe Emperor, it would be shattered by an invisible force and could only be observed with the naked eye. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power was able to get close to the Blood Axe Emperor without being detected. Li Fuchen's spirit soul could sense that the Blood Axe Emperor was emitting a concentrated eternal chi presence. This eternal chi presence was similar to the stars. As long as it wasn't destroyed by external forces, it would continue to exist. It wouldn't be a problem for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. The Blood Axe Emperor's skin was emitting an indestructible law. Li Fuchen had a feeling that even if this space-time zone was completely destroyed, the Blood Axe Emperor's skin wouldn't have a trace of damage. The Blood Axe Emperor's eyes seemed to be able to see through the past and the future. As long as he was willing, he could even see some scenes in the future. The Blood Axe Emperor's power was as vast as the sea of stars. A single ripple would cause fear and despair. Li Fuchen didn't know if the other star sector-level heaven monarchs would give him the same feeling. He only knew that the Blood Axe Emperor was very powerful, extremely powerful. Without the protection of the Divine Leaf City, the Blood Axe Emperor just needed to leak a trace of chi presence to slaughter countless people. The Blood Axe Emperor, once led the 19th Legion to conquer 3 universe cities. The Divine Leaf City will be the 4th one. The Blood Axe Emperor raised his right hand high, and a blood-red giant axe appeared in his hand. Sea splitting. With a deep yell, the Blood Axe Emperor cleaved at the Divine Leaf City. Heavens! In everyone's vision, a blood-colored axe shadow that was billions of miles in size cleaved over ruthlessly. In the sky above the Divine Leaf City, 9 different colored chi barriers burst out from different space-time zones. When the blood-colored axe shadow made contact with them, the space-time zone shattered like a mirror before freezing and returning to tranquility. 9 layers of supreme array. The Blood Axe Emperor frowned. In the past, he had only conquered 1 universe city at most, and they were only set up with 7 layers of supreme array. Set up the array. The Blood Axe Emperor gave an order. With the Storm Heaven Monarch as the leader, a total of 64 Heaven Monarchs gathered together and formed a storm battle formation. With the Doomsday Heaven Monarch as the leader, a total of 72 Heaven Monarchs gathered together and formed a fireball battle formation. Rumble. The 2 battle formations blasted at the Divine Leaf City. This wasn't the end yet. Tens of thousands of Sacred Lords flew out from the Blood Axe Fortress and formed a giant spear battle formation before thrusting at the Divine Leaf City. Finally, even the Blood Axe Fortress burst out with a blood-red pillar of light and blasted at the Divine Leaf City. The Blood Axe Fortress was originally a battle fortress. As long as there was enough energy, the power it could display wouldn't be inferior to star sector-level Heaven Monarchs. After 4 layers of attacks, the Divine Leaf City's 9 layers of supreme array were all revealed and flashed with radiance. Chapter 958. Kill. The Divine Leaf City Lord waved his hand, and a 1,000,000 miles long azure wind blade slashed towards Divine Emperor Blood Axe. With the support of the 9 supreme arrays, the Divine Leaf City Lord's strength had undoubtedly reached the level of a star sector-level Heavenly Lord. Bang! Divine Emperor Blood Axe waved his axe and easily destroyed the wind blade. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Divine Emperor Blood Axe, the Divine Leaf City Lord turned to attack the Storm Battle Formation and the Fireball Battle Formation. Unfortunately, the Storm Battle Formation and the Fireball Battle Formation were supreme arrays, and their power had reached the level of a star sector-level Heavenly Lord. Even the Spear Battle Formation, formed by tens of thousands of Sacred Lords, was a supreme array, and its power had also reached the level of a star sector-level Heavenly Lord. The reason why the Undying Army was able to dominate the universe was mainly due to their supreme arrays. Supreme arrays were usually controlled by the top forces in the universe, and normal star sector-level Heavenly Lords wouldn't even be able to touch them. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. The 2 sides were in a stalemate, and no one could do anything to the other. Chaos Blood Axe. 1 week passed. Divine Emperor Blood Axe's aura suddenly increased. He held the blood-colored axe with both hands, raised it above his head, and hacked down. A 10 billion miles long blood-colored axe shadow hacked down on the 9 supreme arrays. Crackle. Cracks began to appear on the 9 supreme formations. Not good. The Divine Leaf City Lord's expression changed. He didn't expect Divine Emperor Blood Axe's strength to increase by more than 10 times. It would be fine if it was just Divine Emperor Blood Axe, but he had the help of the entire 19th Legion, which allowed Divine Emperor Blood Axe to find a tiny flaw in the array. Power of the world, strengthen. The Divine Leaf City Lord formed a hand seal, and an azure air rose from the leaf of the world tree and merged into the array. In the next instant, the cracks on the array closed up. The power of the leaf of the world tree. Divine Emperor Blood Axe's expression was gloomy. His only worry had indeed happened. The Divine Leaf City Lord knew how to use the power of the leaf of the world tree. Even a small portion of the power was extremely terrifying. After all, it was the leaf of the world tree. Divine Emperor Blood Axe, if you leave now, you'll still have some face. World Seal. The Godleaf City Lord roared and struck out with his palm. A huge green palm print slammed towards the Fireball Battle Formation. Boom! The Fireball Battle Formation collapsed. The people in the Fireball Formation spat out blood and were sent flying. His strength. The Doomsday Heavenly Lord was extremely shocked. They were both City Lord Heavenly Lords, but the other party had the support of a Supreme Formation and the World Tree's leaves, yet he was so powerful. Next, the Godleaf City Lord destroyed the Storm Battle Formation and the Long Spear Battle Formation. I admit that I have underestimated you and Godleaf City. Monarch Sanguine Axe's axe clashed with the Azure Palm, and the powerful impact sent him flying back tens of thousands of kilometers. He was different from the Godleaf City Lord. He represented an individual. In the face of the impact, he would naturally be pushed back. As for the Godleaf City Lord, he represented the entire Godleaf City. This bit of impact was not enough to make the Godleaf City move. It's a pity that you're barely strong enough to control the power of the leaves of the world tree. I don't believe that you can keep going. Countless runes that looked like ants crawled out from Monarch Blood Axe's body. At the same time, his body began to grow larger. 10,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers, 100 million kilometers. Monarch Sanguine Axe only stopped when he reached 100 million kilometers in size. Raising his blood-colored axe, Monarch Sanguine Axe struck out 1,000 times at Godleaf City. The dense blood-colored axe shadows were like raging waves, engulfing the entire Godleaf City. Bang, bang, bang. With the support of the World Tree's leaves, Godleaf City's formation was at least several times stronger. There were no signs of it collapsing. Blink another half a month passed. Monarch Sanguine Axe's attacks had already slowed down. As long as he didn't exceed his limits, his power was endless. However, in the first few days, he had the intention to test the Godleaf City Lord. Hence, his explosive power was a little fierce. On the city gate, the Godleaf City Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. Controlling the power of the World Tree's leaves was indeed a huge burden for him. For example, you might not be tired for a day when you brandished a weapon that weighed 100 kilograms. But when you brandished a weapon that weighed 1,000 kilograms, you might be tired after a while, although the latter was much more powerful and invincible. Attack! Monarch Sanguine Axe ordered. 2 tens of thousands of kilometers long and a few hundred kilometers thick silver iron pillars extended from the front of the Blood Axe fortress. Zap! A terrifying electric current flickered on the iron pillars. Almost instantly, a flickering ball of lightning was born between the 2 iron pillars. The thunderball was sometimes big and sometimes small. When it was big, it was a few thousand kilometers wide. When it was small, it was hard to see with the naked eye. Silently, the thunderball floated towards Godleaf City. Rumble. The world was filled with thunderbolts. In front of the thunderbolts, time and space no longer had any meaning. Everything was blasted into a state of chaos. Damn it, this is chaos divine lightning. The Godleaf City Lord's face turned ugly. Chaos divine lightning was the ultimate form of lightning. Although a heavenly lord had mastered the Chaos Realm had different levels. Initial mastery and complete mastery were two different concepts. If it was a normal battle, even if he couldn't withstand the Chaos Divine Lightning, he could still dodge it. Or he wouldn't even give the Blood Axe Fortress any time to accumulate the Chaos Divine Lightning. But this was a siege. He couldn't possibly bring God Leaf City to dodge. Hence, he could only resist it head-on. There's a flaw. Naturally, the Chaos Divine Lightning couldn't break Divine Leaf City's array formation. However, it managed to create a small flaw in the array formation. Seizing this opportunity, the Blood Axe Sovereign Emperor activated his supreme secret technique again, hacking at the flaw with his axe. Gotcha! Inside the God Leaf City, a huge axe mark appeared. Everything within the axe mark was naturally destroyed. Run! In the beginning, everyone thought that they were safe inside the city. No matter who won or lost, it would just be a change of city lord. But now, they realized that they were wrong. No matter who won or lost, there would always be a lot of lives lost. It was unavoidable. But then they realized that where could they escape to? The appearance of the axe mark was random. If they escaped to another place, there might be another axe mark. As for escaping outside the city, it was even more unrealistic. The void outside the city was chaotic. Even heavenly monarchs would be in danger if they went out, let alone those below the heavenly monarch realm. One after another, the thunderballs struck the God Leaf City's array formation, causing it to be in a state of instability. Inside the Blood Axe Fortress, the Heaven Storm Monarch, the Heaven Doomsday Monarch, and the others were all present. Activating the Chaos Divine Lightning required a massive amount of energy. The entire 19th Legion was pouring energy into the Blood Axe Fortress energy pool. Only by doing so, they would be able to activate the Chaos Divine Lightning to blast at God Leaf City. The Blood Axe the Arch would make use of every opportunity to attack the flaws in God Leaf City's array formation. But in this way, the people in the city suffered. They could only watch helplessly as the axe traces fell down. They could only watch helplessly as countless lives were lost. They simply could not do anything about it. Be careful. Li Fuchen immediately sensed that an axe mark was about to land on this part of the city wall. He immediately skimmed over. Crack! Even though there were a few people that followed closely behind Li Fuchen, they weren't able to escape and were shredded into pieces by an intense chi presence. The power has been weakened by at least 100 or 1,000 times. But apart from a city lord class Heaven Monarchs, no one can withstand it. The instant the axe mark landed, Li Fuchen felt as though everything had turned into nothingness. What great Tao Law! In the face of this axe mark, everything was just fleeting clouds. I must not let it graze me, Li Fuchen said in his heart. The battle was still ongoing. In the God Leaf City, everyone was anxious and everyone was looking forward to the end of the battle. In fact, a portion of the people hoped that the God Leaf City Lord would surrender. Because only if the God Leaf City Lord surrendered would the battle end quickly. The God Leaf City Lord's mental state was rather terrible. The Heaven Monarch's power might be boundless, but the Heaven Monarch's spirit wasn't indestructible. It was a little unbearable for a Heaven Monarch to constantly fight. As his mental state worsened, the God Leaf City Lord's control of the World Tree's leaf power was getting lesser too. It was a vicious cycle. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The God Leaf City was in chaos. There were axe marks everywhere, and even the Swordsman Guild was split apart by an axe mark. The time is here. The Blood Axe Thearch's eyes burst out with a horrifying radiance. A gray spear appeared in his hand. Once the gray spear appeared, all the energy in the surrounding universe surged towards the spear and transformed into fearsome, undying power. Absorb and transform all material energy. Li Fuchen was rather shocked. Destroying all material energy was something that anyone who grasped the primal chaos realm would be able to do. But absorbing and transforming all material energy wasn't something that just anyone could do. It was reckoned that only those who completely grasped the primal chaos realm would be able to do it, and those people were at least demigods. Go! With a yell, the Blood Axe Thearch exerted strength in his arm. The gray spear turned into a gray bolt of lightning that penetrated the God Leaf City's array and the body of the God Leaf City Lord. Sigh. Ancestor Hung, he who had been observing the battle, let out a sigh and vanished. Why bother? Hundred Flower Empress shook her head with a complicated expression. She knew about the Undying Legion's undying spear. If the Godleaf City Lord was a Star Domain class Heaven Monarch, he might be able to survive this spear attack. City Lord class Heaven Monarchs would definitely perish. Foolish. The Darkness Heaven Monarch who was hiding in a dark whirlpool sneered. In his opinion, the Godleaf City Lord was too foolish. He knew that it wasn't possible, but he still wanted to do it. Wasn't he courting death? I am unwilling. The Godleaf City Lord pointed at the blood-axed the arch with widened eyes. He thought he could succeed, but he still failed. The price was death. If he could do it all over again, agreeing to Ancestor Hung, his condition wasn't a bad idea. Bang! The Godleaf City Lord's body was blasted into ashes, including his spirit soul. Chapter 9:59. Just as many people expected, after the Godleaf City changed its master, the order in the city was much more chaotic than before. The 19th Division took advantage of their special status to bully men and take women by force. Many sects, families, and gangs were pressured into joining the 19th Legion. Of course, there was a price to be paid for taking refuge. Without top-quality spirit stones, even if you wanted to take refuge, no one would want you. On the bustling street, people came and went. Sigh, Godleaf City is too chaotic now. When will it end? That's right, these people from the 19th Division are really useless. I think we should consider leaving Godly Leaf City. How could it be so easy to leave Godleaf City? First, you have to spend a large amount of top-grade spirit stones to apply for a city exit permit and a teleportation permit. Then, you have to queue up for a spot. Forget about that. You will eventually get your turn. But the prerequisite is that no one has bribed the 19th Legion to cut the queue. You know old Sheen, right? He had already applied for all sorts of documents last year, but he still hasn't gotten his turn. According to my estimation, he won't be able to leave Godleaf City for another 8 to 10 years. With his remaining top-grade spirit stones, he doesn't have enough to bribe anyone. We could travel directly. There's no need to queue up for teleportation, right? Do you think that the 19th Division will let you take advantage of a loophole? Right now, the vicinity of Godly Leaf City is filled with space pirates. If you don't use the teleportation star, you will lose your life. Space bandits. Could it be the 19th Legion who ordered this? Show. Lower your voice. The two of them suddenly fell silent. Above the two of them, a strong soldier of the 19th Division slowly descended. To be able to become a soldier of the 19th Legion, one would at least be a peak-level Great Monarch. Of course, just being a peak-level saint wasn't enough. One must also have the Undying emblem. However, it was said that every upper echelon in the Undying Legion had plenty of Undying badges. If one was strong enough, there was a chance to become a soldier of the Undying Legion. Over the past year, there were plenty of peak-level saints and sacred lords who chose to become the 19th Legion soldiers. You slandered the 19th Legion. You deserve death. The strong soldier waved his hand, and the two great monarchs who were discussing the 19th Legion turned into ashes. The passers-by nearby who saw this scene were all terrified. The 19th Division was too domineering, killing someone on the spot just because of a few words. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that everyone was lowering their heads and hurrying on with their journey. The strong soldier was very pleased with himself. Although being an undead army soldier was very lonely most of the time and didn't have much freedom, sometimes even having to charge into enemy lines and become cannon fodder, it was still very carefree as long as they came to a universe city. Basically, no one dared to offend them. As for taking over a universe city, that was even more carefree. Every day, countless people would come to suck up to him, and countless beauties would throw themselves at him. Whichever beauty he fancied, he could forcefully possess her. The muscular soldier suddenly frowned. The others avoided him and hurried on with their journey. Only the yellow-clothed youth was an exception. Not only did he not avoid him, he even walked towards him, intending to brush past him. I see. The next moment, the muscular soldier found out the reason. The other party was wearing the Swordsman's Guild's badge. Clearly, he was a swordsman of the Swordsman's Guild. The higher-ups had instructed them that as long as the swordsmen of the Swordsman Guild didn't have a conflict with them, they weren't allowed to look for trouble. After all, the Swordsman Guild and the Undead Army were both top-notch forces in the universe. If things got out of hand, neither side would have a good time. The strong soldier soared into the sky. Swordmaster, you must help the Daslu clan. Inside Li Fuchen's manor, the Daslu clan's patriarch, Ibu bowed and cupped his fist. Tell me about the situation. Li Fuchen promised to take care of the Daslu clan. The Beihu clan has always been at odds with my Daslu clan. As Ibu explained, Li Fuchen had a rough understanding of the situation. Before the Divine Leaf City had a change of ownership, the Beihu clan and the Daslu clan were already at odds. But back then, with Li Fuchen around, the Beihu clan didn't dare to go overboard. Now that the Divine Leaf City had a change of ownership, the patriarch of the Beihu clan had submitted to the 19th Legion. He started to look down on Li Fuchen and oppressed the Daslu clan wantonly. Recently, he had gone overboard and actually wanted Ibu's daughter, Ipawire, to sleep with him. Otherwise, he would eradicate the entire Daslu clan. A dog relying on its master's power. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Li Fuchen nodded. If the Beihu clan thought that they could cover the sky with one hand with the 19th Legion support, then they were gravely mistaken. In this world, the Undead Army wasn't the only top-notch faction in the universe. Swordmaster, it isn't good. The Beihu clan is here at the Daslu clan. Just as Ibu was planning to leave, the communication token in his spatial ring suddenly vibrated. The content of the message made him extremely anxious. I will go over with you. Li Fuchen and Ibu rushed over to the Daslu clan. The Daslu clan was surrounded inside and out. Both sides were in a confrontation at the plaza in front of the main hall. The Patriarch and the Swordmaster are here. After seeing Ibu and Li Fuchen, the Daslu clan members let out a breath of relief. Black Mountain Beihu, what is the meaning of this? Ibu rebuked the Patriarch of the Beihu clan, Black Mountain Beihu, who was an ice-cold, middle-aged man in black clothes. Black Mountain Beihu ignored Ibu and looked at Li Fuchen, primary extreme swordmaster. This is a matter between my Beihu clan and the Daslu clan. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? The Daslu clan and I are friends. Do you think it has anything to do with me? Li Fuchen sneered. Primary extreme swordmaster. Do you really think that the current Divine Leaf City is still the Divine Leaf City of the past? The current Divine Leaf City is under the control of the 19th Legion. Our young patriarch is now a soldier of the 19th Legion. The ferocious-looking man beside Black Mountain Beihu pointed at Li Fuchen and yelled out, "What? The Snow Dragon Beihu has become a soldier of the 19th Legion?" The Daslu clan members were extremely shocked after hearing the statement. They knew that the Snow Dragon Beihu was a peak-class saint, but the 19th Legion had a very strict selection. Not every peak-class saint was qualified to become a soldier of the 19th Legion. Right now, they knew why the Beihu clan was so arrogant. "Ha!" Li Fuchen swung his palm and sent the ferocious-looking man spinning in the air. His teeth were all spat out along with blood. You should be glad that this is the Divine Leaf City. If it was outside, Li Fuchen wouldn't waste his breath on such a person and would turn him into dust with a single slap. You dare to make a move? Seeing the ferocious-looking man fainting on the ground, the Black Mountain Beihu's eyes were wide open and he was in disbelief. He naturally knew that the Swordsman Guild wasn't a regular faction, but this was the Divine Leaf City and it was ruled by the 19th Legion. Even the Swordsman Guild would have to tuck their tails and behave. Get lost. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on these people. With a wave of his hand, the Beihu clan members were all sent flying and couldn't resist at all. Let's go. The Black Mountain Beihu flicked his sleeve and left in a sorry state. Swordmaster, will the 19th Legion? Ibu asked carefully. They won't. Li Fuchen shook his head. He didn't believe that the upper echelons of the 19th Legion would interfere in such trivial matters. It was just like a fight between two children. Would the adults fight too? Of course, The precondition was that the children didn't get hurt. Chapter 960. Behu Family. Snow Dragon, I must get rid of the Desi Lu family. Think of a way. In the hall, Black Mountain Bay, who said to the uniformed Snow Dragon Behu, all these years, he and the Desi Lu family had a huge grudge. In the past, he had to swallow his anger. This time, he wouldn't do so. Snow Dragon Behu said, with my identity, I can't intimidate the primary sword master. You know that the Swordsman Guild is very powerful in the universe. They aren't just some random people. Even the undead army has to give them some face. Are we just going to watch the Desi Lu family and not touch them? Black Mountain Bay, who was very unwilling. Snow Dragon Bay, who sneered, not necessarily. Although the Swordsman Guild is strong, this is a city ruled by the 19th Division. A little conflict is still possible. Brother Wu Hai, didn't you say that you are friends with the glorious Lord Wolf? Can you introduce us? In a private room of a famous restaurant in Godly Leaf City, Snow Dragon Bay, who and a peak-level lord were seated. I am indeed friends with the glorious Lord Wolf. We have been friends for a long time. Speaking of the glorious Lord Wolf, Wu Hai was proud. The glorious Lord Wolf was very talented. 100,000 years ago, he was just a peak-level lord. 100,000 years later, he was already one of the top 20 holy lords in the 19th Division. One had to know that the 19th Division had tens of thousands of holy lords. To be able to rank in the top 20 was very impressive. It was much better than the top 10 holy lords of a universe city. Moreover, after activating the Undying Badge, one would have the power of undying. Their overall strength would increase by another level. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the top 20 holy lords of the 19th Division would be comparable to the top 3 holy lords of a universe city in a life and death battle. However, it's difficult to introduce you. Wu Hai shook his head. Being friends with the glorious Lord Wolf was one thing, but introducing Snow Dragon Bay, who to the glorious Lord Wolf was another. After all, Snow Dragon Bay, who wasn't qualified to know the glorious Lord Wolf. Snow Dragon Bay, who said, actually, I'm not trying to get close to the glorious Lord Wolf. It's just that I have some trouble here. I need the glorious Lord Wolf to help me. What trouble do you have? Who else dares to provoke the 19th Division? Wu Hai raised his eyebrows. Snow Dragon Behu said, my Behu clan has a conflict with another clan in Godly Leaf City, the Desolate clan. The Desolate clan has a powerful backer and has always been bullying my Behu clan. This time, my father wanted to regain his dignity, but he was beaten back by the other party's backer. Therefore, I wanted to ask the glorious Wolf Lord to help me. Who's their backer? Great Sage Wu Hai sneered. He wanted to meet the backing of the Darcy clan. In Godly Leaf City, no matter how strong the backing was, could it be stronger than the 19th Legion? It's Swordsman Guild's primary extreme swordmaster. Swordsman Guild. Sage Wu Hai's expression changed slightly. The Swordsman Guild was indeed a powerful backing. In the universe, their influence wasn't inferior to the undead army at all. In fact, they might even be a level higher. Fortunately, the Swordsman Guild was a loose organization and didn't have much ambition. The Swordsman Guild is nothing. Our 19th Legion has the final say in Godly Leaf City. Sage Wu Hai slammed the table and said coldly. Then, this matter, Snow Dragon Bay, who looked at Wu Hai. Sage Wu Hai said, don't worry. Leave this to me. I've been bored recently. The reason why the 19th Legion was so overbearing and arrogant was because they had been suppressed for too long and needed to vent. In their eyes, there were only those they could afford to offend and those they couldn't. Under normal circumstances, there wasn't anyone they couldn't afford to offend. Ancient Castle Manor. It was a rather famous manor in Godly Leaf City. This manor originally belonged to a holy lord of Godly Leaf City. Later on, it was forcefully occupied by the glorious Lord Wolf. In the ancient Castle Manor, there was a huge castle. Outside the castle, there were fields of grass, vineyards, lakes, etc. In the manor, a meat forest convention was being held. Those who could participate were all holy lords of the 19th Legion. Lord Wu Hai, you're here. Please come in. Seeing Sage Wu Hai, the subordinates of the glorious Lord Wolf didn't stop him. In the 19th Legion, Everyone knew that Sage Wu Hai and the glorious Lord Wolf had been through life and death together. After entering the castle, Sage Wu Hai naturally participated in the Meat Forest Convention. As for the Snow Dragon Bay, that could be discussed later. Half a day later, the convention ended. Only Sage Wu Hai stayed behind. Wu Hai, what's the matter? The glorious Lord Wolf asked. Hearing this, Sage Wu Hai told him about the Snow Dragon and Flying Tiger. The glorious Lord Wolf ate a mouthful of fruit and said, "It's a small matter. I originally wanted to meet the holy lords of the Swordsman Guild." During this 1 year, Sage Wu Hai had already challenged several holy lords, and all of them were famous holy lords in Godly Leaf City. It was a pity that none of them were a match for him. Of course, the top-ranked holy lords in Godly Leaf City were either from the Swordsman Guild or had left for many years. Therefore, even if Sage Wu Hai didn't look for him, Sage Wu Hai was planning to spar with the invincible holy lord of the Swordsman Guild. Patriarch, it isn't good. The Beihu clan is here again. The guard's voice echoed in the Daslu clan's hall. They're here again? Abu frowned and quickly transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Come, let's go out and take a look. Abu led the group out of the hall. Black Mountain Beihu, what are you up to again? On the plaza in front of the hall, the Beihu clan's members were lined up in a few rows. The leader was none other than the Black Mountain Beihu. Apart from the Black Mountain Beihu, the Snow Dragon Beihu, and Sage Wu Hai were here too. What kind of attitude is that? Slap yourself. Sage Wu Hai sent Ibu flying with a slap while blood splattered. As a soldier of the 19th Legion, he could slap anyone he wanted. Even if it was the Swordsman Guild swordsman, he would slap them as long as he didn't kill them. The Daslu clan's members were infuriated, but when they saw the Sage Wu Hai's uniform, they didn't dare to say anything. Sage Wu Hai's uniform was the 19th Legion's uniform, and it was a great deterrent. However, right after Great Sage Wu Hai slapped Ibu, he was also slapped away. Who is it? The Snow Dragon Bay, who was first shocked before he spoke with a ruthless tone. You actually dare to slap me. You are dead. All of you are dead. Sage Wu Hai climbed up from the ground and had a sinister expression. So what if I slapped you? Li Fuchen appeared in front of the Daslu clan's members. Primary Extreme Sword Master. The Snow Dragon Bay, who recognized Li Fuchen. In the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen was very famous. If it wasn't for his status as a soldier of the 19th Legion, the Snow Dragon Bay, who wouldn't even be qualified to stand beside Li Fuchen. Such prowess. No wonder he is the primary extreme swordmaster. Among the Beihu clan's members, a tall and sturdy golden-haired youth walked out. His pupils were vertical and also golden in color. It seems like you are their alliance. No wonder. Li Fuchen could feel an extremely powerful chi presence from the golden-haired youth. Apart from that, there was also pure, undying power. I have always said that the primary extreme sword master is the #1 sacred lord of the Divine Leaf City. I, the glorious Wolf Lord, would like to experience it. Chapter 961. The glorious Wolf Lord was the 14th ranked sacred lord of the 19th Legion. After cultivating the Golden Wolfman bloodline to the extremity, he found the Dark Wolfman bloodline in the deepest part of the bloodline. Since then, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After sizing up Li Fuchen, the glorious Wolf Lord's battle intent surged. To him, defeating P-class sacred lords was much more exciting than conquering P-class beauties. You aren't a match for me. It is better not to waste time. The glorious Wolf Lord was very powerful, but he was ultimately just a sacred lord. If the glorious Wolf Lord was a heaven lord, Li Fuchen would be cautious. Oh, are you that confident? The glorious Wolf Lord had an unpleasant expression. He had never been underestimated before, and this was the first time. It isn't confidence. It is a fact after observation. Others might misjudge, but Li Fuchen, who had a powerful spirit soul, wouldn't misjudge. Even if the glorious Wolf Lord was a Star Region class Heaven Lord, Li Fuchen wouldn't misjudge. Shameless boasting. The glorious Wolf Lord roared and instantly turned into a golden wolfman. But unlike the wolfman Li Fuchen and the Wolf Lord, the glorious Wolf Lord's golden wolfman was even more dazzling. His fur didn't look like golden fur and looked more like fur formed by golden radiance. But it didn't give off an illusory feeling. Instead, it made people feel stronger and harder to block. Glorious Claw. The glorious wolf lord clawed at Li Fuchen with a pure and dazzling claw light. This glorious claw was a kill move that he created based on his own characteristics. It was far stronger than the Blood Moon Claw. Just as the claw light was about to tear Li Fuchen's body, a layer of illusory sword chi blocked the claw light. This layer of sword chi was automatically emitted by Li Fuchen's body. It was just like his chi presence. But in the face of this layer of sword chi, the dazzling claw light collapsed and didn't pose any threat to Li Fuchen. Impossible. The glorious wolf lord was speechless. Nothing is impossible. Li Fuchen brandished his hand and sent the glorious wolf lord flying with his sword chi. If Li Fuchen was wielding the joint heaven sword, or was a little more serious, the glorious wolf lord would lose his combat strength. But a casual sword chi wasn't enough to make the glorious wolf lord lose his combat strength. After being humiliated, he was planning to fight again. Boom, 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 boom. Li Fuchen brandished his hand again and blasted more sword chi on the glorious wolf chief, turning him into a bloody man. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's mercy, the glorious wolf chief wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Retreating again and again, the glorious Lord Wolf quickly retreated to the gate. With a look of humiliation on his face, he turned around and fled from the Daslu family. Are you still not going to scram? Li Fuchen looked at the Wu Hai Saint, Snow Dragon, Bei Hu, and the others. Let's go. Everyone had long since been scared silly. One by one, they dashed out of the Darcy Lu residence. Damn it, how did this happen? The Snow Dragon Bei Hu was terrified. He felt a little dizzy. It was obvious that Li Fuchen wasn't someone he could easily deal with. In fact, Li Fuchen wasn't someone the 19th Legion could easily deal with. With Li Fuchen's strength, he might have already entered the eyes of the Swordsman Guild's upper echelons. Such an existence wasn't someone that Li Fuchen could easily deal with. Did you hear? The glorious Lord Wolf lost to the Swordsman Guild's primary extreme swordmaster. I know of that primary extreme swordmaster. He isn't someone easy to deal with. Demon Sword Sacred Lord, you are also a swordsman. Furthermore, you are the number 1 swordsman below the Heaven Monarch realm in our 19th Legion. We can only leave the 19th Legion's honor to you. Different levels would have different circles. In the 19th Legion, the top 20 Sacred Lords were definitely a circle, while the top 10 Sacred Lords were a circle within a circle. The people in this circle were already qualified to speak with the 19th Legion's Heaven Monarchs. The Demon Sword Sacred Lord that they were talking about was the 5th-ranked Sacred Lord of the 19th Legion. His strength was enough to contest with unrated Heaven Monarchs. You don't have to provoke me. I will personally defeat this primary extreme swordmaster. The Demon Sword Sacred Lord's body naturally emitted a sharp evil chi. This sharp evil chi couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but if one used the spiritual awareness to observe, they would see that the Demon Sword Sacred Lord was enveloped in a pitch-black evil chi and was separated from the world. Demon Sword Rampage. Divine Leaf City. In a rather private martial stage, there were 2 figures facing off. One was the Demon Sword Sacred Lord. The other one was actually Li Fuchen. In the surroundings of the martial stage, there were some spectators. There were members of the Swordsman Guild and members of the 19th Legion. The Demon Sword Sacred Lord attacked first. When he brandished his sword, the black sword light sliced through time and space and turned into a pitch-black sword world that enveloped Li Fuchen. Interesting. Li Fuchen casually brandished his sword, and the pitch-black sword world collapsed. When facing the 19th Legion's challenge, Li Fuchen knew that he couldn't escape. Therefore, he might as well fulfill their wish. In his opinion, it didn't matter how many Sacred Lords the 19th Legion had, they wouldn't be a match for him. Demon Dragonheart's sword. After his first sword attack failed, the Demon Sword Sacred Lord burst out with a yell. He wielded the black great sword with both hands and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Roar. The black sword light turned into a black devil dragon. This black devil dragon felt as though it was going to destroy and contaminate the entire world. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if it was any other sacred lord, even if they could block the sword move's power, they would still be contaminated by the sword move's evil intent. Such contamination was very terrifying. The stronger the expert, the more afraid they would be of the mind being contaminated. Once the mind was contaminated, it would give birth to a heart demon. In the universe, there were plenty of Star Region-class heaven monarchs that didn't have a good ending after developing a heart demon. Some of them went berserk, some of them split up and had severe flaws. Some of them were completely devoured by the heart demon and turned into horrific demons. A dazzling and resplendent sword light bloomed. In front of this sword light, the devil dragon that was formed by the sword light was incinerated into nothingness. Li Fuchen's radiant sword art had a brilliant sword intent that had the ability to illuminate and purify everything. The demon sword, Sacred Lord's sword move, was instantly purified. Not only that, the resplendent sword light was like 1,000 suns exploding at the same time. The demon sword Sacred Lord wasn't able to block it and was sent flying while vomiting blood. The Overlord Sky, Sacred Lord, shall try your skills. A boundless pressure assaulted Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen looked up and saw a figure that was wearing close-fitting fish-scale armor and had an explosive body descending from the sky. The figure wielded a giant stone hammer with both hands and smashed at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. The Overlord Sky, Sacred Lord, was the number 3 Sacred Lord of the 19th Legion. In the 19th Legion, the Overlord Sky, Sacred Lord was famed for his strength. In terms of pure strength, some of the Heaven Monarchs weren't a match for him. When the stone hammer smashed down, everything in front of it was shattered into nothingness. It wasn't hard to imagine that once hit, be it the spirit or the body, they would be turned into ashes. Clang! It was a pity that this absolute strength was nothing in the eyes of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen raised the witchcraft long sword and slashed, sending the Overlord Sky, Sacred Lord, into the air again. Impossible. The Overlord Sky, Sacred Lord, was appalled. Who else is there? Li Fuchen didn't even look at the Overlord Sky, Sacred Lord, and looked at the 19th Legion's Sacred Lords. Too arrogant. The 19th Legion's Sacred Lords that were here were basically the top 20 Sacred Lords. They had never suffered such humiliation before and were rather enraged. But apart from being enraged, they couldn't do anything. They couldn't help but look at the number 2 Sacred Lord, Star Destruction. The Star Extermination Sacred Lord walked towards Li Fuchen. Don't underestimate me. In the air, the Overlord Sky, Sacred Lord, smashed down with his hammer again. Star Destruction. The Star Destruction Sacred Lord didn't have any intention to have a fair fight with Li Fuchen. He cooperated with the Overlord Sky, Sacred Lord, and executed his strongest sword move. In the air, a cross-shaped starlight flashed and gave everyone an endless sense of danger. It was a dazzling sword light. It was still the glory sword art, but this time, the sword art was even more resplendent and glorious. PFFF. The Overlord Sky, Sacred Lord, and the Star Destruction Sacred Lord vomited blood and looked as though they had seen a ghost. Li Fuchen's strength was simply unbelievably powerful. When the two of them worked together, even a number 1 Sacred Lord of the 19th Legion wouldn't be a match. Li Fuchen actually neutralized it so easily. With such strength, was he still a Sacred Lord? Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen said, "If you want to fight, I will accompany you anytime. But I hope that the next challenger will be stronger. I haven't even warmed up yet." He didn't even use 10% of his strength. Such a fight wouldn't be interesting at all. In response, the 19th Legion was speechless. They knew that in the 19th Legion, apart from Heaven Monarchs, no one was a match for Li Fuchen. Even a number 1 Sacred Lord, Silks now, wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen. At the Sacred Lord level, Li Fuchen was nearly invincible. He was truly invincible, and not just invincible in a universe city. No wonder he is the primary extreme swordmaster. Behind Li Fuchen, the members of the Swordsman Guild had expressions of admiration and pride. The appearance of the 19th Legion had disgusted them. Now that Li Fuchen was able to suppress the 19th Legion's prowess, they were undoubtedly delighted. Even the Overlord Sky's Sacred Lord and the Star Destruction's Sacred Lord aren't a match for the primary Extreme Swordmaster. Interesting. Divine Leaf City, inside a snowy manor, there was an absolutely beautiful figure standing in the snow. She had long silver hair and was wearing a tight-fitting silver armor. She had a pair of slender and beautiful legs that were peerless. I'm going to host a gathering. Go and invite the primary Extreme Swordmaster. Remember, be polite. The absolutely beautiful figure's voice had a trace of magnetism. Yes, Lady Silks now. Not far away, a figure received the order and left. Primary Extreme Swordmaster, I hope you are stronger than I imagined. The absolutely beautiful figure turned around, and the first thing that reflected in her eyes was a towering and firm chest. When she shifted her eyes upwards, she saw a face with well-defined facial features and a pair of silver eyes. Anyone who saw this face would probably be stunned. Sacred Lord Silks now, the #1 Sacred Lord of the 19th Legion. No one knew her background, but they knew that even the Blood Axe Monarch would be very polite when facing Sacred Lord Silks now. Chapter 962. Sorry, not interested. Li Fuchen immediately rejected Sacred Lord Silksnow's invitation. He did not want to have anything to do with the 19th Division, and there was no need to. Swordmaster Primal Twin, please give me some face. Perhaps you don't know Lord Silksnow's status, but Lord Silksnow's father is one of the upper echelons of the Undying Legion. His status is even higher than Monarch Bloodaxe. It was a female guard of Sacred Master Silksnow who came to invite Li Fuchen. This female guard wasn't just a Sacred Master. She was also beautiful like a flower and had an outstanding aura. I said, I'm not interested. Please leave. Li Fuchen waved his hand. You. Sophia was rather angry. Had it not been for Lord Silksnow's instructions to be more courteous, she would have already flared up at Li Fuchen. Did he really think that he could ignore anyone just because he was a swordsman of the Swordsman Guild? It must be understood that even the commander of the 19th Legion, Emperor Bloodaxe, had to treat Lady Silksnow with great respect. Swordmaster Primal Twin, I hope that you will reconsider your decision. Lady Silksnow's invitation is something that others can only wish for. Taking a deep breath, Sophia said, I won't see you out. Li Fuchen ordered for the guest to leave. After standing on the spot for a while, Sophia finally stomped her feet and left. Lady Silksnow, this Swordmaster Primal Twin, refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Should we summon a few commanders to threaten him? The commander that Sophia mentioned was a heavenly lord. The 19th Legion had over 100 heaven monarchs, and the entire Divine Leaf City only had a few heaven monarchs. As for the Swordsman Guild, they only had 2 heaven monarchs. There's no point in doing this. Holy Lord Silksnow shook his head. Her objective was to get to know Li Fuchen. If she threatened him with a heaven monarch, how was she going to get to know him? After thinking for a moment, Holy Lord Silksnow continued, There's no rush. Let's put this matter aside for now. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. I've already comprehended all 10 sword bones and gained a lot of inspiration. Now I can try to push the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme class. To others, a top-notch supreme technique was even rarer than a supreme martial art. Among the heaven monarchs who cultivated the martial Tao in the universe, there were at least 999 of them who didn't grasp any top-notch pinnacle techniques. This was also the reason why sword bones were so precious. After all, there were too few sword Tao heaven monarchs who grasped top-notch pinnacle techniques. But to Li Fuchen, it was the complete opposite. It was relatively easy for the primary extreme sword technique to make a breakthrough, but it was harder for the glorious sword technique and primary extreme sword technique to make a breakthrough. This was mainly because the glorious sword style and primary sword style's foundations were just too perfect. One had linked up with 900 strands of origin energy, while the other had linked up with 1,080 strands. On this day, Li Fuchen started his seclusion. The interstellar teleportation array was one of the supreme array formations. Moreover, it was a relatively high-grade supreme array formation. After spending 2 years and countless resources, the 19th Legion finally built a star-field teleportation array. The maximum teleportation distance of this star zone teleportation formation was 100 million light-years away, which was equivalent to the distance of several star zones. Buzz. A few days after the completion of the interstellar teleportation array, someone had already teleported over. As the light dissipated, the figures of the four young men and women became clear. Not bad, not bad. My undead army has gained another space city. The young man who spoke had shoulder-length hair and a vertical eye between his eyebrows. This city should be the famous god Leaf City. The cold beauty, with a pale face, looked around with interest. Let's go and look for St. Lord Silks now. They came to the god Leaf City to look for St. Lord Silks now. Ice and Snow Manor. You are here. St. Lord Silks now looked at the four of them. St. Lord Silks now, you are really not in a hurry. There is less than 5 years left until the inheritance ceremony. We hope that you can become the 9th undying son. The cold beauty said. Apart from the undying monarch, the undying son was the most respected existence in the Undying Legion. Right now, the Undying Legion had a total of 8 undying sons. They were the Legion commander of the Elite Guard Legion, the Legion commander of the First Legion, and the Legion commander of the Second Legion. There were 3 conditions in order to become an undying son. The first was to become an undying son candidate. The second was to defeat other undying son candidates. The third was to completely pass the inheritance ceremony. Failure meant that one did not have the right to become an undying son. Becoming an undying son was like reaching the heavens in one step. One had to know that heavenly monarchs could not become an undying son candidate. Every undying son candidate was only a sacred lord, but once they became an undying son, their strength would immediately skyrocket to the level of a star realm heavenly monarch, and as they grasped the power of undying, their strength would become stronger and stronger. It wouldn't be hard for them to surpass veteran star realm heavenly monarchs. The problem in front of St. Lord Silks now was how to defeat the other undying son candidates. What's the point of being in a hurry? It's almost impossible for me to defeat the other undying son candidates with my current strength, St. Lord Silks now said. Indeed, the three-eyed youth nodded. Right now, Sacred Lord Violent Sky is the strongest. Everyone around him can take charge. Next is Demonic Lord Greed. His strength is almost on par with Sacred Lord Violent Sky. It's just that the people around him are a bit weaker. Fighting for inheritance didn't just depend on individual strength. It also depended on the strength of a team. They weren't weak, but it depended on who they were compared to. If they were compared to Sacred Lord Violent Sky or Demonic Lord Greed, they would definitely be a bit weaker. It would be great if there was a powerful expert among us. Sacred Lord Scarlet Lotus strength was originally below average, far inferior to even us. It was only because he recruited a powerful expert that he became a strong competitor for Sacred Lord Violent Sky and Demonic Lord Greed. The dark-skinned youth sighed emotionally. Powerful experts aren't that easy to recruit. Those sacred lords who are comparable to heavenly monarchs basically all come from top-tier powers. It's too difficult to recruit them. The 3-meter-tall youth with a golden horn on his head shook his head. St. Lord Silks now said, Actually, Godly Leaf City does have a powerful expert. What level? The 4 of them looked over. An ordinary powerful expert wouldn't be of much use. At the very least, they had to be comparable to Demonic Lord Greed. St. Lord Silks now said, I don't know his exact strength either. All I know is that even the 2nd and 3rd ranked Sacred Lords of the 19th Legion weren't able to take a single blow from him. He seems to have some strength, but that's not enough. We have to test his true strength first. The 4 of their eyes lit up. To be able to defeat the 2nd and 3rd ranked Sacred Lords of the 19th Legion in a single move, his strength was definitely capable. St. Lord Silks now, tell us about him. We will help you test him, the 3-eyed youth said. St. Lord Silks now nodded. This person is from the Swordsman Guild. All of you have to know your limits. From the Swordsman Guild? This group of swordsmen are naturally prideful, and it isn't easy to recruit them. We have to think of an excellent recruitment condition to attract him. We can promise him a piece of the undying gem. Undying gem? That is a priceless item. Only after becoming an undying son would one be able to obtain a few pieces of the undying gem. Without the help of a formidable expert, St. Lord Silksnow won't be able to become an undying son. After thinking of the recruitment conditions, the four of them headed to Li Fuchen's manor. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was in seclusion and the four of them didn't dare to barge in. They had no choice but to return and wait. 1 year passed by. 2 years passed by. The four of them and St. Lord Silksnow were rather anxious. The time for the undying son inheritance ceremony was getting closer, and they couldn't wait for a long time. Chapter 963. Is it still lacking? After a few years of seclusion, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was just a little bit away from the super first-rate extremity. But it was this trace that made Li Fuchen unable to move an inch. Li Fuchen felt that he was just missing an opportunity. Once the opportunity arrived, the breakthrough would be completed in an instant. Once Li Fuchen exited seclusion, the three-eyed youth and the others immediately came to look for him. Undying son's inheritance? Li Fuchen looked at the three-eyed youth. The three-eyed youth said, "As long as Holy Master Silksnow becomes an undying child, she will immediately possess the power of a celestial, sector-level heavenly monarch. At the same time, she will also have the right to establish her own legion. If you help her, she will help you in the future. In addition, she will give you an undying gem." What's an immortal gem? To be honest, the conditions were very attractive. If it were anyone else, they would have agreed long ago. After all, being able to befriend the future leader of the undead army was something that many people wish for. Emperor Bloodaxe and his 19th Legion were able to cause a storm of blood wherever they went. Not even Patriarch Crosscourt was willing to offend them. Normally, as long as the Sanguine Axe monarch did not provoke a demigod, it would not be a problem for him to roam the universe unhindered. The dark-skinned youth said, "The gem of immortality is one of the most mystical gems in the universe. It can bestow you with immortal life. As long as you're not killed, you can even live as long as a star sector-level heaven monarch. Furthermore, after fusing with the gem of immortality, not just anyone can kill you. If an ordinary heaven monarch fuses with the gem of immortality, he can be considered a city lord. Even heavenly monarchs would find it hard to kill him. At most, they could only seal him." How magical! Li Fuchen was a little tempted. This undying gem was obviously a cardinal treasure of the universe. It would be a pity if he missed it. But it wasn't his style to agree so hastily. Who knew if there would be danger in the undead army's territory? Holy Lord Silksnow can form an undying pact with you. With the undying pact in place, anyone who dares to violate the terms of the pact will immediately perish. Even a demigod will suffer an enormous backlash if he or she violates the terms of the pact. So, you can boldly head towards the undying army's headquarters without worry. Since it's like that, then allow me to meet Holy Lord Silksnow. Li Fuchen nodded. He was most worried that Holy Lord Silksnow would go back on her word, but since she had the undying contract, there was no need for him to worry. As for whether the others would deal with him, Li Fuchen wasn't worried. On the undying contract, he would definitely write that if he died, St. Lord Silksnow would also die. As such, for the sake of her own life, St. Lord Silksnow would never allow others to kill him. Furthermore, with St. Lord Silksnow's status, there wouldn't be many who would dare to disregard her life. Of course, he would also carefully observe what the undead contract was. With a powerful soul, he believed that if there were any loopholes or backdoors in the contract, he would definitely be able to see them. There's no hurry. First, let us see your strength. If you can't meet our requirements, then forget what we said just now. The three-eyed youth stared at Li Fuchen with sharp eyes. Li Fuchen laughed. Since that is the case, the four of you can attack together. Let me test you first. A scythe appeared in the hands of the dark-skinned youth. As he leaped up, countless scythe shadows enveloped Li Fuchen. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The scythe shadow was shattered, and there was an invisible barrier 3 feet away from Li Fuchen that blocked all the attacks. Open! The dark-skinned youth burst out with his finishing move. A giant and sinister scythe shadow distorted time and space before slashing at the barrier. Bang! The invisible barrier wasn't damaged at all, and it was still the scythe shadow that was shattered. Let me assist you. The golden-horned youth blasted out a fist and wanted to shatter the invisible barrier. In normal situations, with the golden-horned youth's strength, let alone a Saint Lord, even a weaker heaven monarch would find it hard to block this fist with just the energy barrier. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't someone that weaker heaven monarchs could compare with. He was stronger than ungraded heaven monarchs. The golden-horned youth's fist that could shatter anything wasn't even qualified to distort the invisible barrier. Shifting shadows. It was unknown when the cold and elegant woman's true body appeared behind Li Fuchen. She was wielding a black dagger, and the handle of the dagger was embedded with a black gem. It was a black gem, and with the enhancement of the black gem, the black dagger had a very powerful corrosion power and was very effective for assassination. Ding! What? The cold and elegant woman's expression changed. Her shadow dagger wasn't even able to break Li Fuchen's sword chi protection. How powerful was this layer of sword chi? Tyrant's soul spear. Right at this moment, the three-eyed youth made a move. His weapon was a dark golden spear that was extremely domineering. With a shake of the spear, time and space were stirred up, and it felt as though there was a giant beast hiding in the depths of time and space. Break! When the dark golden spear was thrust forward, time and space accelerated, allowing the three-eyed youth's attack speed to reach an unimaginable level. In the face of such speed, all defenses were like paper paste and were meaningless. Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear is one of the top 10 Sacred Lords in the Undying Legion. With him, Sacred Lord Silksnow is considered to be above average among the Undying Sons candidates. Without him, our strength will be reduced by at least half. The cold and elegant woman and the others were very confident in the three-eyed youth, Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear. The ranking of the Undying Legion's Sacred Lords wasn't something that the 19th Legion's Sacred Lords could compare with. Even the 19th Legion's number 1 Sacred Lord Silksnow, was only ranked in the top 20 of the Undying Legion's Sacred Lords and was much inferior to the Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear didn't have the aptitude of the Undying Sons, he would already be one of the popular candidates. Interesting. Li Fuchen smiled. Clang! The Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear's tyrannical and swift spear thrust ruthlessly at Li Fuchen's sword chi protection. But what shocked everyone was that this spear thrust still wasn't able to penetrate Li Fuchen's sword chi protection. The massive backlash had sent the Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear flying instead. How is this possible? The Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear was in disbelief. Even though Li Fuchen's strength was stronger and would be of greater help to them, he was still very shocked when Li Fuchen displayed strength that was far beyond his own. After the shock, the Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear revealed a delighted expression. Li Fuchen's strength was definitely top 10 among the Undying Legion's Sacred Lords. It was very likely that he would be top 5 or even top 3. With his participation, Sacred Lord Silksnow would definitely be qualified to compete with the Sky's Sacred Lord and the Greed Wolf Demon Lord. Let's go. We will bring you to see Sacred Lord Silksnow. The Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear gestured with his right hand. The Undying Contract is the supreme contract of my Undying Legion. The contract is decided by the Heaven Tao. Therefore, there won't be any unfair situations. Since the content is confirmed, sign your name. Sacred Lord Silksnow signed her name on the Undying Contract first. All right. Li Fuchen had already checked carefully, and there weren't any problems with the Undying Contract. Once Li Fuchen signed his name, the Undying Contract was split into two and fused into Li Fuchen and Sacred Lord Silksnow's bodies. There is no time to lose. Let's return to the Undying Star now. The Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear suggested. All right. Sacred Lord Silksnow nodded. There is still some time before the inheritance ceremony, but if they returned to the Undying Star earlier, they would be able to know the situation of the other candidates. The undying star was an extremely massive star. Regular stars weren't even considered as dust in front of it. Every 100,000 years, the undying star would tremble like a human's heart. And every time this happened, the undying power of the undying star would reach an extreme density, ultimately converging in the undying shrine, and the winner of the undying child would inherit this boundless, undying power. The undying star might not be trembling right now, but the undying power on the undying star was much more concentrated than usual. This is the undying star? This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing such a massive star. Chapter 964. Have you heard? Holy Lord Silks now has returned. So what if she's back? She can't compete with Sacred Lord Qingtian and Demon Master Greed. No one will know about this until the very last moment. Besides, Holy Lord Silksnow's aptitude as an undying child surpasses that of Holy Lord Sky Pillar and Fiend Lord Voracious Wolf. Sacred Lord Silksnow's return caused a lot of discussion on the undying star. Greed Wolf Demon Palace. I heard that Holy Lord Silksnow has returned. With my understanding of her, she won't come back unless she's confident. Sacred Lord Bloodflow, go and test her. Demon Master Greed was a terrifying being with the head of a wolf and the body of a human. He was clad in pitch-black armor. He turned his head and spoke to a young man clad in blood-red armor. Yes, the crimson-armored youth accepted the order and left. Silksnow Holy Palace. It snowed all year round, and it was cold and clean. Holy Lord Silksnow, Holy Lord Bloodblood, one of Fiend Lord Greed's subordinates, has arrived. The dark-skinned youth came to report. Sacred Lord Tyrannical Spear said, Sacred Lord Bloodflow is one of the 3 generals under the command of Fiend Lord Greed. Even though he's weaker than me, he's not much weaker. He probably came here to test our strength. The Primordial Extreme Sword Master is in seclusion, and it's not a good time to reveal his strength right now. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, you should come out. Sacred Lord Silksnow thought for a moment before speaking. All right, Sacred Lord Dominating Spear nodded his head and walked out of Silky Snow Sacred Palace. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, I'm not here to spar with you. Let the others fight with me. Sacred Lord Bloodflow knew that he wasn't Sacred Lord Dominating Spear's match, so he got straight to the point. Holy Lord Hegemon Spear said, What kind of place do you think Silksnow Holy Palace is? Holy Lord Bloodflow, hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, so what if you can defeat me? When the Saber Master of Annihilation arrives, you'll still have to kneel. Sacred Lord Bloodflow laughed coldly. Hearing that, Sacred Lord Tyrannical Spear's eyebrows furrowed. The Blade Master of Annihilation was the leader of the 3 generals under the command of Demonic Lord Greed, and his strength was ranked 7th amongst the Sacred Lords of the Undead Army. Sacred Lord Bloodflow, you should leave quickly, or else don't blame me for being impolite. After all, he represented the face of Silksnow Sacred Palace. He couldn't afford to appear weak. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, take my spear first. Sacred Lord Bloodflow was obviously unwilling to leave just like that. After so many years, he didn't believe that he was still weaker than Sacred Lord Tyrannical Spear. A light flashed in his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. This spear was silvery white in color, and there was blood flowing down the tip of the spear. Dripping with blood, Sacred Lord Bloodflow used his killing move right away, and countless bloody spear shadows shot towards Sacred Lord Dominating Spear. Tyrant Soul Spear. Seeing this, Sacred Lord Hegemonic Spear snickered coldly and stabbed forward with his dark golden spear. Puff! Sacred Lord Bloodflow groaned as he was sent flying after the spear images were pierced. Very good. Sacred Lord Bloodflow calmed his anger and left. Greed Wolf Demon Palace. There are only 2 possibilities for them to tell Sacred Lord Dominating Spear to send you away. 1, they're strong on the outside and don't have any powerful experts, but they don't want to be humiliated by you. 2, they've recruited a powerful expert but don't want to reveal it yet. Demonic Lord Greed's gaze seemed to be able to see through one's soul. Demonic Lord is wise. Sacred Lord Bloodflow nodded his head. Demonic Lord Greed then said, Saber Lord Annihilation, you and Sacred Lord Blood Flow go to Silksnow, Sacred Palace again. I want to see what hidden cards Sacred Lord Silksnow has. The Saber Lord Annihilation was a human bladesman who carried a long saber on his back. Just by standing there, he gave off a lot of pressure. The two sides faced each other on the field outside Silksnow, Sacred Palace. On one side was Sacred Lord Bloodflow and the Saber Lord Annihilation, while on the other side was Sacred Lord Dominating Spear and company. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear knew that he wouldn't be able to stop Sacred Lord Bloodflow and the Saber Lord Annihilation by himself, but the four of them had a lot of hope. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear, you won't be able to stop me. The Saber Lord Annihilation took a step forward, and a cold saber aura sliced through yin and yang. How will you know if you don't try? Sacred Lord Dominating Spear also took a step forward, and his dominating aura clashed against the saber aura. Crack! A crack appeared on the field, as if a piece of cloth had been torn down the middle. If you can take 3 of my attacks, I'll turn around and leave. The Saber Master of Annihilation drew out a long saber from his back. It was a silver-red long saber with an indescribable murderous aura and saber chi lingering around it. Ordinary people would lose their fighting spirit, and their combat strength would drop to the freezing point if they came into contact with this murderous aura and saber chi, not to mention fighting against the Saber Master of Annihilation. I wanted to see the Saber Lord Annihilation skills for a long time. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear wasn't scared at all, and his battle intent boiled. Star Destruction. The Saber Lord Annihilation slashed out, and the scene of stars being destroyed appeared in the air. Dominating Soul Spear. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear didn't retreat, and he thrust out his spear. With a bam, the entire field shattered, and countless stones the size of millstones floated into the air before being turned into dust by the terrifying force. Boom! Sacred Lord Dominating Spear spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear's saber move wasn't much stronger than his spear move, but Sacred Lord Dominating Spear's power was too powerful. It was just like a Heaven Monarch and Sacred Lord. If the two martial arts were at the same level, then a Heaven Monarch will be able to crush a Sacred Lord. It was because a Heaven Monarch's power was countless times stronger than a Sacred Lord. Sacred Lord Dominating Spear spread out his arms and burst out with power. He forcefully stopped his body from flying back and looked at the Saber Lord Annihilation with a grave expression. Very good, you have withstood my first saber move. Next is the second saber move, Star River Annihilation. The Saber Lord Annihilation didn't give Sacred Lord Dominating Spear a chance to adjust his chi presence and followed up with the second saber move. This saber move was similar to Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon, but it was 90% less mystical and 30% more tyrannical and vicious. When the saber move was executed, countless saber shadows drowned Sacred Lord Dominating Spear. After a long time, the saber shadows dissipated and Sacred Lord Dominating Spear was sent flying again. This time, he wasn't able to stop his body from flying back and crashed harshly on the ground. It was extremely miserable. It might have only been a short moment, but within the range of Sacred Lord Dominating Spear's saber move, time passed very slowly. It might seem like a short moment, but several days had actually passed. It is a pity that you weren't even able to force me to use my third move. The Saber Lord Annihilation shook his head and looked at the trio. You aren't a match for me. It is better for you to ask the experts that you recruited to come out. Saber Lord Annihilation, what is the meaning of this? Sacred Lord Silksnow flew out of the Silksnow Saint Palace. The Saber Lord Annihilation said, nothing much. I just want to witness the strength of the Silksnow Saint Palace. You have seen it now. My Silksnow Saint Palace is very weak. Sacred Lord Silksnow gritted his teeth and said, it seems like Sacred Lord Silksnow is determined to show weakness. The Saber Lord Annihilation had an intuition that the Silksnow Saint Palace should have an even stronger existence. He could see some clues from their eyes. The 3 of you can come at me together. Since that expert didn't appear, the Saber Lord Annihilation would fight until that expert appeared. He didn't believe that the expert could endure it. Of course, if the expert could endure it, it meant that it wasn't a big deal. Only those who lacked confidence would force themselves to endure. Go! The trio worked together to attack the Saber Lord Annihilation. However, the difference in strength was too great. In just a few moves, the trio had been injured. This was even when the Saber Lord Annihilation wasn't serious. Enough! Let me do it! Right at this moment, there was a clear voice that echoed. Primary Extreme, Sword Lord. Sacred Lord Silks now looked at Li Fuchen. To be honest, she didn't wish to expose Li Fuchen's existence right now. They are already at our doorstep. There is no need to endure anymore. Even if they know my strength, they still can't deal with me. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and had a calm expression. Swordsman? The Saber Lord Annihilation raised his brows. He was a member of the Undying Legion and also a member of the Saber Union. The Saber Union and the Swordsman Guild had always been rivals. If he didn't guess wrongly, Li Fuchen should be from the Swordsman Guild. A swordsman from the Swordsman Guild mustn't be underestimated. Make your move. Li Fuchen looked at the Saber Lord Annihilation. Interesting. The Saber Lord Annihilation's eyes suddenly turned sharp. A terrifying saber chi wave swept at Li Fuchen. At the same moment, the Saber Lord Annihilation executed his first move, Star Annihilation. When facing the Saber Lord Annihilation's tyrannical saber move, Li Fuchen thrust with his sword finger. PFFF. The Saber Lord Annihilation's saber move was like a deflated balloon and didn't pose any threat anymore. Neutralizing the Saber Lord Annihilation's saber move without using any weapon, Sacred Lord Bloodflow was shocked. Galaxy Extermination. Seeing that Li Fuchen neutralized his first move, the Saber Lord Annihilation was first shocked. Immediately after, a horrific battle intent and chi prowess burst into the sky. Countless saber shadows were instantly executed and drowned Li Fuchen. Very powerful, but it is a pity that the weakness is also very obvious. The Saber Lord Annihilation knew how terrifying the Galaxy Extermination was. This move formed its own time and space, and it was time and space that was flowing at high speed. The time difference inside and outside was more than 1,000 times. It also meant that if one saber move was used outside, it would be equivalent to 1,000 saber moves inside. Even if it was an existence that was stronger than the Saber Lord Annihilation, once they were drowned by the Galaxy Extermination, they wouldn't be able to escape. When the saber shadows vanished, a figure gradually became clear. This move isn't bad, but it is a little lacking in mysticism. Li Fuchen lifted his head and smiled at the Saber Lord Annihilation. The Saber Lord Annihilation's scalp turned numb. Li Fuchen actually received this move without any injuries. He even received the Galaxy Extermination. Sacred Lord Bloodflow held his breath. This saber intent isn't fully displayed. There should be an even more incredible saber move, right? Li Fuchen said. After taking a deep breath, the Saber Lord Annihilation's expression was unprecedentedly grave. The next move is the essence of my Saber Dao. If you cannot block it, you will be severely injured. He was titled as the Saber Lord Annihilation, and his saber art was extremely ruthless and could easily take a life. Of course, Li Fuchen was too powerful, and no matter how powerful the Saber Lord Bloodflow's saber move was, it was impossible to kill Li Fuchen. Oh, then I shall have a look. Li Fuchen still didn't have any intention to draw his sword. All life, extermination. The Saber Lord Annihilation wielded the silver-red long saber with both hands and raised it high before cleaving down abruptly. Rumble. The silver-red saber lights were like waves, and each wave was higher than the previous one. Under the waves, everything was destroyed. This was a saber move that could destroy all life. Am I defeated? Sacred Lord Bloodflow looked toward an empty space. There was a ray of light, a glorious ray of light. There was a figure in the light. It was obvious that the Saber Lord Annihilation's strongest saber move was still unable to deal with Li Fuchen. This person's strength was unimaginable. The power is sufficient, but the Saber Dao's mystical aspect is slightly lacking. The glorious sword light scattered, and Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back. My saber Dao is indeed flawed, but your sword Dao has yet to be displayed. The saber Lord Annihilation suspected that Li Fuchen had an incredible sword Dao defensive cardinal artifact. This move of mine is called Meteor Fall. Be careful. Li Fuchen thrust with his sword finger, and a meteor was shot at the saber Lord Annihilation. The meteor was too fast, and the saber Lord Annihilation couldn't react in time. PFFF. Chapter 965. He's too strong. Saber Master Annihilation isn't on the same level as him at all. Sacred Lord Bloodflow was stunned. In the beginning, when Demon Master Greed had sent him over to test the waters, he hadn't thought much of it. The way he saw it, even if Silksnow Holy Palace had experts, they would at most be on the same level as Blade Master Annihilation. So what if they were stronger than him? It had to be known that Demon Master Greed himself was a great expert and ranked second among the Holy Lords of the Undead Legion, second only to Holy Lord High Sky, who ranked first. After witnessing Li Fuchen's strength, the blood-sacred ruler had a sense of danger. Li Fuchen's strength was far superior to the Saber Master Extermination. He was probably close to, or at the level of the Greed Wolf Demon Lord and the High Sky Sacred Ruler. What a great move, Meteor Fall. I've lost. The Saber Master was convinced of his defeat. Turning his head, Sword Master Annihilation looked at Holy Lord Silksnow. He said, with his assistance, you will indeed be able to fight against the Fiend Lord and Holy Lord Skyrimer. However, don't get your hopes up. The Fiend Lord is far more powerful than you can imagine. After saying this, the Saber Master Annihilation and Sacred Lord Bloodflow turned around and left. Letting out a light breath, Sacred Lord Silksnow said to Li Fuchen, the Greed Wolf Demon Lord and the Violent Sky Sacred Lord's strength is indeed unfathomable. No one knows their true strength. Li Fuchen said, don't worry, I won't agree to cooperate with you without 30%. When he fought with the Annihilation Saber Master just now, he didn't even use 100% of his strength. Now, only 3rd or 4th class Heaven Lords could be his opponent. Even you were defeated? Devil Master Greed was a bit surprised to learn that Blade Master Annihilation had been defeated by an expert from Silksnow Sacred Palace. The Saber Master sighed. He didn't even draw his sword and defeated me in one move. Hearing this, Demon Master Greed's pupils shrank. He thought that his strength was only at this level, and even if he was strong, he could not be that strong. In other words, the existence that defeated Saber Master Annihilation was at the same level as him. Of course, Silksnow Holy Palace had far too few top-tier experts. A single person wouldn't be able to support the overall situation, so there was nothing to worry about. Since we now know the ins and outs of Silksnow Sacred Palace, there's no need to probe further. Our opponent is still Sacred Lord High Sky in the end. Demon Lord Greed's eyes were filled with wariness and battle intent when he mentioned the Sacred Lord Violent Sky. The other's strength was boundless. Even if he invited a peak expert in secret, he did not have absolute confidence in winning. Buzz. Almost everyone felt the immortal star tremble. This is? Feeling the surging, undying power between heaven and earth, everyone understood that the Undying Sun's inheritance ceremony was about to begin. At this moment, the Undying Shrine was glowing brightly. Boundless, undying energy gushed into the Undying Shrine, transforming it continuously. On the plaza in front of the Undying Divine Palace, a gate formed from the power of Undying was born, and one could faintly see another world. This was the portal to the Undying Secret Realm. In order to compete for the inheritance of the Undying Sun, one would need to enter the Undying Secret Realm and seize the only token of the Undying Sun. Only by obtaining this token would one be qualified to enter the Undying Shrine and accept the inheritance of the Undying Sun. One figure after another descended on the square of the Undying Shrine. These figures were divided into 13 camps, and the leader of each camp was an Undying Sun candidate. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that their side had the least number of people. The other Undying Sun candidates had at least 6 or 7 individuals, and some had over 20 individuals. Of course, in terms of quality, even without Li Fuchen, Sacred Lord Silksnow would be ranked above average. Some of the groups were truly too weak, and it wasn't wrong to say that they were just there to make up the numbers. But then again, in order to snatch the token of the Undying Child, apart from strength, there was also some luck involved. If you could be the first to discover the token of the Undying Child and rush out of the Undying Secret Domain before others could chase after you, strength no longer mattered. The precondition was if one could rush out of the Undying Secret Realm. Without the introduction from the Dominating Spear Sacred Lord and the others, Li Fuchen already knew who the Violent Sky Sacred Lord and the Greed Wolf Demon Lord were. The Violent Sky Sacred Lord was actually a Titan race's Sacred Lord. His chi presence was powerful and was dozens of times stronger than the Annihilation Saber Master. The Greed Wolf Demon Lord was slightly weaker, but his chi presence was also dozens of times stronger. Apart from that, there were 2 other individuals in the Violent Sky Sacred Lords group that were stronger than the Annihilation Saber Master. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, these 2 individuals should be in the top 10 of the Undying Legion. It was the Greed Wolf Demon Lords group that was out of Li Fuchen's expectations. Apart from the Greed Wolf Demon Lord and the Annihilation Saber Master, there was also an inconspicuous saber user in the Greed Wolf Demon Lords group. This saber user's chi presence was obviously stronger than the Greed Wolf Demon Lord and was comparable with the Violent Sky Sacred Lord. If the Violent Sky Sacred Lords group didn't have more experts, in terms of elite experts, the Violent Sky Sacred Lord would already be inferior to the Greed Wolf Demon Lord. Without me, Sacred Lord Silksnow will have to rely on luck to contest for the Undying Sun's inheritance. Li Fuchen said to himself. Without any sound or presence, a figure appeared in midair above the Undying Shrine. When this figure appeared, everyone held their breaths. This figure's power was boundless, and his chi presence was eternal and undying. Starfield-class Heavenly Monarch. Only a Starfield-class Heavenly Monarch would have such prowess. Sacred Lord Silksnow transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. This is the impermanent Emperor who is guarding the Undying Star. But it should just be his clone. In the Undying Legion, apart from the Legion commanders, there were plenty of Starfield-class Heavenly Monarchs, and the impermanent Emperor was one of them. Li Fuchen nodded, as this was indeed a clone. Of course, the clone of a Starfield-class Heavenly Monarch was also very terrifying. It was at least equivalent to a City Lord-class Heavenly Monarch. The inheritance ceremony has begun. Whoever can walk out of the Undying Hidden Domain with the Undying Sun token will be qualified to receive the Undying Sun's inheritance. Now, enter the Undying Hidden Domain. The impermanent Emperor said without any expression. Yes, everyone rushed into the Undying Hidden Domain. The Undying Hidden Domain was filled with white mist, and it was obvious that it wasn't a simple mist. It was a kind of law materialization. Everyone's spiritual awareness was obstructed by the white mist, and the range of detection was very limited. Everyone could vaguely see the silhouette of a figure appearing in the white mist. There was a sharp roar as a transparent figure rushed out of the mist and lunged at the closest Sacred Lord. Get lost! The Sacred Lord executed a palm strike and wanted to kill the transparent figure. But the transparent figure ignored his palm force and instantly lunged at the Sacred Lord. There was a miserable scream as the Sacred Lord had a distorted expression. He burst out with his power and finally chased the transparent figure out. Is the Undying Spectre? Sacred Lord Silksnow said in a deep voice. Everyone knew that the Undying Hidden Domain had the Undying Hidden Domain, but only a few people had seen them. The white mist surged, and more Undying Spectres rushed out. Kill! The dark-skinned youth was in close combat with an Undying Spectre. Unlike the previous Sacred Lord, the dark-skinned youth was obviously able to make contact with the Undying Spectre's physical body. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. It wasn't impossible to make contact with these Undying Spectres, but the prerequisite was that the cultivation level was high enough. But with so many people here, there were bound to be some who had lower cultivation levels and were very passive when facing the undying specter. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, there was a burst of sword chi that instantly annihilated the undying specter. To others, the undying specter was a little troublesome to deal with, but to Li Fuchen, it was just a wave of the hand. 1 week had passed by in the blink of an eye. In the undying hidden domain, no one had discovered the undying sun token yet. Due to the problem of efficiency, Li Fuchen and the others split up after entering the undying hidden domain and relied on the communication token to exchange information. There was a sharp roar that was like a tsunami. Thousands of undying specters rushed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease as he passed through the undying specters. PFFF. Thousands of undying specters were instantly turned into ashes. Undying token. I found the undying token. In the depths of the undying hidden domain, a sacred lord was holding onto a golden token and was ecstatic. Contesting for the undying sun's inheritance wasn't just beneficial to the undying sun candidates. It was also beneficial to the followers of the undying sun candidates. Just think about it. If their master became an undying sun and had the strength of a Starfield-class heaven monarch, he could even build his own legion. Wouldn't the followers have a meteoric rise? There were plenty of Starfield-class heaven monarchs in the Undying Legion, but in any Starfield-class heaven monarchs were existences that could cover the sky. Hurry up and contact the Bright Connection Sacred Lord. The Sacred Lord took out the communication token from his spatial ring. He didn't know that the moment he obtained the Undying token, he had already become everyone's target. The Undying token has been discovered. As an Undying Sun candidate, Sacred Lord Silks now immediately sensed the existence of the Undying token. Hurry up and rendezvous with me. The Undying token has appeared. Sacred Lord Silks now transmitted a message to Li Fuchen and the others. Swish! With a burst of speed, Li Fuchen and the others rushed towards Sacred Lord Silksnow's location. Ha! The Undying token is mine now. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord laughed heartily while holding onto the Undying token. He, the Bright Connection Sacred Lord, wasn't considered weak and was ranked top 20 in the Undying Legion. But if he relied on strength, he wouldn't be a match for the High Sky Sacred Lord and the others. It was a pity that luck was sometimes more important than strength. Let's leave the Undying Hidden Domain first. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord and a group of followers flew towards the exit of the Undying Hidden Domain. Bright Connection Sacred Lord, the Undying token isn't something you can lay a finger on. Hurry up and hand it over. At the back, a figure quickly caught up. All of you go and stop him. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord's expression changed. Boom, 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 boom. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord's followers were a little weaker and were all eliminated in a short period of time. Bright Connection Sacred Lord, don't force me. The intruder was extremely fast. He was still far behind earlier, but he had already caught up. Sacred Lord Extreme Light, if I can't obtain the Undying token, you can forget about it too. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord swung his hand, and the Undying token turned into a golden light that rapidly vanished into the depths of the white mist. You, the Sacred Lord Extreme Light, glared at the Bright Connection Sacred Lord and rushed towards the direction where the Undying token vanished. Damn it. Looking at the departing figure of the Sacred Lord Extreme Light, the Bright Connection Sacred Lord gritted his teeth. It was useless even if he didn't give up on the Undying token. The Sacred Lord Extreme Light was ranked 4th among the Undying Legion's Sacred Lords and was extremely proficient in speed. The Bright Connection Sacred Lord couldn't defeat the Sacred Lord and couldn't escape either. Rather than being severely injured and losing the opportunity, he might as well give up on the Undying token. The appearance of the Undying token triggered a series of battles. The Undying token first fell into the hands of the Bright Connection Sacred Lord, and then into the hands of the Sacred Lord Extreme Light. After that, a few other Undying Suns candidates appeared, but none of them were Sacred Lord Extreme Light's match. However, Sacred Lord Extreme Light was also running like crazy. He knew that he wouldn't have any chance at all once Sacred Lord Violent Sky and Demonic Lord Greed caught up. However, the undying secret realm was filled with white mist. Sacred Lord Extreme Light couldn't find the exit at all and was finally stopped by Sacred Lord Violent Sky. From far away, Sacred Lord Violent Sky thrust out his palm and severely injured Sacred Lord Extreme Light. Then he sucked the undying token toward him. Right at this moment, Demonic Lord Greed also arrived and stared at the undying token in Sacred Lord Violent Sky's hand. Demonic Lord Greed, you're not my match. Stop dreaming. That might not be true. Demonic Lord Greed didn't attack immediately. He was waiting for his followers to arrive. Oh well, if I, Sacred Lord Violent Sky, become an undying sun just like that, a lot of people won't accept it. Today, I'll beat everyone into submission. Sacred Lord Violent Sky had an arrogant expression. Not long after, Demon Lord Greed's followers arrived. However, Sacred Lord Violent Sky's followers were not slow either. One by one, they arrived. Chapter 966. Kill. Demon Lord Greed's eyes were filled with battle intent as he charged towards Sacred Lord Sky. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending both Sacred Lord Qingtian and Demon Master Greed flying backward. However, Sacred Leader Violent Sky only flew back a few hundred meters, while Demon Master Greed flew back dozens of kilometers. Again, a pitch-black spear appeared in Greed Demon Lord's hand. This pitch-black spear was a middle-grade supreme weapon, the Greedy Wolf Spear. Roar! A terrible wolf howl rang out. As Demon Lord Greed thrust his spear forward, an unparalleled wolf pounced at Sacred Lord Violent Sky. Sacred Lord Violent Sky smirked. He extended his right hand and easily blocked the attack of the unparalleled fierce wolf. Scram! His right hand exerted force, and the unparalleled fierce wolf exploded. The violent energy directly sent Demon Master Greed flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Demon Lord Greed was still slightly weaker than Sacred Lord Violent Sky. It was obvious that Sacred Lord Violent Sky had no intention of letting Greedy Wolf Demon Lord go just like that. He clenched his right fist and punched at Greedy Wolf Demon Lord. This punch looked ordinary, but it contained the power of heaven and earth. Anyone who faced this punch would feel as if they were facing the entire universe. Before the fist arrived, Demon Master Greed was already unable to breathe. His entire body was under heavy pressure. Qingtian's Sacred Leader, I, the Sky Saber Sacred Leader, will fight you. Right at this moment, a dazzling saber light swept over. Rumble! The void exploded, and a terrifying black hole was born. Caught off guard, Sacred Lord Violent Sky was sent flying. Sky Saber, Sacred Lord. The spectators were shocked. If the Violent Sky Sacred Lord was known in the Undying Army, then the Sky Saber Sacred Lord was known in the Saber Alliance as well. As the second-ranked Sacred Lord in the Blade Alliance, the Sky Blade Sacred Lord's reputation was only higher than the Sky Sacred Lord's. After all, the Blade Alliance was much stronger than the Undead Army in terms of overall strength. Demon Master Greed actually managed to invite the Heaven Saber Lord. No wonder he's so confident. Sacred Lord Violent Sky is done for. None of his followers can stop Demon Lord Greed. It will depend on whether the Qingtian Sacred Master or the Heavenly Saber Sacred Master can suppress the other. Everyone discussed animatedly. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two of them could be said to be earth-shattering. Wherever the energy spread, even the white mist was dispersed, not to mention the undead specter. Go! Demon Lord Greed led his subordinates to fight against the experts under Sacred Lord Violent Sky's command. As long as Sacred Leader Qingtian's followers were taken care of, no matter how powerful Sacred Leader Qingtian was, he could only surrender. More and more people gathered around, and there was no lack of experts among them. However, none of them were foolish enough to rush forward to snatch the immortal token. They were all waiting for both sides to suffer heavy losses. He actually managed to invite the Heaven Saber Lord. A short moment later, Li Fuchen, Sacred Lord Silksnow, and the others had also arrived. Sacred Lord Silksnow's eyebrows furrowed after learning that the person fighting against the Sacred Lord Violent Sky was the Heavenly Saber Sacred Lord, who was ranked second on the Sacred Lord leaderboard. Sacred Dragon Lord Sacred Chun King God, the Lord, Sacred Clanly Lord, who had Sacred Dragon Saints. The Saint Lord Heaven Dragon was the number one. She didn't know how strong Li Fuchen was, but if he was stronger, he should be around the same level as the Sacred Lord and the Sky Saber Sacred Lord. He might even be slightly weaker. Let's wait for both sides to suffer injuries before we make a move, the cold and elegant lady suggested. Dominating Spear, Sacred Lord nodded. It was indeed unwise to fight for the Undying Token now. Defeat. Wolf Lord Greed was completely suppressing his opponent. Apart from the Sky Sacred Lord and the Sky Saber Sacred Lord, no one else was a match for him. Even if his opponent was ranked number 6 on the Undying Legion Sacred Lord rankings. After a few hundred moves, Wolf Lord Greed had severely injured his opponent. Sky Sacred Lord, you won't have any chance. Hurry up and hand over the Undying Token. Wolf Lord Greed laughed heartily. After taking a glance at his followers and seeing that they were all injured and had weak chi presences, the Sky Sacred Lord's face turned dark. If the Sky Saber Sacred Lord wasn't around, he wouldn't be afraid of Wolf Lord Greed even if he was alone. However, with the Sky Saber Sacred Lord here, his followers were much more important. Wolf Lord Greed, I admit that I've underestimated you, but it's impossible for you to take the Undying Token from me. The Sky Sacred Lord turned around and took a blow from the Sky Saber Sacred Lord. He then punched toward Wolf Lord Greed and his followers. Phew! Apart from Wolf Lord Greed, everyone else, including the Blade Master of Annihilation, spat out blood and flew back. The Sky Sacred Lord was too strong. Even with the Sky Saber Sacred Lord, they couldn't block a single punch. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for bullying you with numbers. Wolf Lord Greed charged toward the Sky Sacred Lord. Seeing this, the Sky Saber Sacred Lord wasn't unhappy. If it was to decide the winner, he wouldn't allow anyone to help him. However, it was to help Wolf Lord Greed fight for the Undying Sun's inheritance. Most importantly, the Sky Saber Sacred Lord knew that he really couldn't do anything to the Sky Sacred Lord alone. Not only was the other party strong, but his defense was also extremely strong. He only suffered a superficial wound after taking a blow from the Sky Saber Sacred Lord. When the duo worked together, the Sky Sacred Lord was barely able to resist and didn't even have the strength to counterattack. Of course, if the duo wanted to defeat the Sky Sacred Lord, it wouldn't be a day or two. His defense was too tough. Let alone 1 or 2 days, the duo wouldn't be able to kill him even if they had 1 or 2 months. It was fortunate that it wasn't so troublesome to snatch the Undying Tokens. The Undying Tokens were rather special and couldn't be stored in the spatial ring. They could only be carried around. As such, it was much easier to snatch them. Time is life. There isn't a need to wait any longer. Li Fuchen took a step forward. The Sky Sacred Lord and the others might be very powerful and were stronger than any other Sacred Lords, but to Li Fuchen, it wasn't enough. Primary Extreme Sword Master, don't be rash. Saint Lord Silksnow and the others were shocked. Li Fuchen was actually planning to make a move now. Wasn't he poking a hornet's nest? The battlefield might be in full swing, but once Li Fuchen entered, he would definitely be attacked by everyone. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was too fast. Just as Saint Lord Silksnow and the others finished speaking, Li Fuchen was already in the vicinity of the Sky, Sacred Lord, and the others. Who is that? He's simply courting death. He seems to be a follower of Saint Lord Silksnow. Li Fuchen's appearance had caused an uproar. After the uproar, there was schadenfreude. Everyone wanted to see what painful consequences Li Fuchen was going to suffer. He is too arrogant. The cold and elegant woman shook her head. She admitted that Li Fuchen was very strong, but it depended on who his opponent was. Be it the Sky Sacred Lord or the Sky Saber Sacred Lord, they were both top-ranked Sacred Lords in the entire universe. How could Li Fuchen underestimate them? Get lost. A fist print, a spear shadow, and a saber light were all launched at Li Fuchen. It was a casual attack from the sky, Sacred Lord, and the others. However, if Li Fuchen was the extermination saber master, he would only be smashed into smithereens when facing the joint attack from the three absolute experts. He is dead, someone sneered. Boom! The chi force drowned Li Fuchen's figure. But to everyone's shock, be it the fist print, the spear shadow, or the saber light, they were all blocked by a layer of resplendent sword light. They couldn't injure Li Fuchen at all. Impossible? Everyone exclaimed. What? The cold and elegant woman was also shocked, and her mouth was agape. After taking a deep breath, the Silksnow, Sacred Lord's eyes were filled with fervor. She realized that she had still underestimated Li Fuchen. The Sky Saber Sacred Lord was rather astonished when his casual saber light wasn't able to deal with Li Fuchen. He then swept over with another saber light. This saber light was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse and was as resplendent as the galaxy. In the face of this saber light, the so-called fate had already been nailed down and there was no other way out. The saber art isn't bad. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up slightly as he drew his witchcraft sword and executed the towering radiance. The resplendent sword light had illuminated the past and present. It had illuminated the river of fate. When the sword was brandished, there was a bright great Tao everywhere, and there was a way out everywhere. The Sky Saber, Sacred Lord's saber move was instantly broken. Seeing the situation, the Sky Saber, Sacred Lord's expression turned unprecedentedly serious. Even when facing the Sky Sacred Lord, the Sky Sacred Lord didn't have such a serious expression. In the Sky Saber Sacred Lord's opinion, the Sky Sacred Lord only had robust strength, but his cultivation level was slightly lower than his. Li Fuchen's cultivation level was obviously higher than the Sky Sacred Lord's. Greedy Wolf Hegemony. The Greedy Wolf Demon Lord thrust his spear and pounced at Li Fuchen like an unparalleled ferocious wolf. PFFF. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, countless sword lights burst out from the unparalleled ferocious wolf's body. Damn it! The Greedy Wolf Demon Lord had an extremely unpleasant expression. No matter how he calculated, he didn't expect the Silksnow, Sacred Lord's follower, to have such formidable strength. Immediately after, the Sky Sacred Lord had also executed a fist at Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen didn't resist forcefully. His figure vanished like a stream of light, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Sky Sacred Lord. The Sky Sacred Lord was shocked. A layer of forceful and tyrannical radiance rippled out from the surface of his body. This was the Titan race's innate ability. Light of Titan, it could resist all attacks, including spiritual awareness attacks. Crackle. However, Li Fuchen's strength wasn't something the Sky Sacred Lord could imagine. The Light of Titan didn't even last for a single breath and was torn apart by Li Fuchen. Immediately after, the Sky Sacred Lord's undying token that was originally hanging on his waist landed in Li Fuchen's hand. You are courting death. The Sky Sacred Lord was enraged and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen's head. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or dodge. His body was like the sun and was emitting boundless sword lights. The Sky Sacred Lord was blasted a few hundred miles away and was riddled with injuries. Everyone was flabbergasted, including Saint Lord Silksnow and the others. Saint Lord Silksnow, catch it. Li Fuchen casually tossed the undying token to Saint Lord Silksnow. It was as if Sacred Lord Silksnow had just caught a hot potato. Her hands were in a flurry, and her mind was in a mess. Chapter 9, 67. Don't even think about it. The Sky Saber Sacred Lord, Greed Wolf Devil Lord, and Violent Sky Sacred Lord worked together to attack Li Fuchen. Saber, Tao Reincarnation, Greed Extermination, Fist of Titan. They weren't a match for Li Fuchen in a one-on-one fight, but if the three of them worked together, they were confident they could defeat any Sacred Lord. The dazzling saber light covered the heaven and earth and reversed yin and yang. As the saber light circulated, time and space seemed to be reversing. The horrific power was constantly accumulating. Along with the saber light was a world extermination fierce wolf. This fierce wolf had a ferocious chi presence, and every time it ran, it would cause the void under its feet to collapse. Above the duo was a giant fist print. The fist print was squarish and unimaginably heavy. The spectators were already numb from the trio's attacks and found it hard to move. They couldn't imagine how much pressure Li Fuchen felt when facing the trio. The moves aren't bad. This bit of pressure wasn't even considered a breeze to Li Fuchen and wasn't able to shake his mind. However, Li Fuchen didn't intend to reveal too much of his strength either. He brandished his sword and executed an even more powerful sword move. No one knew how much strength he used in this move. The majestic sword sea engulfed the trio's killer moves, and at the same time, the trio was also engulfed. Let's go. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the violent sky, sacred lord, and the others anymore. He might only use a little bit of strength for this sword move, but the sword Dao was truly mystical. Without any external help, the trio would need a very long time to break free. All right, St. Lord Silksnow was dizzy as she followed behind Li Fuchen. As for the spectators, none of them dared to stop them. What a joke! Even a violent sky, sacred lord, and the others couldn't block a single sword move from Li Fuchen. If they went, they would only be asking to be humiliated. There wasn't a trace of hope. In the outside world, in the sky above the Undying Shrines Plaza, the monarch impermanence's eyes flashed with a strange expression. He had lived for tens of millions of years and had never seen a sacred lord as powerful as Li Fuchen. Perhaps only those that stood at the pinnacle of the universe would have such strength when they were young. With the Undying token, St. Lord Silksnow became the inheritor of the Undying Sun. Even until now, she still couldn't believe it. Whether you can become an Undying Sun will depend on your fortune. Don't be too happy yet, Emperor Impermanence said to Holy Lord Silksnow. I know, but I'll try my best. Holy Lord Silksnow nodded. Go in. Emperor Inika waved his hand, and the doors of the Temple of Death swung open. Taking a deep breath, Holy Lord Silksnow slowly walked into the Undying God Temple. When Sacred Lord Silksnow entered the Undying Shrine, everyone's eyes were on Li Fuchen. The competition for the position of Undying Sun this time was simply too dramatic. No one had expected that Holy Lord Silksnow would become the final winner. Sacred Lord Violent Sky and Demon Lord Greed had ugly expressions in the crowd. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, the inheritor of the Sun of Undying would only be one of them, and Sacred Lord Silksnow wouldn't be involved. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 100,000 years. To them, 100,000 years was too long. They could have become heaven monarchs in such a long time, unless they suppressed themselves and didn't become heaven monarchs in 100,000 years. Are you willing to join the undead army? Li Fuchen's potential was too astounding, and Emperor Impermanence had the intention to recruit Li Fuchen. There was competition within the undead army too. The top-ranked commanders weren't on good terms with each other. The Close Guard commander had an extraordinary status. Li Fuchen wasn't considered much now, but he would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. If Emperor Impermanence could recruit Li Fuchen, it would allow Emperor Impermanence's status to increase significantly. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to join the undead army and rejected. Emperor Impermanence, please forgive me. Fuchen is already a member of the Swordsman Guild and will not join another faction. Emperor Impermanence didn't say anything else. At his level, he was a man of few words. He was only willing to recruit Li Fuchen because he saw that Li Fuchen had great potential. If Li Fuchen agreed, everyone would be happy, but it didn't matter if he didn't. After all, potential was potential and strength was strength. In order to turn potential into strength, it would require an extremely long time. This was already under the condition that everything was going smoothly. If there were any setbacks, or if Li Fuchen perished, it would be useless no matter how great his potential was. Inside the Undying Shrine, there was astounding undying power. Li Fuchen had a feeling that once the undying power burst out from the Undying Shrine, even he would be turned into ashes. As time elapsed, Everyone felt that the temperature of heaven and earth seemed to have dropped a little. As the temperature continued to drop, everyone knew that it wasn't a misconception. Crackle, crackle, frost started to form on the ground, while snowflakes descended from the sky. There was a biting cold chi that was spreading out recklessly. Is the inheritance successful? Emperor Impermanence looked at the undying shrine while his eyes flashed with radiance. It wasn't an easy task to become an undying sun. Otherwise, the undead army wouldn't only have 8 undying suns, there would be 80. Crackle. The temperature of heaven and earth had dropped to an extreme. The void was like a mirror that was cracking from the freezing. The flow of time was getting slower. Everyone kept retreating to avoid being frozen into ice sculptures and dying an unnatural death. This snowflake, Li Fuchin's eyes landed on a snowflake that was descending. This snowflake didn't just contain the ice and snow Tao. It also contained the undying Tao and the chaos Tao. It might look like a snowflake, but its profundity was far beyond the sacred Lord level. The snowflake was getting heavier and the temperature was getting lower. If Emperor Impermanence didn't release a chi force to protect everyone, no one would dare to stay here. Look, the undying shrine is frozen. One of them pointed at the undying shrine and exclaimed. Everyone could see that the surface of the undying shrine was rapidly covered with a layer of ice. The ice layer was getting thicker and finally turned into a glacier. The undying shrine was at the bottom of the glacier and looked like a pebble. Time freeze. Li Fuchin took a deep breath and was shocked. Among everyone here, only Li Fuchin and Emperor Impermanence knew that this glacier wasn't a regular glacier. The space inside the glacier was obviously frozen. In other words, there was no concept of space and time inside the glacier. Creak. They were clearly at the bottom of the glacier, but the sound of the undying shrine's door opening could still be heard by everyone. Immediately after, Saint Lord Silksnow ignored the glacier and walked out. When she walked out of the glacier rapidly melted as though it never existed. From today onwards, you are Monarch Silksnow. Emperor Impermanence's eyes flashed with a complicated expression as he spoke. Emperor Impermanence is too courteous. Monarch Silksnow had a huge change. In the past, her body emitted an icy cold chi presence. Right now, apart from the icy cold chi presence, there was also an eternal chi presence. She was clearly the same person, but she gave off an unreachable feeling. It was like a normal person facing the sun and moon, the ocean, or the starry sky. Greetings to Monarch Silksnow. Even the High Sky Sacred Lord and the Greed Wolf Demon Lord had lowered their noble heads. After becoming an undying sun, Monarch Silksnow wasn't someone they could offend. Even a regular Legion commander wouldn't dare to offend an undying sun. Monarch Silksnow nodded at Sacred Lord Tyrant Spear and the others before looking at Li Fuchin and saying, "Many thanks to you this time." She was deeply moved. Li Fuchin was definitely the greatest benefactor in her life. Without him, she wouldn't have become an undying sun. Li Fuchin smiled and said, "It is just a fair transaction." Here, Monarch Silksnow took out a gem and tossed it to Li Fuchin. "Many thanks." Li Fuchin sensed it for a moment before tossing it into his spatial ring. In the blink of the eye, half a year had passed since Sacred Lord Silksnow became an undying sun. Chapter 968. When the primary extreme sword technique was at the 10th rank, it was also at the first-rate extremity. It had involved a total of 68 human body mysteries. Li Fuchin estimated that the 11th rank would involve at least 85 human body mysteries. At the current stage, Li Fuchin had found a total of 99 human body mysteries. While circulating the primary extreme sword technique, Li Fuchin attempted to incorporate more human body mysteries into the cultivation technique. 69, 70, 71. With each incorporation of a human body mystery, Li Fuchin felt that he was getting closer to the Sword Dao source. 80, 81, 82. Li Fuchin felt as though he was in a sea of Sword Dao and there were sword shadows everywhere. 84, 85, 86, 87. when the primary extreme sword technique incorporated a total of 87 human body mysteries, it finally stopped circulating. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the 11th rank of the primary extreme sword technique had formed a new sword diagram. This sword diagram was 100 times more complicated and mystical than the 10th rank. In the center of the sword diagram, there was a subtle sword hole. Endless sword Dao source power was seeping out from the sword hole and nourishing Li Fuchen's body. I have finally reached the super first-rate extremity. Li Fuchen opened his eyes, and there were two sword lights that pierced through time and space and illuminated the past and present. When the cultivation technique reached the super first-rate extremity, one would be considered as a heavenly monarch. A heavenly monarch's power was boundless, and when the cultivation technique reached the super first-rate extremity, the power would be considered boundless too. However, there was a difference between the two. The former condensed a small-scale source, while the latter was connected to the true source. In terms of burst, the latter was inferior to the former. In terms of endurance, the latter was superior to the former. Of course, this was referring to those heavenly monarchs whose cultivation technique hadn't reached the super first-rate extremity. I wonder what level my strength has reached now. With the nourishment of the sword Dao source power, Li Fuchen's flesh and bones were transforming. It was reckoned that his bones would transform into sword bones soon, and his body would transform into a sword body. Li Fuchen enjoyed the feeling of constantly getting stronger. At the same time, he was very curious about what level his strength had reached. Grade 2 Heaven Monarch, Grade 1 Heaven Monarch. Primordial Extreme Sword Master, your cultivation technique has broken through. In the Swordsman Guild, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch was extremely astonished to see Li Fuchen. He wasn't able to see how high Li Fuchen's sword art rank was, but he could see how high Li Fuchen's cultivation technique rank was. It was mainly because Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique had just broken through, and the chi presence was leaking. It's a breakthrough. Li Fuchen nodded and admitted. Inconceivable. This is simply inconceivable. In the universe, there are countless lives that cultivate the martial path, but for a holy lord to be able to break through to the super first-rate pinnacle level in their cultivation method is less than 1 in 10,000. Heaven Monarch White Rainbow sighed. He might be a Heaven Monarch, but his cultivation technique had yet to break through to the super first-rate extreme realm. It was the same for President Sword Wind Heaven Monarch. After a pause, Heavenly Lord White Rainbow said, "Now, be in terms of strength or innate quality, you could be considered a heavenly lord. If it was anyone else, even if their cultivation technique broke through to the super first-rate extremity, they would only be an ungraded heaven monarch and would barely be able to reach the heaven monarch realm." But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's sword art was mystical and unpredictable. His true strength was at least grade 5 and might even be a grade 3 or 4. In any case, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch admitted that she couldn't see through Li Fuchen. Voodoo Ancestor Ruins. Li Fuchen was in a battle with two voodoo puppets. These two voodoo puppets were actually Heaven Monarch class voodoo puppets. Back then, Wolfman Li Fuchen had spent over 2 years to finally defeat two Heaven Monarch class voodoo puppets. It was imaginable how powerful the Heaven Monarch class voodoo puppets were. Die! One of the voodoo puppets leaped up and wielded a long saber before cleaving down with force. The other voodoo puppet's sword was like a venomous snake as it drilled at Li Fuchen's chest. Clang, cling. The voodoo puppet's attack was blocked by a layer of invisible sword chi. The powerful force sent the two of them flying. Li Fuchen's strength is around grade 4 Heaven Monarch. With a full set of low-grade Supreme Voodoo armor, he is able to contest with grade 3 Heaven Monarchs. Li Fuchen's strength was too powerful, and he was even stronger than Wolfman Li Fuchen. Wolfman Li Fuchen was only a grade 3 Heaven Monarch, but Li Fuchen was at least a grade 2 Heaven Monarch. Of course, this didn't mean that Wolfman Li Fuchen's potential was poor. In fact, Wolfman Li Fuchen had the strength of a grade 3 Heaven Monarch right after breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Wolfman Li Fuchen's potential was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Many sacred lords who cultivated martial Dao would only be grade 5 or 4 heaven monarchs when breaking through to the heaven monarch realm. It was mainly because Li Fuchen was too monstrous. Therefore, Wolfman Li Fuchen appeared to be weak. Boundless radiance. After testing the voodoo puppet's strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed, and he was like the sun, bursting out with boundless, glorious sword light. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The two voodoo puppets that had the strength of grade 4 heaven monarchs couldn't fight back at all and were forced to a corner of the hall. Several hours later, the two voodoo puppets' power was exhausted, and they scattered into 2 piles of voodoo armor and weapons. In terms of strength, these two voodoo puppets might be at the level of grade 4 heaven monarchs, but in terms of power, they are far inferior. If these two voodoo puppets also condensed a small-scale source, let alone a few hours, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to exhaust their power even after 10 days or half a month. Subsequently, Li Fuchen dealt with 4 more heaven monarch-class voodoo puppets with ease. He now had a total of 7 sets of low-grade supreme voodoo armor and 8 low-grade supreme voodoo weapons. A restriction trap with danger degree of 8. Li Fuchen was a little hesitant in front of a restriction trap. At the danger degree of 7, the voodoo puppet strength was already at the level of grade 4 heaven monarchs. At the danger degree of 8, it would be at least grade 2 heaven monarchs. The voodoo armor and voodoo weapons might be at the level of mid-grade supreme voodoo. To be honest, Li Fuchen wasn't confident he could deal with them. Furthermore, a restriction trap with danger degree of 8 was also very dangerous for Li Fuchen. It was unknown if he could pass through unscathed, but it seems too cowardly to leave like this. Li Fuchen thought about it and decided to give it a try. With his current strength, it was very difficult for him to die. Since his life was guaranteed, why not give it a try? Li Fuchen took a step forward after thinking about it. A restriction trap with danger degree of 8 was indeed abnormally dangerous. Li Fuchen was already very careful, but his body was still struck by a needle. This needle was very powerful and formless. It followed the gaps of the low-grade supreme voodoo armor and pierced into Li Fuchen's body. If Li Fuchen's body wasn't tough, and his cultivation technique wasn't powerful, he might have already turned into a pool of blood and was dead. It seems like I'm still a little careless. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. When facing this formless needle, there weren't many regular heaven monarchs that could withstand it. After entering the hall, Li Fuchen saw 4 voodoo puppets. These 4 voodoo puppets' chi presences were obviously beyond grade 4 heaven monarchs and weren't inferior to the Sword Wind heaven monarch. The Sword Wind heaven monarch was a first-grade heaven monarch. No matter what, I shall exchange moves first. After drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen approached the closest voodoo puppet. The spear was like a black dragon that emerged from the sea. There was even a black hole in the void. This voodoo puppet didn't make a move, but once it made a move, the power was astounding. Clang! When Li Fuchen's sword clashed with the opponent's spear, there was a horrific ripple that spread out. Li Fuchen involuntarily took over a dozen steps back, but the voodoo puppet was in a worse state as its body was smashed into the wall of the hall. Slightly inferior to me, but not by much. Li Fuchen's expression turned apprehensive. The commotion from the battle between the two was huge. The other 3 voodoo puppets had awakened and charged at Li Fuchen. Clang, clang, clang. After getting surrounded by 4 voodoo puppets, Li Fuchen was immediately at a disadvantage. Seeing that things weren't going well, Li Fuchen seized the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and arrived outside the hall. It was obvious that the voodoo puppets could only fight in the hall. Seeing that the hall didn't have any chi presences of outsiders, they returned to their original positions and didn't move as though they were dead. In order to deal with these 4 voodoo puppets, I need to reach the city lord class. Li Fuchen shook his head and left. Li Fuchen stood in front of a teleportation platform. Buzz! When the teleportation array was activated, a radiance rushed into the sky and brought Li Fuchen away. But right at this moment, An invisible force forcefully pulled Li Fuchen back. What is going on? Li Fuchen was shocked and didn't understand. After boarding the teleportation platform again, Li Fuchen's spirit soul power enveloped his entire body. This power is from my body. After being pulled back for the second time, Li Fuchen felt that something was wrong. Li Fuchen pulled open his clothes and noticed a curse imprint at his ribs. It was shaped like a cage with a little bird in it, and it was extremely strange. What did I fall for it? Li Fuchen had an unpleasant expression. Even if he was a fool, he knew that he had fallen for voodoo art. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying voodoo art. This voodoo art was similar to a curse, and it was impossible to guard against. Li Fuchen thought about the needle in the restriction trap, but he quickly eliminated this possibility. If the needle was imbued with voodoo art, it was impossible for him not to detect it. Could it be because I stayed in the voodoo ancestor ruins for too long? After thinking about it, Li Fuchen felt that there was only one possibility. This voodoo ancestor ruins was filled with voodoo chi presence. During normal times, the voodoo chi presence was just like the air and wasn't harmful. But when there was more voodoo chi presence, one would fall for it. No wonder no heaven monarchs would come to the voodoo ancestor ruins. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. He didn't think that all the heaven monarchs knew that they couldn't stay in the voodoo ancestor ruins for a long time. But there must be a portion of heaven monarchs who knew. Sitting cross-legged, Li Fuchen started to inspect the cage bird sorcery art. After inspecting it, Li Fuchen realized that this cage bird sorcery art was extremely profound, and he couldn't even touch its essence. It also meant to say that what he saw was just the manifestation of the cage bird sorcery art and not its true form. It seems like this is the only method I can try. Li Fuchen circulated his spirit soul talent and concealed his chi presence, including the chi presence of the cage bird sorcery art. Chapter 969. It is indeed effective. Li Fuchen wasn't too surprised that he was able to teleport out of the voodoo ancestors' ruins. His spirit soul talent was able to conceal his chi presence perfectly. The cage bird sorcery might be incredible, but as compared to his spirit soul, it wasn't just a little bit inferior. As he withdrew his spirit soul talent, the invisible force assaulted again and tried to drag him into the voodoo ancestors' ruins. It was fortunate that after arriving at the Divine Leaf City, due to the distance, the invisible force could only have a slight effect on him and wasn't able to drag him back. I have to think of a way to break it. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that this cage bird's sorcery wasn't a good thing. If he kept it with him, it would cause trouble sooner or later. Origin Extreme Heaven Lord, in a few days, there will be a Heaven Monarch gathering in the Divine Leaf City. The host is the Wind Empress. I feel that you can participate and let everyone get to know you. On this day, the White Rainbow Heaven Lord who encountered Li Fuchen thought of something and said, "All right." Li Fuchen agreed. He was already considered a Heaven Lord now and naturally had to understand the Heaven Monarch level. This gathering was an opportunity. The gathering was held at the Divine Leaf City's Heavenly Elegance Manor. The owner of the manor was the host of the gathering, the Wind Empress. Speaking of the Wind Empress, many people knew her. She might not be a city lord of a certain universe city, but she was a true city lord class heaven monarch. Her ability to control the wind was extremely terrifying. She could easily create a spatial storm and incite the wind of destruction. Heavenly Elegance Manor. Heaven monarchs arrived one after another, including the 19th Legion's heaven monarchs. Ha, Bone Wolf Heaven Monarch, long time no see. Deadwood Ancestor, after so many years, you still haven't changed. No wonder people call you Deadwood Ancestor. Blue Shark Heaven Monarch, didn't you go to the ancient Stone Star region? Don't talk about it. I don't know why the Time Sand Heaven Monarch went crazy and researched a time prison. He constantly captured people and even captured a few Heaven Monarchs. The Time Sand Heaven Monarch is an incredible figure. It is rumored that he isn't a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, but a Star Region class Heaven Monarch. Heaven Monarchs weren't like sacred lords or regular saints. Heaven Monarchs had great mobility and wouldn't be limited to a certain universe city or star region. To them, They could go anywhere in the universe, and they just needed to spend some time and effort. Therefore, they more or less knew about the other star regions. In the heavenly elegance villa, bubbles floated in the air. Inside the bubbles were all sorts of fine wine, desserts, and fruits. Among them, there was no lack of fine wine worth millions. Everyone was casually drinking and eating desserts or walking around with wine glasses in their hands. They made friends with some powerful heaven monarchs, and the atmosphere of the gathering was quite harmonious and comfortable. This is indeed a gathering of heavenly lords. Li Fuchen reached into the bubble and took out a glass of clear wine. This cup of wine was no ordinary wine. It was the famous dragon branch jade nectar of Godly Leaf City. It was brewed using godly leaf dew and godly leaf juice. It was worth 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones per bottle. This cup of wine was about 100,000. A gathering of heavenly lords like this is not held often. Sometimes a small gathering of heavenly lords is held every few thousand years. The most famous of these gatherings are the Hengi Banquet of Ancestor Hengi and the 100-Flower Empress 100-Flower Assembly. The Sword Wind Heaven Monarch was a handsome, middle-aged man with a sword scar on his forehead. After taking a sip of fine wine, the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. This wasn't the first time he heard about the 100-Flower Assembly. If he had the chance, he must participate. Come, Heavenly Lord Ung, let me introduce you. This is Heavenly Lord Darkhand. His palm technique is quite powerful. Not only can he hurt people invisibly, but he can also save people invisibly. The Sword Wind Heaven Monarch and the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch brought Li Fuchen to a slender Heaven Monarch with a strange she presence. Heavenly Lord Hand. This is the new Heavenly Lord of the Swordsman Guild, Heavenly Lord Ung. But don't underestimate him. In terms of strength, I might not be his match, Heavenly Lord Baihong said to Heavenly Lord Hand. The Darkhand Heavenly Monarch originally didn't pay much attention to Li Fuchen, but after hearing the White Rainbow Heavenly Monarch's words, he was rather astonished. The White Rainbow Heavenly Monarch might not be considered formidable, but he was still a Class 3 Heaven Monarch. If a newly promoted Heaven Monarch had the strength of a Class 3 Heaven Monarch, he would be an outstanding existence no matter where he was. Heavenly Lord Ung, nice to meet you. The Hand Heavenly Monarch extended his hand and wanted to shake Li Fuchen's hand. The eyes of Heavenly Lord Sword Wind and Heavenly Lord White Rainbow flickered, but they did not stop him. Darkhand Heavenly Lord, nice to meet you. Li Fuchen took a glance at the Hand Heavenly Lord's hand. This hand was a mixture of the real and fake. If Li Fuchen was to shake hands recklessly, he might grab onto nothing. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen reached out and shook hands with the Hand Heavenly Lord. The Hand Heavenly Lord felt that his hand was firmly grasped by the Hand Heavenly Lord and was unable to turn his hand into the void. Incredible. The Hand Heavenly Lord revealed a smile. Around 1 hour later, the Wind Empress arrived. The Wind Empress was wearing a pale green dress and had a tall and sexy figure. Her facial features might not be considered exquisite, but when put together, it gave off an indescribable charm. Just like the wind, it could be wild or gentle. It was ever-changing and captivating. The arrival of the Wind Empress made the atmosphere of the gathering lively. Sword Wind, Heavenly Lord, this is... The gathering had been going on for a long time, and the Wind Empress finally had the time to visit the Sword Wind Heavenly Lord. Wind Empress, this is my Swordsman Guild's newly promoted Heavenly Lord Ung. The Sword Wind Heavenly Lord introduced. Greetings to the Wind Empress. Li Fuchen cupped his fist towards the Wind Empress. Oh, newly promoted Heavenly Lord? He looks very young. The Wind Empress sized up Li Fuchen, and there was a flash of light in the depths of her eyes. She was very sensitive to chi presences, and Li Fuchen's chi presence was too young. She had never seen such a young chi presence, even among the sacred lords, let alone heaven monarchs. After the gathering ended, Li Fuchen had a great harvest. During the gathering, he got to know plenty of heaven monarchs and exchange communication tokens. These heaven monarchs might not have great strength, but they had their own channels and special abilities. Apart from that, Li Fuchen had also exchanged communication tokens with the Wind Empress. To be able to exchange communication tokens with a City Lord class Heaven Monarch was enough to make most of the Heaven Monarchs envious. Clang! Blazing sparks sprayed out wantonly, and a figure was sent flying. Maniac! UNG Heavenly Lord, you are truly a maniac. Even though the White Rainbow Heavenly Lord knew that Li Fuchen's strength might not be inferior to his, he was still shocked to witness it personally. Something wasn't right. Li Fuchen's strength wasn't inferior to the White Rainbow Heavenly Lord. He was completely superior. Could he be a second-class Heaven Monarch? The White Rainbow Heavenly Lord took a deep, cold breath. Li Fuchen had just become a Heaven Monarch and already had the strength of a second-class Heaven Monarch. It meant that Li Fuchen had a great chance to become a Starfield-class Heaven Monarch in the future. UNG Heavenly Lord, let's spar. The Sword Wind Heavenly Lord's sword Dao shook and swept at Li Fuchen with sword forces. The Sword Wind Heavenly Lord's sword Dao was obviously the chaotic wind sword Dao. The sword moves weren't just abnormally sharp, they didn't have any trajectories. With the glorious sword Dao, Li Fuchen was only able to fight evenly with the Sword Wind Heavenly Lord. He is actually a first-class Heaven Monarch. The White Rainbow Heavenly Lord nearly bit his tongue. Chapter 970. The Thousand-Star Shadow Ravine was the first of the 5 treacherous places in the horizontal Riverstar region. It was unknown if this treacherous place was formed innately or postnatally. It was filled with countless universe ravines, and each universe ravine contained boundless time and space. Even a Heaven Monarch would be completely lost if they were to enter. Between the huge ravines were special stars. These stars seemed to be formed from shadows, but they were corporeal. At this moment, a battleship silently arrived at the Thousand-Star Shadow Ravine. On the battleship stood a few Heaven Monarchs. They were Li Fuchen, the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch, the Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch, and the Iron Monarch. The Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch didn't need to be mentioned. The Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch was a demonic beast race Heaven Monarch and had tiger patterns on his body. The Iron Monarch was a tall and fit female Heaven Monarch. Her facial features were sharp, and her skin was smooth and flawless. Li Fuchen got to know the trio at the gathering. They were here to help the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch capture the Shadow Stone Monkey. The Shadow Stone Monkey normally lives on the Shadow Stars. Once it encounters danger, it will immediately escape to the nearest universe ravine. Therefore, when we find a Shadow Stone Monkey, we only have one chance to capture it. Once we miss it, we will have to find another Shadow Stone Monkey. The Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch had paid a huge price for this capture. Firstly, he had to pay 300 million peak-grade Spirit Stones to each of the 3 individuals. After the capture was successful, he would have to pay another 200 million peak-grade Spirit Stones. Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch, don't worry. The Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch, will not take your peak-grade Spirit Stones for free. If I can't capture it this time, I will help you capture it for free next time. The Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch patted his chest and said. The Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch laughed and said, I have prepared for many years for this capture plan. I believe it will succeed. Soon enough, the battleship approached a shadow star. After landing on the star, the 4 of them started to search for traces of the Shadow Stone Monkey. There were too many shadow stars in the Thousand-Star Shadow Ravine. It was said to be 1,000 stars, but there were countless of them. Basically, every universe ravine would have plenty of shadow stars. This 1,000-star Shadow Ravine isn't formed naturally. Li Fuchen didn't agree to help the Dark Hand Heaven Monarch capture the Shadow Stone Monkey for a mere 500 million peak-grade Spirit Stones. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't have a lot of wealth, but if he was willing, he could easily earn 500 million peak-grade Spirit Stones. The reason why Li Fuchen agreed was mainly to understand the combat methods of the Dark Hand Heaven Monarch and to witness the 1,000-star Shadow Ravine. In his opinion, this 1,000-star Shadow Ravine was obviously formed by a battle between a Saber Dao expert and a Shadow Dao expert. However, after countless years, the aura left behind by the battle had gradually dissipated. Only those with sharp senses would be able to detect traces of it. I wonder what are the strengths of these two mighty figures. Li Fuchen lamented. The thousand-star shadow ravine spanned thousands of light years. A star sector-level heavenly lord would definitely not be able to do it. Even a demigod might not be able to do it. After all, this was not a destruction that spanned thousands of light years, but near-permanent damage of thousands of light years to the universe. Half a year later, buzz, a faint ripple spread out on a shadow star in the depths of the thousand-star shadow ravine. A huge shadow swept out and flew toward the nearby ravine. Where are you going? The Tiger Extreme Heavenly Lord's body enlarged and turned into a black striped white tiger that was tens of thousands of miles in size. He roared and blasted a horrific sound wave at the huge shadow. Creak, creak, creak. When a huge shadow was struck by the sound wave, it paused and revealed its true body. It was a giant stone monkey with a pitch-black body. As compared to it, the Tiger Extreme Heavenly Lord was just a tiny dot. The Shadow Stone Monkey was a powerful existence among the starry sky giant beasts. Any Shadow Stone Monkey would have the strength of a heaven monarch. Extreme Array Board. It was unknown when the tall and fit Tai Jun appeared behind the Shadow Stone Monkey. She swung her hand and fused an array board into the void. Creak, creak, creak. The Shadow Stone Monkey turned into a shadow again and wanted to escape into the ravine. Bang! In the void, an invisible barrier blocked the Shadow Stone Monkey, causing it to bounce back. Seeing the situation, Tai Jun revealed a sneer. The Extreme Array Board was a supreme array board and could easily trap a regular heaven monarch. Bang, bang, bang. The Shadow Stone Monkey seemed to have gone mad as it crazily hit the barrier of the two-pole formation plate. Gradually, cracks appeared on the barrier. Although the cracks disappeared quickly, it still made Tai Jun's heart tighten. Luo Ji Hand. The Heavenly Lord of Dark Hand came near the Shadow Stone Monkey and hit it with his palm. The seemingly real palm went through the Shadow Stone Monkey's body like a phantom. It was obvious that the Shadow Stone Monkey's speed and strength were much slower. Heavenly Monarch Dark Hand's Luo Ji Hand was not a martial art, but a combat skill developed according to his own talent. The greatest effect of his combat skill was to absorb the opponent's strength and weaken them. Of course, if the opponent was weak, he would be directly injured or even killed. Roar. The Shadow Stone Monkey was enraged. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it unleashed a great amount of power. The array barrier was dented and almost broke. Oh no! Tai Jun's body glowed with a metallic light, and he pounced at the Shadow Stone Monkey. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed head-on and were evenly matched. I'll help you. The Tiger Extreme Heavenly Lord of Dark Hand joined the battle. As for the Heavenly Lord of Dark Hand, he was constantly using the Luo Ji Hand to weaken the Shadow Stone Monkey. Heavenly Lord Yuanji, you should do your part too. The three of them might be enough to suppress the Shadow Stone Monkey, but the Tiger Extreme Lord was still displeased when he saw Li Fuchen's carefree manner. Li Fuchen said, Apologies, I have been observing the Shadow Stone Monkey's flaw. The Shadow Stone Monkey was known to be undying and indestructible. Even a Starfield-class Heaven Monarch would find it hard to kill a Shadow Stone Monkey. This was mainly because the Shadow Stone Monkey could turn into shadow and petrify. The former could ignore attacks, while the latter could resist attacks. With the two stacked, it was perfect. Of course, there was no perfect existence in this world. The Shadow Stone Monkey still had a flaw. If the flaw was found, they might not be able to kill the Shadow Stone Monkey, but it could be knocked unconscious. There's only one flaw on the Shadow Stone Monkey's body, and this flaw is constantly changing. I advise you not to waste your time. Tai Jun clashed with the Shadow Stone Monkey and shook his head. If the Shadow Stone Monkey's flaw was so easy to find, they wouldn't have to work so hard. It was a pity that no one could find the flaw. Found it. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. Impossible. The Tiger Extreme Lord and Tai Jun didn't believe it. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord was rather hesitant. After drawing his sword, Li Fuchen flashed and instantly crossed with the Shadow Stone Monkey. Crackle. There seemed to be a cracking sound as the Shadow Stone Monkey's massive body collapsed on the ground. Did he really find the flaw? The Tiger Extreme Lord and Tai Jun were shocked. It seems like the sword Wind Heaven Lord and the white rainbow Heaven Lord weren't lying. This Origin Extreme Lord is an absolute prodigy. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord and the Sword Wind Heaven Lord were old friends. Therefore, they knew about Li Fuchen's background. Knocking out the Shadow Stone Monkey didn't mean that the capture was successful. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord took out a metal token from his spatial ring. Battle Beast Token. The Tai Jun's eyes lit up. Space giant beasts were almost impossible to tame. Ancestor Hung, he had once captured a Shadow Stone Monkey, but he wasn't able to tame it and could only imprison it. But nothing was absolute. There were always people and methods that could tame space giant beasts. Like the Battle Beast Token. It was said that the Battle Beast Token was a beast-taming cardinal artifact that was refined by a beast master billions of years ago. This cardinal artifact contained a spatial zone for battle beasts. Not only could it store the space giant beasts, but it could also transform the space giant beasts into battle beasts. It was a pity that the Battle Beast Token was too rare. Furthermore, a single Battle Beast Token could only store one space giant beast. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord must have obtained this Battle Beast Token from some ruins. Dark Hand Heavenly Lord, no wonder you want to capture the Shadow Stone Monkey. It turns out that you have the Battle Beast Token. The Tiger Extreme Lord was extremely envious. The Battle Beast Token could increase the strength of the space giant beasts significantly. From now on, the Dark Hand Heavenly Lord would be considered a tyrant. He might even be able to contest with regular city Lord-class Heaven Monarchs. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord chuckled and poured his power into the Battle Beast Token to capture the Shadow Stone Monkey. Soon enough, the unconscious Shadow Stone Monkey was kept into the Battle Beast Token. Thank you, everyone. Here are 200 million peak-grade Spirit Stones. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord tossed 200 million peak-grade Spirit Stones to each of them. After receiving the peak-grade Spirit Stones, the Tiger Extreme Lord couldn't help but ask, Dark Hand Heavenly Lord, may I ask, where did you obtain this Battle Beast Token? The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord said, to be honest, this Battle Beast Token was found in the ancient Stone Star region's Forbidden Cave. You dare to enter the Forbidden Cave? Forget it. That place is too dangerous, and I don't wish to enter. The Tiger Extreme Lord shook his head. In response, the Tai Jun had also given up on obtaining the Battle Beast Token. The Forbidden Cave wasn't a good place, or rather, the entire ancient Stone Star region wasn't a good place. Ancient Stone Star region, Forbidden Cave? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Chapter 971. The deep blue plain was like an oval-shaped blue gem, quietly floating in the universe. Back at the Sword Sect, Li Fuchen split the resources that he didn't need into two. One portion was stored in the Sword Sect's treasury, while the other portion was stored in the Li clan's treasury. The Sword Sect was just like the other sects, and the only way to obtain the resources of the sect was to earn contribution points. Of course, some precious resources didn't just require a huge amount of contribution points. It also required a corresponding identity. If one's identity wasn't high enough, then one would be unable to exchange for precious resources. As for the resources in the Li clan's treasury, they were controlled by Li Tianhan and Shun Yuyan. In comparison, the Li clan's resources were more precious than the Sword Sect's. No matter how selfless Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't put the Sword Sect and the Li clan on the same level. The Sword Sect was a power that belonged to him. The Li clan was his clan. His clansmen shared the same bloodline as him. Li Fuchen's greatest objective was for everyone that he valued to step into the Saint's realm. This goal might be a little big, but as Li Fuchen's strength got stronger, the resources he obtained would get more precious. Li Fuchen believed that this goal would be achieved. Through the East Unicorn Continent, Li Fuchen headed to various star regions. For example, the Ancient Stone Star area and the Prism Light Star area. The Ancient Stone Star region was different from the past. Ever since the Time Sand Heavenly Lord had built a time prison there, many people had left the Ancient Stone Star region. It was rumored that the space-time inside this time prison was infinitely repetitive. If one couldn't break the time prison, they could only be tortured to death. In the Prism Light Galaxy, Li Fuchen had a contest with the Radiance God Cult's deputy cult master, the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch. As the deputy cult master of the Radiance God cult, the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch strength was definitely one of the best among the first-class Heaven Monarchs. The duo had been exchanging moves for a few days and weren't able to determine the victor. Ultimately, when Li Fuchen sensed the Radiance God cult master rushing over, he chose to retreat. This is a prismatic gem? Li Fuchen pinched an irregular gemstone in his hand. This gem was sparkling and translucent. Wherever its light shone, space-time would be refracted. It was because of this precious gem that Li Fuchen fought with the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch. There were many planes in the horizontal river galaxy. If the deep blue plane was described as an oval-shaped blue gemstone, then the demon plane would be an oval-shaped black gemstone with black lightning streaking across its surface. Inside the demonic plane, a giant portal rose up, and countless demonic beasts rushed into the portal, disappearing. In the air opposite one of the high-grade teleportation portals, a fiendish demon with 2 pairs of wings on its back and a vertical eye between its eyebrows stood in the void. This was a sky fiend. His third eye shot out golden light, as if it could see through endless space-time. This invasion of the deep blue plane can only succeed. Failure is not allowed. The 3-eyed heavenly demon said to the demon masters below. Yes, Lord Ninth Heavenly Demon. The demon masters bowed in greeting. The last time they invaded the deep blue dimension, they had failed at the last moment. The main reason was that most of their troops had been deployed to the Turing dimension. Now that they had successfully occupied the Turing dimension, it would be easy for them to deal with the deep blue dimension. Go! The 3-eyed heavenly demon waved his hand. In the deep blue plane, numerous gates of flesh and blood appeared on the abandoned continent. Countless demons poured out of them. Compared to the previous invasion of the fiendish demons, this time's invasion was even fiercer and more difficult to defend against. There might not be countless peak-class demon lords and demon masters, but there were at least hundreds of them, and the number was still increasing. In normal situations, if there weren't any heaven monarchs, it was just a matter of time before the deep blue plane fell. Kill! When the demons invaded, the battle pagoda was activated. The deep blue plane was divided into 100 battle zones, and each battle zone had humans fighting with the demons. Crackle! The black saber light was like a black lightning that drew across the sky. Countless demons perished under this saber. The saber user was Yin Qingwu. After many years, her cultivation was already at the 4th level of Unity Realm. With the help of the witchcraft saber that Li Fuchen gifted to her, her strength wasn't inferior to regular peak-class saints. Human, you don't have any hope anymore. Hurry up and surrender. A demon master flew over and grabbed with his large hand. An incomparably giant palm that was burning with black, raging flames grabbed at everyone. Break! Yin Qingwu took out a black rui from her spatial ring. This was a peak-grade extreme Dao cardinal artifact that Li Fuchen gifted to her. After pouring the saber energy into it, the black rui rapidly enlarged. It didn't just disperse the black, raging flame palm, it was also smashing at the demon master. No! This demon master didn't expect for Yin Qingwu's artifact to be so ferocious. As he was caught off guard, he was immediately smashed into ashes by the black rui. In another battle zone, a human sacred master was in a great battle with a demon master. This human sacred master was none other than the heaven-crippling sacred master who had been missing for many years. During the demon invasion, he was severely injured by a few demon masters and was on the verge of death. Everyone assumed that he was already dead, but who would have expected for him to return? Bang, bang, bang. The heaven-crippling sacred master's strength was much more terrifying than before and was suppressing his opponent. Only a few people knew that his heaven-crippling sacred technique didn't just get stronger as he was injured. The more injuries he received, the faster his improvement. Previously, he nearly perished, and this time, his strength had increased by several times. But as time elapsed, more demon masters arrived at the deep blue plane. The number of opponents increased from 1 demon master to 2. The heaven-crippling sacred master was also having a hard time. You can't even deal with a mere human sacred master. The two of you move aside. The void ripped apart, and a demon master with an extremely powerful chi presence suddenly appeared and blasted a fist at the heaven-crippling sacred master. PFFF. The heaven-crippling sacred master's body was about to explode as he was sent flying. Die! The horrific fist suppressed time and space and was extremely ferocious. Seeing that he was about to die, the heaven-crippling sacred master let out a bitter laugh, but his eyes didn't have a trace of regret. Heaven-crippling sacred master, it has been a long time. A clear voice ignored time and space and transmitted into the heaven-crippling sacred master's ears. This is... The heaven-crippling sacred master felt that the voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Who? The demon masters who wanted to kill the heaven-crippling sacred master had a horrified expression. He realized that the time and space within a few 100 million miles had been frozen. Under everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen walked out from the void. It's you. The heaven-crippling sacred master recognized Li Fuchen. After taking a deep breath, he had a face of disbelief. Back when he first met Li Fuchen was just a junior. Now that they met again, the heaven-crippling sacred master couldn't see through Li Fuchen anymore. A random trace of chi presence from Li Fuchen's body was enough to make his scalp go numb. Li Fuchen smiled and waved his hand. Including the 3 demon masters, all the demons within a few 100 million miles were turned into dust. They were all dead. Heaven-crippling sacred master, this is a token of my appreciation. Thank you for everything you have done for the human race. After tossing a spatial ring to the heaven-crippling sacred master, Li Fuchen turned and left. After opening the spatial ring, the heaven-crippling sacred master's eyes contracted. Every single item within the spatial ring was precious to him. He had a feeling that with these items, there wouldn't be many people at the Holy Lord level that would be able to compete with him. Chapter 972. With Li Fuchen's ability, he didn't even need 15 minutes to travel from one battle zone to another. In every battle zone, Li Fuchen would be able to instantly destroy most of the demons. It didn't matter if the demon was a demon lord or a regular demon. In front of Li Fuchen, there wasn't much difference. But Li Fuchen also understood that if he didn't destroy the door of flesh and blood, there would only be more demons, and he wouldn't be able to kill them all. Of course, with his strength, he could slowly kill them all, and it was only a matter of time before he killed all the demons. But the deep blue plane would definitely suffer severe casualties, and it wasn't something he wished to see. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the regular door of flesh. He wanted to destroy the door of flesh that could teleport demon lords. The heavenly, crippling divine lord was in the 72 battle zones. 3 demon masters had suddenly appeared here. Clearly, there was a high-level gate of flesh and blood. As expected, a short moment later, Li Fuchen sensed an evil door of flesh on an abandoned continent. If it was the Li Fuchen from many years ago, let alone a high-class door of flesh, he wouldn't even be able to destroy a normal door of flesh. But it was different now. Li Fuchen had the strength of a first-class heaven monarch, and he wasn't a weakling among the first-class heaven monarchs. Break! Drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen brandished at the door of flesh and blood. Crackle! The gate of flesh and blood seemed to have a spirit of its own as it resisted Li Fuchen's sword chi frenziedly. Unfortunately, this sword chi was too powerful. Sword marks began to appear on the gate of flesh and blood. Bang! A sword mark exploded, and the gate of flesh and blood trembled. Bang, 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 bang. As the rest of the sword scars exploded, the gate of flesh and blood was unable to hold on and instantly exploded into ashes. Demon plane. What? An advanced flesh gate has been destroyed? The 9th heavenly demon's pupils shrank. The high-level gate of flesh and blood could teleport demon masters. Normally, one would need to have the strength of at least a 4th or 5th grade Lord of Heaven to destroy it. Could it be that a heaven lord has appeared in the deep blue plane? The 9th heavenly demon's face darkened. If there were heavenly lords in the deep blue plane, then this invasion would have failed halfway. After all, a heaven monarch was unable to descend to another plane. If he were to forcefully descend, he would be crippled by the laws of the deep blue plane before the battle even started. It was very likely that he would perish. Although I can't descend to the deep blue plane, I can still attack from a distance. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the ninth heavenly demon. As the ninth heavenly demon, he was not an ordinary heavenly demon, but a city lord-level heavenly demon. Even through the gate of flesh and blood, he could exert a portion of his strength, which was enough to kill ordinary heaven monarchs. He was waiting for his opponent to destroy the gate of flesh and blood that was connected to the portal in front of him. 1-2. The fiendish demons had been planning this invasion for a long time. The number of the gate of flesh and blood was more than 10 times that of the last time. Li Fuchen guessed that during the previous demon invasion, they might have retreated at the last moment, but they must have left plenty of backup plans just for this invasion. However, the demons did not expect that there would be a heavenly lord in the deep blue plane. The influence of a lord of heaven on a war was subversive. No matter how many demon masters you have, as long as you don't have any sky demons, you can't win this war. The battle was very intense. Apart from the Heaven Remnant's sacred lord, there was no other sacred lord on the human side. Thinking about it, it was normal. The divine lords all wanted to seek their own opportunities, and it was impossible for them to stay in the plane forever. The Heaven Remnant sacred lord was injured and had just recovered. Once this battle was over, he might leave the deep blue plane and venture into the universe cities. In District 54, Yin Qingwu had already killed her way to the vicinity of a gate of flesh and blood. Before this, she had already killed 5 demon masters. This Black Rui was too powerful. As a peak-grade extreme Dao cardinal artifact, the Black Rui's power was equivalent to a peak-grade sacred lord. However, not every demon master was a peak-grade sacred lord. Rip! Inside the gate of flesh and blood, a pair of large hands tore open the spatial zone, and a demon master forcefully squeezed out. This demon master was several times stronger than the demon masters that Yin Qingwu had killed previously. Just the chi presence from his body was enough to make anyone below the sacred lord dizzy. I actually encountered a human race absolute beauty as soon as I arrived. My luck is truly good. This demon master had hundreds of short horns on his body. Each of his short horns was overflowing with thunderbolts. It was obvious that this demon master was adept at the Thunder Dao. Bang bang. The demon master that was covered with short horns blasted a fist of thunderbolts at Yin Qingwu. So fierce. Yin Qingwu was sent flying by the fist energy, but she was not injured. She was no longer wearing armor made of purple cloud divine gold. Instead, she was wearing a full set of peak-grade sorcery armor. Even a 4th or 5th grade sky demon would not be able to break through her defense with one punch, let alone a demon master. What? The short-horned demon master was shocked. Interesting. It seems like your background is quite powerful. You actually have such a powerful armor. Unfortunately, you can only withstand one punch of mine. I wonder if you can withstand 100 punches, 1,000 punches. The short-horned demon master waved his fist and attacked Yin Qingwu crazily. Why do I need to forcefully resist? I just need to kill you. Yin Qingwu took out a scroll from her spatial ring. Go! Opening the scroll, Yin Qingwu poured her saber energy into it. Whoosh! The scroll turned into a crescent moon that enveloped the short-horned demon master. No! The short-horned demon master's figure was frozen. Then he collapsed. What a domineering moon curse scroll. Yin Qingwu let out a breath. Li Fuchen told her that this peak-grade moon curse scroll could basically instantly kill any sacred lord. She didn't believe it, but now she was completely convinced. It seems like your side is rather successful. There was a voice that echoed. Yin Qingwu turned around and saw Li Fuchen behind her. It is this door of blood and flesh that cannot be destroyed. Yin Qingwu used all her methods, but was unable to shake the door of blood and flesh. Li Fuchen said, "Unless you use the Sun Curse Scroll, it is impossible to destroy this door of blood and flesh." The Sun Curse Scroll was given to Yin Qingwu by Li Fuchen for self-defense. In Li Fuchen's opinion, if a slightly inferior heaven monarch was caught off guard, They might also be severely injured by the Sun Curse Scroll. Inferior heaven monarchs might just be instantly killed by the Sun Curse Scroll. Items from the Voodoo ancestor ruins weren't simple. I can't bear to use it. Yin Qingwu took a step back and was prepared to see how Li Fuchen was going to destroy the door of blood and flesh. Be careful. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen grabbed Yin Qingwu and retreated rapidly. As he was retreating too quickly, time and space were folded. Logically speaking, this retreat should be at least a few 100 million miles away. But visually, Li Fuchen had only retreated a few miles. Right at this moment, a pitch-black palm reached out from the door of flesh and grabbed nothing. Incredible! You are actually able to sense the danger in advance. It is a pity that you have already entered my Sky Devil space and are dead for sure. In the center of the pitch-black palm was an eye and a mouth. The mouth was letting out a deafening voice. City Lord class, Sky Devil? Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, but with Yin Qingwu around, he couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 973. Open. When Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword, the void was sliced apart like a piece of paper. However, after cutting open a layer, there was still another layer behind it. For a moment, he didn't know how many layers there were. Such a powerful, demonic space. Li Fuchen's pupil shrank. The other party was obviously a super expert who played with space. He was actually able to divide the void into so many layers. Return of Sword Chi. Not daring to be careless, Li Fuchen executed his kill move. Puff, puff, puff. A spot of sword radiance lit up, and hundreds of layers of the void were pierced through, creating a gap. You go out first. Li Fuchen pushed with his hand and sent Yin Qingwu out of the Sky Devil space. Seeing that Li Fuchen was stronger than he imagined, the ninth Sky Devil snorted and cleaved with his palm. The might of this palm was indescribable. Before this palm, even time and space were enveloped. To a certain extent, this palm was unavoidable. Be it the heavens or the earth, everything was within this palm. But Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. If it was face-to-face, Li Fuchen might not be a match for Li Fuchen. But with the door of flesh and blood between them, it would already be praiseworthy if Li Fuchen could even execute 100% of his strength. The sword light was like a sea. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, boundless sword light spread out. Rumble. The Sky Devil space shook and Li Fuchen was sent flying while his chi presence was slightly fluctuating. First-class Lord of Heaven. On the demon plane, the ninth heavenly demon's expression was extremely unsightly. Even if it was a face-to-face fight, it was impossible for him to kill a first-class heavenly lord in a few moves. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought fiercely, causing cracks to appear in the demonic space. It was a pity that the ninth sky demon was only able to suppress Li Fuchen and wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. As for killing Li Fuchen, it was impossible. Creak. Another pitch-black palm extended out from the door of blood and flesh. Li Fuchen saw that the door of blood and flesh was filled with cracks. It was obvious that the gate of flesh and blood was on the verge of collapsing. Two pitch-black palms clasped together, and a black grain of sand condensed. This black gravel contained unimaginable power. Once it was formed, the Sky Devil spatial zone immediately collapsed. Everything was collapsing towards the black gravel, including Li Fuchen. Black hole? It doesn't look like it. It should be a more powerful spatial technique. Li Fuchen was fearless and cleaved at the black gravel. Kacha! The black gravel shattered, along with the gate of flesh and blood. Superior supreme weapon. The incomparably gloomy voice was drowned in the space-time turbulence. As expected of a city lord-level sky demon, even through the door of flesh and blood, it can still display strength that surpasses a first-class heavenly lord. Li Fuchen knew that if he didn't have the joint heaven sword, even if he was twice as strong, he wouldn't be able to shatter the black gravel. In a single day, Li Fuchen destroyed all the doors of blood and flesh. To him, this invasion was just a small interlude. In the face of absolute power, everything else was just like floating clouds. In the blink of an eye, Half a year had passed since the demon invasion. During this half a year, Li Fuchen's sword art had yet to reach the supreme level. Of course, in terms of sword art power, be it the primary extreme sword art or the radiant sword art, they were much stronger than regular supreme sword arts. They were almost comparable with a city lord level supreme sword art. For example, if a supreme sword art was compared to an adult, then any sword art below the supreme sword art would be like a child. However, Li Fuchen's sword art was too powerful, and it was obvious that he was an innate talent that was stronger than an adult. Fire God Star region. There was a blazing star that was tens of thousands of times bigger than the universe city that was floating there. The blazing star's radiance was too intense, and the surrounding few light years of starry sky was brightly lit. Around 1 light year away from the blazing star, there was a universe city. This was an extremely majestic universe city, and in the center of the universe city, there was a statue. The statue was surrounded by stars, and as compared to the statue, the stars were no different from dust. It was imaginable how massive the statue was. This universe city was called Zhu City, and it was the Zhu clan's main city. The Zhu clan had always been a major clan in the universe. Until the Zhu clan produced a demigod called the Fire God, the Zhu clan became an elite clan in the universe. Even the Swordsman Guild, Saber Alliance, and the Undead Legion weren't willing to provoke the Zhu clan. It wasn't because they were afraid. After all, the 3 major factions also had demigods. They just didn't want to start a war between demigods. Furthermore, there were strong and weak demigods too. The Fire God was definitely one of the most powerful demigods in the universe. In a luxurious and magnificent manner, a group of people were drinking tea and chatting. The leader was actually a heaven monarch, and every move he made was emitting a superior chi presence. On the 3rd seat on the right, the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, Zhu Sancho, was saying something. It is impossible for our Zhu clan to give up a plane. How about this? I will head to the horizontal river region with you and take control of the deep blue plain. The leader was called Zhu Guangming, and he was considered a person with authority in the Zhu city. Many thanks, Lord Guangming. Zhu Sancho was overjoyed. With a heaven monarch, the entire deep blue plain would be controlled by the Zhu clan. Zhu Guangming then said, "Oh right, Saintess Hongxiu wants to go back. Let's go with her." The Saintess from our plane? Zhu Sancho raised his eyebrows. He had heard from his clansmen that the Zhu clan's ancestral array had activated once when he was not around and summoned a branch of the Zhu clan from a low-level continent. In this branch, there was a girl called Zhu Hongxiu who had an extremely high concentration of the Fire God's bloodline, which caused an anomaly in the ancestral array. The ancestral array had sent her out of the Zhu clan and probably to Zhu City. Zhu Guangming nodded. This Saintess Hongxiu is not simple. Her Fire God's bloodline is extremely thick. After the baptism in the Fire God pool, she is now half a heaven monarch. Half a heaven monarch? Zhu Sancho was envious. Just because of the high concentration of the Fire God's bloodline, a junior had surpassed his countless years of hard work in less than 100 years. He had to admit that she was so lucky that it made him jealous. In the pitch-black starry sky, a beam of light kept jumping. Every time it jumped, it would jump an infinite distance. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the beam of light was actually a glowing ship. However, because it was jumping so fast, it looked like a beam of light. At the bow of the ship, a man and a woman were standing side by side. The man was a handsome and tall young man in a red brocade robe. Judging from the supreme aura he exuded, he was obviously a lord of heaven. The woman was in a red robe. Her aura was much weaker, but vaguely, she exuded a more noble and terrifying aura. Hongxiu, it's not wise for you to go back now. You know that you are not the only saintess in Zhu City. The handsome young man's eyes fell on the woman in a red robe with a hint of admiration. Zhu Hongxiu said, "Recently, I have been dreaming about the past. If I don't go back, it will affect my condition." Compared to many years ago, Zhu Hongxiu had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the past, she might be elegant and beautiful, but because of her age, be it her figure, appearance, or temperament, she had yet to mature. The current her was extremely beautiful, and her temperament was peerless. Every move she made was filled with astonishing charm. Do you have worries in your heart? In that case, it is quite necessary to go back. The handsome young man nodded. For a martial artist's cultivation, the most important thing was to cultivate the heart. If there were worries in the heart, it would naturally affect the cultivation. Zhu Hongxiu didn't speak anymore and looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she had left the East Unicorn continent for nearly 100 years. A lot of people should already be dead. After all, a regular martial artist's lifespan wasn't much longer than an ordinary person. It was already good to be able to live for 100 years. Unknowingly, a blurry figure flashed in Zhu Hongxiu's mind. She couldn't remember the appearance of this figure, but it didn't disappear with the passage of time. It was just hidden deeper. I wonder how you are now. Zhu Hongxiu let out a breath. In her opinion, even if Li Fuqin had some achievements, he would at most be at the reincarnation realm. The East Unicorn continent was just a low-class continent, and it was impossible for an existence of a higher class to appear. Of course, no matter how Li Fuqin was, she wouldn't have any interactions with him. Chapter 974. The ship was extremely fast, even faster than most heavenly monarchs. Each jump covered at least a few hundred light years. We're at the horizontal river star zone, passing through a boundless dark space of nothingness. Everyone saw specks of starlight. Although the star field looked dark, there were still specks of starlight. Only the area between star fields was absolute darkness, absolute nothingness. The cabin door opened, and Zhu Guangming and Zhu Sanqiu walked out. Lord Brightlight. At the bow of the ship, the handsome young man turned his head. In terms of seniority, Zhu Guangming was his great-grandfather. However, in the top families, unless one was a direct relative, one's strength was the most important thing. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus, Saintess Hongxiu, we've arrived at the horizontal river star zone. Are you going to Godly Leaf City or Deep Blue Plain first? Zhu Guangming asked. Zhu Hongxiu said, Deep Blue Plain first. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus said, then let's go first. The world tree's leaves wouldn't run away. It didn't matter if they went earlier or later. All right. Zhu Guangming didn't have any objections. A few days later, the ship arrived near Deep Blue Plain. Once we enter the Deep Blue dimension, follow Divine, Lord Heavenly Fire's lead. Lord Bright Brightness ordered the team of divine lords that followed him. Yes. The team leader was a cold-looking middle-aged man. He nodded. Go. Lord Brightlight waved his hand. Let's go. The group, including Zhu Hongxiu, flew toward Deep Blue Plain. Saint Spirit Continent, Sword Sect. Everything was in order. They actually created their own sect. Unfortunately, the Sword Sect will no longer exist. The entire Deep Blue Plain will only have the Zhu clan. The void tore open, and a group of people appeared near the Sword Sect. The leader was none other than Zhu Sanqiu. This array doesn't seem simple. The cold-looking middle-aged man frowned. So what if it's powerful? We aren't ordinary sacred lords. The bald elder beside the cold-looking middle-aged man grinned and took a step forward. The cold-looking middle-aged man didn't say anything. Although he felt that the Sword Sect's formation wasn't simple, it was indeed impossible for it to block them. No matter if it was him or the Feng Long Holy Lord, there were existences at the level of invincible holy lords in any universe city. It was impossible for them to be unable to break through a formation. Break! A black saber appeared in the bald old man's hand. With a slash, a black saber light flew out. The black saber light did not look big, but the power it contained was boundless. When boundless power was compressed into a saber light, one could imagine how powerful it would be. Just as the bald old man thought that the array formation would be broken, his smile suddenly froze. Before the black saber light, which looked like a black flood dragon, could get close to the array formation, it was blocked by an invisible force. The further he went, the dimmer the black saber light became. Bang! When the black saber light finally touched the barrier of the array formation, it exploded with a loud bang, blasting a large hole in the void. The stern middle-aged man's pupil shrank. I don't believe it. The bald old man's expression was unsightly. He gathered all his strength and slashed out with his saber again. Unfortunately, even if the bald old man exerted his full strength, he was still unable to break open the sword sex formation. Absolute life. The stern-looking middle-aged man made his move. His weapon was a spear. The spear was inlaid with red, yellow, and blue gems. As the gem lit up, the cold-looking middle-aged man stabbed the sword sex formation with his spear. Sizzle, horrific lightning was produced. An invisible force blocked the stern-looking middle-aged man's spear. The two forces were in a frenzy. Everyone in the sword sect was panicking. How could they not see that the person attacking the array was unbelievably powerful? Apart from the sect patriarch, no one else would be a match. What should we do? The sect patriarch has yet to return. I wonder if the array can withstand it. It should be able to withstand it. It will definitely be able to withstand it. The sect patriarch mentioned that apart from heaven monarchs, no one can break the sword sect's formation within a short period of time. Everyone in the sword sect was staring outside. When they saw that the array wasn't broken, all of them let out a breath of relief. Attack together. After several moves were unable to break the array, the stern-looking middle-aged man asked everyone to attack together. In his opinion, as long as it wasn't a supreme array, they would be able to break it after spending some time. Damn it, what is going on? Zhu Sanqiu had also attacked the array, but he couldn't understand. The sword sex array was definitely a top-notch Saint-class array. How did Li Fuchen set it up? Could Li Fuchen have had some fortuitous encounters during the time he was away? Zhu Hongxiu didn't move together with Zhu Sanqiu and the others. She made a trip to the Zhu clan and instructed her clansmen before flying towards the East Unicorn continent. She didn't know that Zhu Sanqiu and the others were going to find trouble with Li Fuchen. Of course, she didn't expect Li Fuchen to have such accomplishments. The East Unicorn continent was getting closer. Zhu Hongxiu admitted that her emotions were fluctuating. It has been many years. I wonder if there are any familiar people? After letting out a sigh, Zhu Hongxiu flashed and entered the East Unicorn continent. Where is the Azure Water sect? Zhu Hongxiu frowned when looking at the dilapidated buildings below. Someone is attacking the sword sect? In the pitch-black universe of the Prism Light Star region, a figure suddenly stopped. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he turned into a sword light and flew rapidly towards the spatial tunnel. Due to the extreme speed, there was even a distortion in the spatial tunnel. The spatial ripples had caused plenty of stars to crumble. Buzz. Half a day later, Li Fuchen flashed and rushed into the invisible spatial tunnel. East Unicorn continent. The sword light didn't stop and headed straight for the Saint Spirit continent. What is going on? Zhu Hongxiu was already very shocked when the East Unicorn continent underwent a huge change. Right now, she was indescribably shocked when she saw an unfathomable presence suddenly appearing in the East Unicorn continent. Zhu Hongxiu subconsciously chased after the figure. Such speed. After a single breath, Zhu Hongxiu took a deep cold breath. The figure's speed was too fast, and in less than a single breath, he had left her in the dust. She was a half-step heaven monarch, and apart from true heaven monarchs, no one would be able to surpass her in speed. This direction is the Saint Spirit continent. Zhu Hongxiu had just arrived from the Saint Spirit continent. Therefore, she was able to determine the path of the sword light. A short moment later, Li Fuchen entered the Saint Spirit continent and sensed the situation at the sword sect. Outside of the sword sect, a group of sacred lords were surrounding and attacking. One of them was actually the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch, the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, Zhu Sanqiu. Courting death. Li Fuchen's body was bursting with murderous aura. If he didn't return in advance and pour in a streak of sword intent into the sword sect array, the array would have already been destroyed. Once the array was destroyed, no one in the sword sect would be able to survive. The distance of half a continent wasn't considered a distance for Li Fuchen. Just a moment ago, he sensed the situation at the sword sect, and in the next moment, he had already arrived. When the chi presence leaked out, time and space were stagnated, and everyone was frozen in place. What? The grave and stern middle-aged man's thoughts were still revolving while fear burst out from the depths of his spirit soul. Chapter 975. Zhu Sanqiu. Li Fuchen's figure descended from the sky and looked straight at Zhu Sanqiu. He had wanted to disintegrate the Zhu clan for a long time, but the Zhu clan's foundation was much more profound than he imagined. Apart from the Saint-class arrays, the core of the Zhu clan was also hidden with multiple supreme arrays. Let alone him, even a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch would have a hard time breaking these arrays. Originally, he didn't want to start a war with the Zhu clan. But since Zhu Sanqiu dared to attack the Sword Sect, he had to start a war. This had already touched his bottom line. How is this possible? Zhu Sanqiu realized that he could speak again. He stared at Li Fuchen with eyes that were filled with absurdity, disbelief, and mostly fear. Not good. It is a Heaven Monarch. The stern middle-aged man and the bald elder were certain that Li Fuchen was a Heaven Monarch. Only a Heaven Monarch could suppress all of them with ease. The stern middle-aged man immediately activated the communication token. Outside of the deep blue plain, Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heaven Monarch were drinking tea and playing chess on a meteorite. Buzz. Zhu Guangming placed down a chess piece and took out the communication token after sensing a vibration from his spatial ring. The Black Lotus Heaven Monarch frowned and asked, "What happened?" "I don't know." Zhu Guangming shook his head and was rather puzzled. The Sacred Lord team that he sent out had 2 unrivaled Sacred Lords, and the rest were all peak-level Sacred Lords. Logically, it was enough to wipe out an entire plane, unless this plane had a Heaven Monarch. But from Zhu Sanqiu, Zhu Guangming found out that the deep blue plane hadn't had a Heaven Monarch for millions of years. "Let me see." Zhu Guangming injected a trace of power into the communication token. Immediately after, a screen appeared in front of the duo, and it was the scene of the Sword Sect. Heaven Monarch. The Black Lotus Heaven Monarch squinted his eyes. This Heaven Monarch actually looked younger than him. It is indeed a Heaven Monarch. This is troublesome. Zhu Guangming didn't have a good expression. It was a different matter if a plane had a Heaven Monarch or not. Normally, outsiders wouldn't target a plane that had a Heaven Monarch. After all, outsiders weren't able to enter other planes. Let's see if he is willing. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Guangming injected more power into the communication token. Almost at the same time, Zhu Guangming's image appeared on the screen. "This Heaven Monarch, how should I address you?" Zhu Guangming sized up Li Fuchen carefully. He could only sense traces of supreme qi presence from Li Fuchen. In his heart, he couldn't help but look down on Li Fuchen. "Lord of Heaven?" Li Fuchen understood that this should be the Heaven Monarch that Zhu Sanqiu invited back. "Who are you?" Li Fuchen asked in reply. Zhu Guangming said, "I am Zhu Guangming." "You are from the Zhu clan?" Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. Zhu Guangming explained, "The Deep Blue Plains Zhu family is only a branch of the true Zhu family. The true Zhu family isn't this weak." "I see." Li Fuchen understood that a clan that had a demigod wouldn't be so simple. A casual move left behind by a demigod was enough to kill a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch or even a Star Domain-class Heaven Monarch. This is all a misunderstanding. Please give me and the Zhu family some face. Zhu Guangming swept a glance at Zhu Sanqiu and the others before saying to Li Fuchen, "If I give you face, who will give me face? I can spare the others, but Zhu Sanqiu must die." Li Fuchen waved his hand and turned Zhu Sanqiu's body into ashes. "You." Zhu Guangming's eyes narrowed and were flowing with cold light. "Ask your men to leave now. Otherwise, I don't mind killing all of you." Li Fuchen was already giving the Zhu family a lot of face by only killing Zhu Sanqiu. "Retreat." Zhu Guangming took a deep look at Li Fuchen before vanishing. "Li Fuchen?" Just as the stern middle-aged man and the others were retreating from the deep blue plain, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed. "Zhu Hongxiu." Li Fuchen turned around and revealed a smile while his eyes were filled with emotions. When he returned to the East Unicorn Continent from the Prism Lightstar region, he had already noticed Zhu Hongxiu. But the situation was urgent, and he didn't have the mood to reminisce. "I didn't expect it to be you." Zhu Hongxiu was stunned for a long time. A prodigy from a low-class continent's low-class sect actually became a Heaven Monarch. No matter what, it was a miracle. It was an impossible miracle, yet it happened. It seems like you are also a member of the Zhu clan, Li Fuchen said. Zhu Hongxiu nodded. The Zhu clan is a half-god clan, and they have branches throughout the universe. My body contains the fire god's bloodline. Therefore, I am qualified to return to the Zhu clan's main bloodline. After a pause, Zhu Hongxiu continued, You shouldn't have killed Zhu Sanxiu. He is just an ant. So what if I killed him? Does the Zhu clan intend to start a war with me because of this? Li Fuchen didn't mind. Zhu Hongxiu shook her head. Zhu Guangming isn't broad-minded. You killed his men, and you have undoubtedly offended him. So be it. I'm a lord of heaven after all. Li Fuchen's spirit soul force had already scanned outside the plane. On a meteorite, he noticed Zhu Guangming and another Zhu clan's heaven monarch. The two of them were just regular heaven monarchs. Zhu Guangming's chi presence seemed to be at most a class 1 heaven monarch. As long as it wasn't a city lord class heaven monarch, Li Fuchen didn't have anything to fear. All right then, I will persuade Zhu Guangming. But during this period of time, it is best that you don't leave the deep blue plane. This is my communication token. Zhu Hongxiu obviously knew that it was very hard for a regular heaven monarch to kill another regular heaven monarch, unless Li Fuchen was a low-grade heaven monarch. After receiving the communication token, Li Fuchen smiled. A few days later, Zhu Hongxiu left the deep blue plane with her parents and clansmen. Li Fuchen's sudden emergence had indeed shocked her, but it was merely a shock. To her, the past had already faded from her mind. This time, she was back to put an end to it. From now on, she wouldn't have any worries. If he doesn't come out, wouldn't we have to wait in vain? Among the meteorites outside the deep blue plane, there was a meteorite that was hidden in the depths of the void. On the meteorite, Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heaven Monarch were seated cross-legged and constantly monitoring the deep blue plane. After taking a sip of tea, Zhu Guangming said, This concerns if we can control the deep blue plane. It is worth it no matter how long it takes. In the past, Zhu Guangming didn't know about the existence of the deep blue plane and didn't mind. Now that he knew about the situation of the deep blue plane, he naturally didn't plan to let it go. All right, I hope he doesn't make us wait for too long. The Black Lotus Heaven Monarch nodded. Being able to control a plane was naturally a good thing. After all, planes were unique, and they would produce unique treasures. Did they specially return? When Li Fuchen's spirit soul force swept across the meteorite group, his brows flashed with a trace of cold expression. It had been a period of time since the previous incident. Zhu Hongxiu had also informed him through the communication token that they had returned to the Fire God Star region. It was obvious that these two heaven monarchs had specially returned and were preparing to wait for their prey. Forget it. Let me meet the two of you. Escaping wouldn't solve the problem. Li Fuchen stood up and flew out of the deep blue plane. He is out. Chapter 976. I wonder if the two of you have any advice for me? Li Fuchen looked at the duo. Kill. Zhu Guangming didn't even bother speaking with Li Fuchen. He waved his hand and blasted a flame wave at Li Fuchen. If it was other heaven monarchs, they wouldn't even be able to react to the flame wave, because the flame wave speed was at least a few 100,000 times the speed of light. Rather fast. Li Fuchen raised his brows and produced a layer of sword chi out of nowhere. Rumble. The void was shattered in time and space disintegrated. The area that Li Fuchen was at had collapsed into a glowing black hole. Black Lotus World scorching. The Black Lotus Heaven Lord formed a seal with both hands and a black lotus wrapped around the black hole. Immediately after, raging black flames surged up. A human should not be too arrogant. Looking at the raging black flames, Zhu Guangming shook his head with a grim expression. Indeed, a human should not be too arrogant. A figure walked out from the black flames. Impossible. The Black Lotus Heaven Lord exclaimed. His black flames could burn anything. Even the spirit soul would be incinerated, and it could even burn karma. Logically, even if Li Fuchen was a first-grade Heaven Lord, it was impossible for him to be unscathed. It seems like we have underestimated you. Zhu Guangming admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen and had secretly circulated his power to the peak. You shouldn't have offended the Zhu clan. A black lotus appeared in the black lotus heaven lord's hand. Black flames surged into his body and strengthened his chi presence. Let's fight. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword. Kill! Kill! The trio engaged in a frenzied battle. There were horrific waves that were spreading out. Stars were destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Sunlight illumination. Zhu Guangming's body was radiating with radiance. The blazing radiance radiated into the depths of time and space and enveloped Li Fuchen. Black Lotus World Extermination. The Black Lotus Heaven Lord shot out Black Lotuses one after another. These Black Lotuses had the power to exterminate the world. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and countless sword shadows burst out and gathered into a boundless sword sea. The sword sea formed a world and used the sword Tao law to evolve yin and yang, the 5 elements and the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Not good. Zhu Guangming realized that his radiance couldn't even make contact with Li Fuchen and was constantly being devoured by the sword sea. Seeing as the sword sea was trying to devour him, Zhu Guangming's power burst out and formed a substantial sphere of light outside his body. Compared to Zhu Guangming, Heavenly Lord Black Lotus was much weaker. However, with the power of the forbidden Black Lotus, he was still able to block the sea of swords. A huge Black Lotus formed under his feet. His sword technique is incomparably pure. This is no ordinary supreme sword technique. Zhu Guangming frowned. I miscalculated. Even among the first-class lords of heaven, he is an absolute expert. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus heaved a sigh of displeasure. Myriad swords returned to origin. Li Fuchen first targeted Zhu Guangming. Crack! The ball of light outside Zhu Guangming's body exploded like a glass ball. Puff! Countless bloody holes appeared on Zhu Guangming's body. Damn it! Zhu Guangming transformed into a streak of light and fled frantically. Origin returning, sword chi. Ignoring the distance of time and space, Li Fuchen's sword twisted and turned Zhu Guangming into a bloody mess. Of course, Li Fuchen knew that it was impossible to kill Zhu Guangming so easily. As long as Zhu Guangming's supreme bloodline didn't crumble, his power wouldn't be depleted. If his power wasn't depleted, his injuries would be able to recover rapidly. Unless Li Fuchen's strength was at the level of a city lord, otherwise, it was impossible to kill Zhu Guangming within a short period of time. At most, Li Fuchen would consume some of his source. Seeing how Li Fuchen defeated Zhu Guangming with ease, Heavenly Lord Black Lotus hurriedly retreated and vanished without a trace. I will remember this sword move. Zhu Guangming's voice echoed in the void. Li Fuchen didn't give chase as his speed wasn't faster than Zhu Guangming. With my current strength, it isn't difficult to deal with regular first-class Heaven Monarchs, but it is impossible to kill them. If I go all out, I might be able to kill a Class 3 or 4 Heaven Monarch. Right now, Li Fuchen had crossed moves with plenty of Heaven Monarchs, and he had a better understanding of the power of Heaven Monarchs. It is a pity that I don't know when my sword technique will break through to the supreme level. Li Fuchen shook his head. If his sword art was just a regular sword art, he would have broken through a long time ago. But his sword art had communicated with too much source power. Once it was improved, it wouldn't be a small matter. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through. According to Li Fuchen's prediction, if the primordial sword art could break through, it would definitely become a City Lord class sword art. Furthermore, it would be at the pinnacle among the City Lord class sword arts. If the primary extreme sword art could break through, it wouldn't be a City Lord class sword art, it would be a Starfield class sword art. It was impossible to imagine how powerful a Starfield class sword art was. Li Fuchen could still vividly remember the prowess of the 19th Legion's commander, Blood Axe Monarch. In his opinion, a Starfield class lethal power was enough to destroy all the universe laws. My sword art is temporarily unable to break through, but I have some ideas for the Hand of Calamity. Once the 6th rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Calamity, was achieved, Li Fuchen would become a Heaven Monarch. Furthermore, he wouldn't be a regular Heaven Monarch. The initial stage of the Hand of Calamity was already comparable to a City Lord class Heaven Monarch. The middle stage of the Hand of Calamity would be comparable to a Starfield class Heaven Monarch. The later stage of the Hand of Calamity would be comparable to a half-god. Apart from that, after cultivating the Hand of Calamity, Li Fuchen would also possess the Myriad Calamity Indestructible Body. This was a physique that was countless times superior to the Star Indestructible Body. It was basically an undying existence. Supreme bloodlines weren't even worth mentioning as compared to it. Li Fuchen had been increasing his chi power by consuming plenty of artifacts like the insect race's insect crystals. But in order to reach the Hand of Calamity, resources alone weren't enough. He had to comprehend the true meaning of calamity extermination. Only by comprehending the true meaning of calamity extermination would he be able to make every minute particle in his body have the trait of being indestructible. Calamity is a fixed number. 10% and one destruction is a calamity. Calamity power is everywhere. As time elapses, there will be more and more calamity power until it explodes. To be honest, Li Fuchen might have exceptional perception, but if he didn't have exceptional spirit soul force, he wouldn't be able to discover the calamity power in everything. It was just like comprehending the water Tao. First, observe the characteristics of the water. But if one couldn't even see the water, how was one going to observe the characteristics of the water? Similarly, if one couldn't even detect the calamity power, how was one going to comprehend the Hand of Calamity? The Hand of Calamity gathers the calamity power in the body and controls the calamity power, allowing the calamity power to fuse with the body. The Hand of Calamity was very dangerous. If a person had too much calamity power, it would be the same as reaching the end of their lifespan. But it was precisely because the Hand of Calamity was very dangerous that it was so incredible. Putting aside the middle and late stage of the Hand of Calamity, just the early stage was enough to ignore the attacks of most Starfield-class Heaven Monarchs. So beautiful. Chapter 977. On a glowing ship that kept jumping. We underestimated him. Zhu Guangming and Heavenly Lord Black Lotus looked at each other solemnly. At the start, Zhu Guangming thought that Li Fuchen was just a Class 5 Heaven Monarch or even a lower-class Heaven Monarch. Such a Heaven Monarch could be easily killed by the two of them if they worked together. Taking a step back, even if Li Fuchen was a 3rd or 4th grade or 2 3rd grade Heaven Monarchs, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill him if they worked together. But how could they have imagined that Li Fuchen was a first-class Heaven Monarch? Furthermore, he was considered a pinnacle existence among the first-class Heaven Monarchs. Even a normal city Heaven Lord might not be able to kill such an existence. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus looked at Zhu Guangming and asked, "What should we do? Should we ask the elders of the clan to help?" In order to be an elder in the Zhu clan, one had to be at least a city Lord Heaven Monarch. If the elder takes action, I'm afraid we'll only be able to get a small profit. Zhu Guangming hesitated. Although he did not know why no one cared about the deep blue plain, how could he give up on a piece of meat that was already in his mouth? It's better than nothing. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus had a different opinion. All right, but which elder do you think we should invite? Among the elders of the Zhu clan, some were greedy, some were domineering, and some were cold and detached. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus said, "Elder Purple Flame is rather close to my bloodline. Although he's a man of his word, he does things fairly. Most importantly, his Purple Flame Great Technique is extremely powerful. Even ordinary city Heavenly Lords can't withstand it." Elder Zi Yin? Zhu Guangming nodded. Elder Zi Yin was indeed very powerful. His purple flames could burn heaven and earth, and they were many times more powerful than Heavenly Lord Black Lotus flames. Observing the destruction of stars was a shortcut for Li Fuchen to comprehend the Hand of Calamity. However, the premise was that the stars were destroyed naturally and not affected by external forces. Therefore, for the following period of time, Li Fuchen searched the starry sky for stars that were being destroyed. Stars that were destroyed by natural aging were too rare. After spending half a month, Li Fuchen finally found a second one. Soon, Li Fuchen could feel that a trace of calamity extermination was imprinted in the depths of his spirit soul. He wasn't afraid of his soul being destroyed. His powerful soul allowed him to comprehend the true essence of calamity destruction without any fear. Zhu City, Purple Flame, Cave Mansion. Purple flames floated between heaven and earth. These violet flames formed a world of their own. Zhu Guangming could clearly see that there were lives multiplying within the violet flames, as well as the birth of natural oddities. Amazing! Zhu Guangming had a premonition that any one of these purple flames could seriously injure him. If there were a few more, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. Why are you two looking for me? A large amount of purple flames converged to form a figure. As Li Fuchen comprehended more calamity extermination essences, a shallow calamity mark appeared in the depths of his spirit soul. I've finally comprehended the hands of calamity level. Next, I'll have to raise my body-tempering cultivation base to the hands of calamity level. Sitting cross-legged in the pitch-black universe, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and opened up his arms. In the next moment, boundless calamity power gathered from all directions and poured into Li Fuchen's body. One could see that Li Fuchen's body had traces of calamity marks. These calamity marks emitted chi presence that was enough to disintegrate stars. As the calamity power increased, the calamity marks on Li Fuchen's body increased too. Each calamity mark was a calamity to a heaven monarch and was enough to kill them. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had already comprehended the hands of calamity and wasn't affected for now. But it was only temporary. If Li Fuchen wasn't able to control the calamity power perfectly, his body, spirit, soul, and even karma would be turned into ashes when the calamity power burst out. Everything would vanish from this world. Crackle. The void in Li Fuchen's region started to collapse. This was a calamity phenomenon caused by overly concentrated calamity power. It was said that the universe also had calamity times. By then, everything would be turned into nothingness. I'm almost at the limit. Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the calamity power in the universe and started to attempt to circulate the calamity power in his body according to the hands of calamity's circulation route. Howl! The horrific wolf howl shattered countless stars. A few light years away, a giant wolf was affected by Li Fuchen and woke up from its slumber. Who dares to disturb me? The giant wolf's eyes were bigger than stars, and the fur on its body was fluttering. Over there, the giant wolf sprinted towards Li Fuchen's direction. From far away, the giant wolf stopped. He could feel that there was a terrifying power brewing in front. This power made him throb, and it was something he had never experienced before. I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to disturb my Aquillo's slumber shall die. The giant wolf roared and opened its mouth to shoot out a black pillar of light. Bang boom. The originally empty space was now surging with a black wave. Void giant wolf. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the giant wolf. This giant wolf was the famous void giant wolf among the starry sky giant beasts. It was born with the strength of a heaven monarch, and as it aged, its strength would continue to increase. Just nice, I can vent the excess calamity power. Previously, Li Fuchen had absorbed too much calamity power, and it was extremely difficult to control it. Furthermore, the calamity power wasn't like other energies that could be released easily. The calamity scars on Li Fuchen's body were much lesser and much fainter. He stood up and walked out of the black wave. Human die. The void giant wolf opened its mouth and bit over. Get lost. After enlarging his body, Li Fuchen punched the void giant wolf's chin and sent it flying. What is this? The void giant wolf realized that its chin was crumbling, and it was unbelievable. Starry sky giant beasts had heaven-defying vitality and were nearly immortal. It was very hard to completely destroy a part of their body. Just as the brain was about to crumble, the void giant wolf circulated its vitality and poured it into the brain. Extinguish. Li Fuchen punched the void giant wolf's chest again. Howl! At this moment, the void giant wolf's head had already recovered completely. When it saw its chest crumbling again, it couldn't help but roar with rage. The horrific sound wave sent Li Fuchen flying. Run! Without any hesitation, the void giant wolf turned around and started to escape. It wasn't like those low-class, starry sky giant beasts that had low spirit wisdom. As a high-class, starry sky giant beast, its spirit wisdom wasn't inferior to intelligent races. You sure run fast. Li Fuchen smiled and continued to cultivate the hand of calamity. As the days passed by, the calamity scars on Li Fuchen's body were gradually vanishing and fading. It meant that he was gradually controlling the calamity power. At the same moment, the calamity scars in the depths of his spirit soul were getting deeper and were even emitting a faint glow. Calamity power is so mystical. On this day, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and his face was brimming with a warm and sunny smile. He didn't expect for the calamity power to contain karma. He would be able to sense anything that was related to him. He would be able to predict any danger in advance. It was truly unbelievable. The hand of God is so powerful. I wonder how the owner of the hand of God was killed. Chapter 978. Without any sound or presence, Li Fuchen's figure burst out at a speed that was at least 10 million times the speed of light. It also meant that in just 1 or 2 breaths, Li Fuchen would be able to travel 1 light year. Too fast. Li Fuchen couldn't feel any resistance. In the face of the powerful calamity power, even time and space had collapsed. There wasn't any resistance. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the deep blue plain and waited quietly. Boom! The void melted and 3 figures with purple flames appeared in front of Li Fuchen. You knew we were coming? Zhu Guangming had a change of expression. This is the helper that you invited? Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the elder with an ancient-looking face. The elder was wearing a purple robe and looked like a leisurely wild crane. But Li Fuchen knew that this was just a facade. From the elder's qi presence, Li Fuchen could feel the heat and dominance. This old man is the purple flame ancestor. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance. The purple flame ancestor didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. From Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heaven Monarch, he found out that Li Fuchen's strength was only at the level of a first-grade Heaven Monarch. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as surrender. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen had cultivated the hand of calamity, even if he didn't, Li Fuchen was confident that he could escape unscathed. I hope you will still be so stubborn later. The purple flame ancestor didn't waste his breath and shot a purple flame at Li Fuchen with his left eye. Blaze! It was just a fist-sized purple flame, but when it approached Li Fuchen, it turned into a surging sea of flames. Li Fuchen could clearly see countless blazing fire spirits roaring and charging in the sea of flames. It was obvious that the purple flame ancestor's fire Tao didn't just reach the primal chaos realm. It was even further advanced and was able to create the primal chaos and use the fire Tao to evolve a world. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen intentionally wanted to see the difference between his sword Tao and the purple flame ancestor's fire Tao. Therefore, he executed a sword move. Bang bang. When the sea of flames clashed with the sea of swords, the sea of swords instantly disintegrated and was constantly pushed back. The sword Tao is actually at this stage. The purple flame ancestor was rather astonished. Li Fuchen's sword Tao was obviously at the stage of evolving a world, but the foundation wasn't firm. Seeing that the sea of flames was approaching, Li Fuchen didn't hide anymore and blasted a fist at the sea of flames. Puff! Under Li Fuchen's fist, the sea of flames vanished like an illusion. Impossible! Zhu Guangming and Heavenly Lord Black Lotus eyes widened in disbelief. Elder Zi Yin was a City Lord class Heaven Monarch. Even if he didn't use his full strength, a regular Heaven Monarch wouldn't be able to contest against him. At least, Zhu Guangming believed that if he was in Li Fuchen's shoes, he would have already escaped with severe injuries. Could it be that he hid his strength last time? That's not right. Why would he hide it? Could it be that he doesn't want to fall out with the Zhu family? The more Zhu Guangming thought about it, the more he felt that the possibility was very high. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If Li Fuchen was a little more ruthless, he would probably be dead the last time. Something's wrong. Patriarch Ziyin glared at Zhu Guangming and Heavenly Monarch Black Lotus, feeling a little unhappy. How could they be first-class Heavenly Monarchs? They were obviously City Lord Heavenly Monarchs, and they were not weak even among City Lord Heavenly Monarchs. Purple Flame Sky Collapse. Even though Patriarch Ziyin knew that Li Fuchen wasn't easy to deal with, he didn't wish to return empty-handed. He had to at least test Li Fuchen's bottom line. Boundless purple flames gathered in front of Patriarch Ziyin. With a wave of his hand, a giant purple flame sphere was blasted at Li Fuchen. This purple flame sphere gathered too much purple flames. Once it was launched, time and space were burned into nothingness. It had the intention of a star region Heavenly Monarch destroying the universe's laws. Just in time, Li Fuchen cleaved at the purple flame sphere with his palm. Crackle. The purple flame sphere split open and immediately disintegrated. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's calamity power was also depleted. Young friend strength, this old man has misjudged. Patriarch Ziyin withdrew his hand and stood still, not making another move. At their level, unless a star region Heavenly Monarch made a move, their lives wouldn't be in danger. This Li is also in admiration of your fire Dao. This was Li Fuchen's first official exchange moves with a City Lord Heavenly Monarch, and he had benefited greatly. Young friend, don't worry. I will not look for trouble with you anymore. Let's go. Patriarch Ziyin waved his hand and expanded the purple flames. He then carried Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heavenly Monarch into the void. Elder Ziyin, this child is so powerful and is probably hiding a shocking secret. Should we ask the Doyen to make a move? The Zhu clan's Doyen that Zhu Guangming mentioned were all-star region Heavenly Monarchs. This group of Doyen were the true upper echelons of the Zhu clan. Patriarch Ziyin reprimanded. Do you need the Doyen to make a move for everything? Do you think the Zhu clan can make a decision for you? I don't dare. Zhu Guangming's expression turned stiff. Let's just forget about this matter. This child isn't as simple as he looks. He might have a powerful backer. The Zhu clan might not be afraid of any factions, but there is no need to make enemies. A plan wasn't worth such a huge risk. It seems like I have to pay attention to the Zhu clan. Li Fuchen found out from Zhu Hongxiu that the Zhu clan was one of the pinnacle factions in the universe. The highest power was the Doyen Assembly. The members of the Doyen Assembly were all-star region Heavenly Monarchs. Below them were the numerous elders. Li Fuchen didn't even need to guess to know that the elder earlier should be one of the Zhu clan's elders. Of course, Li Fuchen would deal with the situation as he wasn't too fearful of the Zhu clan. After cultivating the Hand of Calamity, he already possessed the myriad calamity immortal body. Even if a star region Heavenly Monarch made a move, they wouldn't be able to injure him. Only those elite star region Heavenly Monarchs would be able to injure him. Apart from that, Li Fuchen, who possessed the calamity power, could sense danger in advance and could also sense karma. For example, if Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heavenly Monarch had formed karma with him, he would be able to sense their movements in advance. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, the myriad calamity immortal body wasn't as simple as being indestructible. After all, it was only relatively speaking. If he encountered an enemy that was thousands or 10,000 times stronger than him, he would still be turned into ashes. The myriad calamity immortal body should also have the effect of avoiding calamities. It also meant that when a huge danger was approaching, the cultivator would be able to sense it in advance and leave calmly. Of course, nothing was absolute. Even with the myriad calamity immortal body, it didn't mean that everything would be resolved once and for all. What if there was a reason that made one unable to retreat despite knowing that danger was approaching? What should one do? What if the enemy had a heaven-defying method to isolate the calamity power? What should one do? If the myriad calamity immortal body could resolve everything once and for all, the previous hand of God wouldn't have perished. In the vast universe, strength is everything. The hand of calamity and the myriad calamity immortal body can only be used as a method and cannot be relied on. Li Fuchen knew clearly that the Sword Tao was the foundation. Chapter 979. Prism Light Star Area, Prism Light Valley. This was the most dangerous place in the Prism Light Star region. The time and space here were chaotic, and countless layers of time and space were stacked together. Even a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch could get lost in here if they were not careful. The Prismatic Light Valley produced prismatic gemstones, and any prismatic gemstone was worth billions of supreme-grade spirit stones. If one was lucky enough to obtain a prismatic stone mother, even a Heaven Lord at the City Lord level would be rich. A prismatic stone mother was worth at least 1 trillion supreme-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen came here to look for prismatic gems, not only because of the value of the prismatic gems, but also because of their effects. Prismatic gems contain the power of the origin of time, and prismatic mother stones contain the essence of the origin of time. They could be said to be supreme treasures of the universe. In the universe, there are far too few things that could be called universe treasures. Although the prismatic stone mother could only be considered the lowest grade universe treasure. In the void, beams of light intertwined with each other. Each of these beams of light represented a layer of space-time. When two beams of light intertwined with each other, it would form a disordered space-time. The more beams of light intertwined, the more disordered the space-time would be. If there were hundreds or thousands of beams of light intertwining with each other, even a City Lord Heaven Monarch would be lost. In the depths of the Prism Light Valley, countless rays of light interweaved. It was billions of times more complicated than the most complicated spiderweb. Light Heavenly Monarch, are you sure there are prismatic stone mothers here? An old man with whirlpool-like eyes said suspiciously, Heavenly Lord Maelstrom, with my attainments in the Tao of Light, I'm 100% sure that there is the aura of the prismatic stone mother here. The light Heavenly Lord closed his eyes, and his body emitted a misty white light that illuminated the past and present. Light Heavenly Lord, according to our agreement, after we obtain the mother prismatic stones, Heavenly Lord Maelstrom and I will split it equally, and you will have the other half. A beautiful woman wearing a translucent gauze dress said seriously, No problem. The light Heavenly Monarch nodded. Hearing this, the beautiful woman and Heavenly Lord Maelstrom exchanged a look. The two of them didn't really trust the light Heavenly Monarch, but they were very eager to obtain the prismatic stone mother. They decided that if the light Heavenly Monarch dared to make any strange moves, the two of them would join forces to heavily injure him. In the Prism Light Valley, the light wasn't static, it was changing every moment. As time passed, the interweaving net of light in front of the three of them had already changed millions of times. It has appeared. The white light in the light Heavenly Monarch's eyes intensified. In front of him, tens of thousands of rays of light overlapped, and a glowing gem was faintly discernible. Blasted out, the light Heavenly Monarch was the first to shoot out a beam of white light at the glowing gem. Hearing that, Lord of Heaven Maelstrom and the beautiful woman also made their moves. The three of them were all City Lord Heaven Monarchs, and they were rather powerful existences among the City Lord Heaven Monarchs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become City Lords. With the three of them working together, the overlapping light rays shattered layer by layer, and the glowing gem gradually became clear. It's not enough. Don't hide it anymore. Use your ultimate move. The Light Lord of Heaven conjured a white light sword in his hand. With a slash of the light sword, at least 1,000 layers of light rays were sliced apart. Seeing this, the vortexes in Heavenly Lord Vortex's eyes started to spin quietly, and everything in front of him collapsed and rolled. Destructive storm. A pair of sparkling and translucent wings condensed behind the beautiful woman. With a flap of the wings, a terrifying storm wreaked havoc and destroyed everything in its path. Soon, in his line of sight, the prism stone became much clearer, and the Light Lord of Heaven's eyes were fervent. As an ultimate treasure of the universe, the prism stone contained the essence of the origin of time, which was very beneficial to his cultivation. Once he got it, he could save countless years of hard work, and there was a high chance that he would reach the star sector level in the future. Of course, he had to get a complete one, and not just half. Poof! The last layer of light shattered, and the prism stone was completely exposed to the three of them. Light Lord of Heaven, don't even think about it. Lord of Heaven, Maelstrom, and the beautiful woman were enraged, and they attacked the white light together. They had originally agreed that no one could touch the prism stone alone, but the Light Lord of Heaven had broken the oath. The white light that the Light Lord of Heaven turned into was too fast. By the time the two of them attacked, it was already too late, and the prism stone had fallen into the Light Lord of Heaven's hands. Just stay here obediently. The Light Lord of Heaven raised the prism stone high, and countless rays of light shrouded the Lord of Heaven, Maelstrom, and the beautiful woman. The prism stone had the innate ability to control the light in the prism valley. Oh no! The two of them were shocked. Once they were shrouded by so many rays of light, they would definitely be lost in the endless space-time. The Lord of Heaven, Maelstrom, waved his hand, and a mirror floated in front of him. The mirror enlarged, and a large amount of light was reflected. A colorful pearl also appeared in the beautiful woman's hand. This colorful pearl was quite mystical, and it automatically emitted a circle of colorful light, protecting the beautiful woman and the Lord of Heaven, Maelstrom. However, as more and more rays of light shrouded them, the pressure on the two also increased. The surface of the mirror in front of the Lord of Heaven, Maelstrom, even cracked, and it was hard to see with the naked eye. Light Lord of Heaven, you will suffer the backlash of the heavenly law if you break the oath. Aren't you afraid? The beautiful woman yelled. The Light Lord of Heaven smiled and said, Lord of Heaven, Spirit Feather, you and I both know that at our level, we have basically reached the peak. It is extremely difficult to advance further. Therefore, even if my Tao heart is damaged, I will not give up this opportunity. Now, if you swear not to attack me again, I might let you go. Light Lord of Heaven, do you think we will still believe you? How could the Lord of Heaven, Maelstrom, not know that Li Fuchen made them swear to prevent future troubles? After all, even if they were trapped in the boundless time and space, there was still a chance to escape. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then who is it? The Light Lord of Heaven's senses were rather sharp, and his reaction was exceptional, but he could only watch as his arm was severed and the prismatic stone mother was snatched away. After taking a quick glance, the Light Lord of Heaven saw a figure not far away. He recognized this figure. It was the mysterious Heaven Lord that snatched the prismatic stone from the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch previously. As compared to the previous time, the mysterious Heaven Lord's strength was more than 100 times stronger. The severed arm grew back, and the Light Lord of Heaven's face was burning with murderous intent. Bastard, return the prismatic stone mother to me. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born in this world. No one that can make me regret has been born yet. Light Lord, you won't do. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. He was able to snatch the prismatic stone mother from the Light Lord of Heaven because of his calamity power and his spirit soul talent. His tribulation power allowed him to ignore the radiance of the light prism valley, and his soul talent allowed him to perfectly conceal his aura, allowing him to approach the light heavenly monarch silently. Of course, the most important thing was that most of the light heavenly lord's attention was on the heavenly lord Maelstrom and the heavenly lord Lingyu. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to launch a sneak attack. After all, none of the city lord heavenly lords were easy to deal with. Without the control of the light monarch, the light that enveloped heavenly monarch Maelstrom and heavenly monarch Spirit Feather returned to normal. At the very least, it would not target them. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. At the same time, they were extremely vigilant. Heaven Monarch Vortex, Heaven Monarch Spirit Feather, I was in the wrong previously, but I can continue to swear that I will take back the Prism Stone Mother and split it evenly between the three of us. If I violate this oath, I shall be plagued with misfortune and die a horrible death. The Light Heaven Monarch knew that Li Fuchen wasn't easy to deal with, and transmitted a message to the Heaven Monarch Vortex and Heaven Monarch Spirit Feather secretly. Heavenly Lord Maelstrom and Heavenly Lord Spirit Feather thought about it and agreed to Heavenly Lord Light's request. They might despise the Radiance Heaven Monarch's actions, but they didn't wish for Li Fuchen to snatch the prismatic light gem. Chapter 980. Go! The three of them attacked Li Fuchen in unison. All right, I can test the myriad calamity immortal body. Li Fuchen didn't dodge and forcefully withstood the trio's attack. The first to arrive was the Radiance Heaven Monarch's light sword Qi. When the light sword Qi slashed across Li Fuchen's body, there was a burst of sparks. Immediately after, it was the Vortex Heaven Monarch's distorted whirlpool power, followed by the Spirit Feather Heaven Monarch's annihilation storm. It was a pity that when the two attacks made contact with Li Fuchen's body, they would immediately disperse and wouldn't pose any threat. What? The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a City Lord Heaven Monarch, who specialized in body refinement, wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of three people with just his body. Who are you? The Light Heavenly Monarch bellowed. Who I am isn't that important. After confirming that the 10,000 Calamity Immortal body could disregard attacks from City Lord class Heaven Monarchs, Li Fuchen was completely at ease. You forced me to do this, Light of Creation. The light on the Light Lord of Heaven's body became more and more intense, and the scene of the world's creation appeared. Open. The light sword in the Radiance Heaven Monarch's hand was 1,000 times more powerful as he slashed at Li Fuchen, burning his bloodline. Heavenly Lord Maelstrom and Heavenly Lord Spirit Feather were shocked. Burning one's bloodline would cause irreversible damage. Unless it was a matter of life and death, no one would choose to do so. Correspondingly, burning one's bloodline could make a Lord of Heaven 10 times more powerful. Dang! The light sword ruthlessly cleaved at Li Fuchen's head, causing sparks to fly. You not injured? Heavenly Lord Maelstrom almost bit his own tongue, while Heavenly Lord Spirit Feather's eyes widened. All right, I don't have time to play with you guys. Goodbye. Li Fuchen didn't fear the trio's attacks, but he couldn't do anything to them. With a flash, he broke through the air and left. The Light Heavenly Monarch did not give chase. Instead, he dispersed the light sword in his hand. The other party's defense was too strong, so strong that it left him in despair. Even after burning his bloodline, he was still unable to harm the other party in the slightest. How was he supposed to fight? I finally obtained the Prism Stone Mother. Along the way, Li Fuchen took out the Prismatic Stone Mother and was rather curious. As a supreme treasure of the universe, the Prismatic Stone Mother's value was secondary. Its effects could be said to be heaven-defying. Legend had it that the Prismatic Stone Mother could reverse time and resurrect a person who had just died. If it was used in conjunction with the formation, it could control the flow of time within the formation. It could be said that a Prismatic Stone Mother had solved many of his worries. Perhaps I can also cultivate the space-time Tao. Li Fuchen already had a firm foundation in the Void Tao. With the Prism Stone Mother in the Time Tao, Li Fuchen believed that it wouldn't be a problem to catch up to the Void Tao. In the universe, many heavenly lords would choose to cultivate space-time, as expected of a prismatic mother. After returning to the deep blue plane, Li Fuchen first took out the prismatic gem to comprehend the time source power. After his progress slowed down, he took out the prismatic gem mother to comprehend the time source essence. In just half a month, Li Fuchen's time Tao had reached the same level as the Void Tao from the foundation stage. Birth! In front of a small tree, Li Fuchen waved his hand, and the flow of time in the area where the small tree was located increased drastically. Hua hua hua. The small tree grew at an alarming rate. Soon, it grew from a small tree that was only half the height of a person to a tree that was several people tall. However, at the same time, the surrounding land and vegetation began to wither, as if all the nutrients had been absorbed by the small tree. Reverse. Li Fuchen waved his hand again, and the area where the tree was had a rapid decrease in the flow of time. Finally, it started to reverse, but the degree of reversal was much lower. Seeing that the tree that was several people tall was getting shorter, Li Fuchen sighed and withdrew the time power. The time Tao was too terrifying. In the eyes of ordinary people, the current Li Fuqian was no different from a god. Of course, Li Fuqian also knew that the time Tao would have different effects on different targets. For an ordinary small tree like this, it was naturally easy to control its growth speed. But if it was a tree with extremely high levels of energy, it would be rather difficult to control its growth speed. For example, the current Li Fuqian could easily cause a normal person to age or revive. But if the target was a heavenly lord, it wouldn't have any effect. If the target was a saint lord, it would only cause the saint lord to age by a few hundred or a few thousand years, and it wouldn't be fatal. This was mainly because Li Fuqian's time, Tao hadn't reached the supreme level yet. Only after reaching the supreme level would it be effective on heavenly lords. I wonder how terrifying the Time Sand Heaven Lord's time ability is. The Time Sand Heaven Lord's time ability was derived from the Sand Tao. It might be inferior to a City Lord class Heaven Lord that specialized in the Time Tao, but it was still rather terrifying. Time and spatial are inseparable. In order to walk further on the Time Tao, I have to fuse the spatial Tao, which is also the Void Tao. Li Fuqian's perception was heaven-defying and was able to fuse the time power and spatial power together to form the power of time and space. Li Fuqian realized that it was much easier to use the power of time and spatial power to control the growth of trees. The influence on the surroundings was also much smaller. Now, I can test the effect of the Prism Stone Mother. Li Fuqian took out the Prism Stone Mother and poured in the power of time and space. Immediately after, Li Fuqian entered a kaleidoscope-like independent spatial zone. There were dreamy radiances that were intertwining. Speed up, Li Fuqian murmured, and the time flow in the independent spatial zone changed from 1 to 100. 1. Speed up again. It then changed from 100, 1 to 1,000. 1. It also meant that 1 year in the outside world would be 1,000 years inside. This would definitely be very shocking. After all, Li Fuqian was a City Lord class Heaven Lord and not an ordinary person. If he could accelerate the time of a City Lord class Heaven Lord by 1,000 times, he would probably be able to accelerate the time of an ordinary person by 1,000,000,000,000 times. Of course, an ordinary person's lifespan was limited, and it didn't matter how much time was accelerated. Only people like Li Fuqian, who had an unlimited lifespan, would accelerate the time. Continue to accelerate. Li Fuqian pushed the Prism Stone Mother to the limits. Buzz. The independent spatial zone shook, and the time flow was accelerated to 10,000 times in the outside world. Li Fuqian had a feeling that this was the limit of the Prism Stone Mother. After all, he was a City Lord class Heaven Lord, and the energy level was too high. I wonder how is the cultivation effect. Li Fuqian started to deduce the glorious sword art. 10 days in the outside world was 273 years inside. Supreme glory. When Li Fuqian brandished his sword, an extremely glorious sword light rushed out and broke through the independent spatial zone. This feeling, while bathing in the sunlight, Li Fuqian felt a huge amount of glorious sword Tao source power descending from the sky and fusing into the glorious sword Tao bloodline. Chapter 981. This is the supreme bloodline. As a large amount of glorious sword Tao source power and a small amount of glorious sword Tao source essence fused into the glorious sword Tao bloodline, Li Fuqian felt that his sword Tao Qi presence had increased by more than a few thousand times. The glorious sword Tao bloodline in his body was like a small glowing dragon that was squirming and radiating with astounding vitality. The supreme bloodline was actually equivalent to a small-scale source. A small-scale source was very significant. As long as the burst of power didn't exceed the production limit of the small-scale source, Li Fuqian's power would be endless. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for 10,000 or 100,000 years. Of course, this was only in theory. If Li Fuqian was to fight for 10,000 or 100,000 years, it was hard to guarantee that the bloodline wouldn't collapse. Even if the bloodline didn't collapse, his spirit and body would probably collapse. My current sword Tao strength should be at the pinnacle among the City Lord class heavenly monarchs. Li Fuchen could feel that his sword Dao strength had surpassed his body refinement strength, and his body refinement strength wasn't weak at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to snatch the prismatic stone mother from the Radiance Heaven Monarch. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and sensed the changes brought by the supreme bloodline. Firstly, Li Fuchen felt that his vitality was several times more vigorous. Every inch of his flesh was brimming with surging vitality. Of course, after cultivating the Hand of Calamity, vitality wasn't that important anymore. With the Calamity power, Li Fuchen's vitality wouldn't be depleted. Just like a star region heavenly monarch, he was immortal and had the same lifespan as the heavens. Secondly, the supreme bloodline allowed Li Fuchen's body to constantly emit a prowess. This prowess was supreme, and unless Li Fuchen executed his spirit's soul talent to conceal it, it wouldn't dissipate. If the previous Li Fuchen might be suspected to be a heavenly monarch, now that Li Fuchen walked out, no one would doubt if he was a heavenly monarch. They would only doubt if he was a city lord class heavenly monarch. After all, Li Fuchen's prowess was too intense. Finally, Li Fuchen sensed that in the depths of the supreme bloodline, there was a hole. The glorious sword Dao source power was constantly surging out from the hole. It turns out that this is the crux of the heavenly monarch's endless power. Li Fuchen understood. It was obvious that the glorious sword Dao bloodline was connected to the glorious sword Dao source in the outside world and would constantly be replenished. This was similar to a super first-rate extremity cultivation technique. When Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique reached the super first-rate extremity, it was able to connect to the sword Dao source. However, the difference was that the former's hole was larger and replenished faster. Of course, the reason why a supreme bloodline was called a supreme bloodline was not only because it could connect to the origin source of the outside world, but also because it could continuously recover energy. It was just that the recovered energy was not origin source energy, but was compatible with the cultivator's energy. Simply put, origin energy was the highest form of power. A cultivator's power was diluted from origin energy. Therefore, a bit of glorious sword Dao origin power could be diluted into a large amount of glorious sword Dao power. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Obtaining the prismatic stone was definitely a great opportunity for him. If he didn't have the prismatic stone, he would need at least 200 years to raise the glorious sword art to the supreme level. Now, he only needed 10 days. I wonder how much the light heaven monarch hates me now. The more precious the prismatic stone mother was, the more important it was to the light heaven monarch. Perhaps the light heaven monarch was planning to use the prismatic stone mother to break through to the star region heaven monarch. While sizing up the prismatic stone mother, Li Fuchen suddenly raised his brows. The time source essence seems to have been consumed a little. Only Li Fuchen's spirit soul power could easily detect it. If it was someone else, they would probably need to do it multiple times before noticing. That's true. Everything has to be balanced. The prismatic stone mother's time source essence isn't limitless and will naturally be consumed. Li Fuchen was only shocked for a moment before returning to normal. In for a penny, in for a pound. I might as well break through to the primary extreme sword art too. The primary extreme sword art wasn't the glorious sword art. Once Li Fuchen broke through, his strength would reach the star region heaven monarch's level. By then, the universe would truly be vast, and he would be able to roam freely. As for demigods, how many demigods were there in the universe? Furthermore, Li Fuchen found out from the other heaven monarchs that demigods rarely appeared. It seemed like after becoming a demigod, there would be a better place to go. Li Fuchen activated the prismatic stone mother and accelerated time to 10,000 times in the outside world. He then started to deduce the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art. In the past, Li Fuchen didn't create the third move of the glorious sword art and the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art. It wasn't because he couldn't create them, but he felt that it wasn't necessary. Sword art moves were about quality and not quantity. There were times when a single move was enough to dominate the world. It wasn't interesting to create similar sword moves. However, it was different to upgrade the sword art to the supreme level. Li Fuchen required a new sword move to connect the previous move and to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study. As such, he was able to create the third move of the glorious sword art, Supreme Glory. This move didn't just fuse the quintessence of meteor fall and radiance. It had also opened up a new door. If the primary extreme sword art wanted to break through and improve, Li Fuchen had to create the fourth move. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of the eye, 1 month had passed in the outside world and 821 years had passed in the prism spatial zone. Origin returned sword form. Li Fuchen drew in the air with his right index and middle fingers, and a row of simple and pure swords appeared. These swords weren't real swords, but they were more intrinsic than real swords. Because they were the true form of swords, they were the materialization of Sword Tao. Boom! Before the sword form was executed, the entire universe's law had already been destroyed. Similar to the glorious Sword Tao bloodline, when Li Fuchen created the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art, a large amount of Sword Tao source power and Sword Tao source essence descended from the sky and fused into Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Tao bloodline. There was too much Sword Tao source power, and it was more than 100 times more than when the glorious sword art broke through. The Sword Tao source essence was more than 1,000 times more. Correspondingly, the primary extreme Sword Tao bloodline that had reached the supreme level was naturally several times stronger than the glorious Sword Tao bloodline. The hole in the depths of the bloodline was also several times bigger. The primitive and simple Sword Tao source power and Sword Tao source essence were flowing out. It is too mystical. Li Fuchen felt as though he had become the center of the universe. As he breathed, there was a Sword Tao presence. It felt as though he was the representative of the Sword Tao and the ruler of the Sword Tao. Li Fuchen naturally knew that this was a misconception. His body contained too much Sword Tao source essence. Each of his actions would resonate with the universe's Sword Tao source. In the depths of the horizontal river star region, the horizontal river primogenitor suddenly opened his eyes. Someone broke through to the star region class Heaven Monarch. Who is it? Is it the 100-Flower Empress? In his opinion, the 100-Flower Empress was the closest to the star region class Heaven Monarch. Everyone else was slightly lacking. However, he didn't dare to be certain. It was mainly because he sensed the sword intent earlier. He reckoned that the 100-Flower Empress must have had some fated encounter on the Sword Tao to upgrade the 100-Flower Sword Art to the Star Region class. It wasn't her main Tao of withering and flourishing. I shall go congratulate her first. The horizontal river primogenitor stood up and rushed towards the 100-Flower City. P.S. I will try my best to find my form and update as much as I can. As for why I don't update at times, other than being in a bad state, the biggest reason is chronic enteritis. This illness, as I understand it, has become a sore point for me. It's almost impossible to treat. It doesn't care about your life, but it can cause you to suffer. Right now, I'm so skinny that I don't even look human. I haven't had a good meal in the past 2 months. Chapter 982. It actually consumed so much. After inspecting the Prism Stone Mother, Li Fuchen was surprised to realize that the time source essence consumed by the Prism Stone Mother was actually a few hundred times more than before. It seems like the time source essence consumption rate of the Prism Stone Mother isn't just related to the duration of activation. It is also related to the cultivation of the martial art. After the Radiant Sword Art broke through, it was only a City Lord class sword art and naturally couldn't compare with the primary extreme sword art that reached the Starfield class. The difference between the two was too great. But it doesn't matter. This Prism Stone Mother is useless to me now. Accelerating time for a City Lord class Heaven Monarch by 10,000 times and accelerating time for a Starfield class Heaven Monarch by 10,000 times were two completely different concepts. Li Fuchen had an intuition that if he continued to use the Prism Stone Mother to accelerate time, he would only be able to last 1 or 2 days before the time source essence would be exhausted. It was meaningless. Before the primary extreme sword art broke through, Li Fuchen tried to improve the Hand of Calamity and the Time-Space Tao, but it was a pity that it didn't work. The Calamity power was too tyrannical and could easily destroy the structure of time and space. Time couldn't be accelerated, and the Time-Space Tao couldn't be comprehended and improved under the accelerated time. Ancient Stone Star Region, Ancient Stone City. In this place, the Sand Heaven Lord was a godlike existence, and his ruling power was at least 10 or 100 times stronger than regular Universe City Lords. In the depths of the ancient Stone City's time-space, there was a prison. This prison was the dreadful Time Prison. This is the Time Prison. Li Fuchen walked out from the depths of the time-space, and in front of him was an ancient bronze door. In front of the bronze door, there was a large hourglass. However, the sand at the top of the hourglass would never decrease. It felt as though every time the sand decreased, it would be replenished. Such a brilliant time law. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Li Fuchen didn't push open the bronze door and simply walked through it. With the Calamity power, he could completely ignore the Time Prison's law barrier. Unless the law barrier's strength surpassed his Calamity power, it wouldn't be able to stop him. Of course, the instant he entered, the Sand Heaven Lord probably sensed it. The Time Prison was separated into 9 floors, and each floor had countless smaller prisons. These prisons were not prisons in the traditional sense. Instead, they were scenes. There were scenes of towns, villages, battle scenes, adventure scenes. On the second floor, there was a village scene. Li Fuchen was strolling on the small path of the village, and the villagers ignored him. Interesting. Li Fuchen noticed that most of the villagers here had a natural expression. Only a few of them had expressions of numbness, pain, and madness. It's so painful. When will it end? All of you die. Suddenly, a villager with a crazed expression wielded a chopping knife and started a massacre. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. Screams and cries for help rang out incessantly. Soon, the village quieted down. Other than a few villagers who ran out of the village, all the villagers were lying in pools of blood, their eyes wide open. Heavenly Lord of Time, I, the Master of Sacred Flame, will never submit. The killer threw his head back and laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad. As the sun set in the west, darkness enveloped the land. Soon, the darkness dissipated and morning arrived. All of the villagers appeared unharmed. There were no bloodstains or corpses on the streets. It was as if everything that had happened yesterday was just a dream. It's here again. It's here again. Kill. The killer went on a killing spree again. The cycle of time. This day repeats itself forever. So that's how it is. Seeing all of this, Li Fuchen understood everything clearly. The Time Prison was a world of its own. This world's time law was completely controlled by the Heavenly Lord of Time. Once imprisoned, one would have to endure the torture day after day until they became numb and lost their memories. May I know what business do you have here? It was unknown when a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe appeared beside Li Fuchen. The middle-aged man's gray robe seemed to be weaved with sand, and the edges were constantly drifting with sand. I just wished to witness the marvel of the Time Prison. Li Fuchen turned around and smiled. Oh, since you're interested, why don't you go to the 9th floor? That is where the essence of the Time Prison lies. The middle-aged man extended his hand and invited. Please lead the way. Li Fuchen nodded. In response, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and the scene of the village vanished. The duo arrived at a sand city that was filled with fog. Li Fuchen turned his head and realized that the middle-aged man had vanished. Are you trying to trap me here? Li Fuchen raised his brows. In the sky above the sand city, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and a cup of fine wine appeared in his hand. If my Time Prison is so easy to break through, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. So what if you are a Star Domain class Heavenly Lord? As long as you aren't a top-notch Star Domain class Heavenly Lord, it is impossible for you to leave the 9th floor freely. The Heavenly Lord of Time could naturally see that Li Fuchen was a Star Domain class Heavenly Lord. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break into the Time Prison so easily. But he was certain that Li Fuchen wasn't a top-notch Star Domain class Heavenly Lord. If Li Fuchen was a top-notch star domain class heavenly lord, it would be rather easy to enter the time prison silently. As long as it wasn't a top-notch star domain class heavenly lord, the heavenly lord of time had nothing to fear. If Li Fuchen was outside, the heavenly lord of time wouldn't be able to deal with him. But if Li Fuchen took the initiative to enter the 9th floor of the time prison, it was the same as entering the heavenly lord of time's home ground. After drinking a cup of fine wine, the heavenly lord of time looked at Li Fuchen leisurely. Li Fuchen walked quickly in the Sand City, but the Sand City was very huge. After walking for a long time, Li Fuchen wasn't able to walk out of the Sand City. Interesting. It is said that the heavenly lord of time's time ability is derived from the Sand Dao. This Sand City should be the masterpiece of his life. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave the 9th floor, he could do so at any time. His spirit soul power was combined with the calamity power, and he believed that he could counter all laws. Unless the opponent was much stronger than him, and the difference in strength was insurmountable. However, the reason why Li Fuchen came to the time prison wasn't because he was bored. He wanted to study the time Dao. Therefore, there wasn't a need to be in a hurry to leave. In Li Fuchen's eyes, this time prison was filled with the mysteries of time. It would be a pity if he didn't comprehend it. Li Fuchen stopped walking and sat cross-legged. His spirit's soul power permeated into the depths of the time prison structure and rapidly absorbed the essence. Is this the true meaning of time? Previously, Li Fuchen might have comprehended the time source essence within the prismatic stone jellyfish, but the time source essence was too profound. Just comprehending it at the beginning would allow him to increase the level of the time Dao. But if he wanted to increase the level quickly, it wasn't possible. He had to slowly dissect it. It was just like a child learning the principles of life. Due to the age, the child would only be able to learn some superficial knowledge and wouldn't be able to comprehend the essence. As compared to the time source essence, the time prison was of a much lower tier. It was just right for Li Fuchen, who was still a child on the time Dao. Wisps of time source power ignored the time prison and descended into Li Fuchen's body. 100 wisps, 200 wisps. He is actually comprehending the time Dao in the time prison. Chapter 983. Time Sandstorm. How could the time sand heavenly monarch allow Li Fuchen to comprehend the time Dao? Even if Li Fuchen's time Dao broke through, it wouldn't be a threat to the time sand heavenly monarch. A sandstorm appeared out of nowhere and engulfed Li Fuchen. You want to destroy my body with the power of the sandstorm? Li Fuchen let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. The sandstorm that heavenly monarch of time controlled was extraordinarily powerful. Every grain of sand contained terrifying power and the power of time distortion. You could withstand the power, but you couldn't withstand the time distortion. It was a pity that Li Fuchen possessed the 10,000 calamity indestructible body. He was invincible and impervious to all techniques. When the sandstorm hit his body, he didn't feel anything at all. It wasn't even an itch. 300 strands, 400 strands. Li Fuchen's progress was astounding. There were 3 reasons why he had improved so quickly. Firstly, Li Fuchen's perception was too powerful. As long as he concentrated on comprehending something, it was impossible for him to not comprehend it. He just needed to spend some time. Secondly, Li Fuchen's strength had already reached the level of a star field class heaven monarch. It might be sword Dao strength, but it allowed Li Fuchen to view everything differently. It felt like he was standing on a strategically advantageous position. Thirdly, the 9th floor of the time prison was the quintessence of the time sand heaven monarch's time ability. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the marvel within a short period of time. But in front of Li Fuchen's spirit soul power, nothing could hide. Flying sand turning stone. After a few days, when the time sand heavenly monarch saw that Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all, he immediately activated his kill move. In an instant, the sandstorm intensified by more than 10 times. Large rocks were blown up by the sandstorm and smashed at Li Fuchen. These stones were no ordinary stones. They were time sandstones that could completely erase a person. Bang! The rocks smashed onto Li Fuchen's body and shattered, followed by the second piece, the third, countless rocks were constantly smashing at Li Fuchen, and the frequency was getting more and more terrifying. Let's see if you die or not. The Sand Heavenly Monarch was very confident in his own abilities. Although he had only recently broken through to the Star Sector level Heavenly Lord realm, and logically speaking, he was only a relatively weak Star Sector level Heavenly Lord realm, his ability involved time, and the space-time Tao was known as one of the strongest Taos in the universe. 500 strands, 550 strands, 560 strands. After connecting to 580 wisps of time source power, Li Fuchen couldn't connect to another wisp of time source power anymore. Li Fuchen knew that this was his limit. His foundation in the time Tao was too shallow, unlike the sword Tao that cultivated for a long time. Therefore, it was impossible for him to connect to 900 or 1,000 strands of time source power. It was already rather terrifying to be able to connect to 580 strands of time source power. The currently Fuchen's time Tao strength wasn't inferior to grade 4 or 5 Heaven Monarchs. Once the time Tao reached the supreme level, his strength would be at the pinnacle of a first-grade Heaven Monarch. Interesting. It's actually a Star Sector grade powerhouse who has cultivated his body to the Star Sector grade. After dispersing the sandstorm, the Sand Heavenly Monarch fell into deep thought. In the Tao of body refinement, there were strong and weak points. Defense was naturally one of its strong points. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to break through the defense of a body refinement expert at the same level. There were only two ways to defeat them. The first was to trap them. The second was to attack their soul. Since you want to comprehend it, then slowly comprehend it. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch didn't bother about Li Fuchen and left quietly. Sensing that the Sand Heavenly Monarch had left, Li Fuchen took out the Prismatic Stone Mother and started to comprehend the Time Source Essence. A few months later in the outside world, I finally broke through. A large amount of Time Source power that was mixed with a few wisps of Time Source Essence had descended into Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen's Time Bloodline had rapidly transformed and evolved. As the Time Bloodline broke through to the Supreme Bloodline, Li Fuchen's appearance had turned younger. He might still look like a youth, but he looked more delicate and pretty. Apart from that, the age factor in the Qi presence had almost vanished. It also meant that even if Li Fuchen didn't intentionally, others wouldn't be able to detect Li Fuchen's age from his Qi presence. This would definitely save a lot of trouble. As for the rest, it wasn't much. Li Fuchen didn't hope to rely on the Time Tao to fight anyway. The main purpose of cultivating the Time Tao was to assist and save people. Let me take a spin. Li Fuchen didn't immediately leave the time prison. At his level, it was very important to have some fun. Open. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power spread out, and he quickly found the flaw of the 9th floor. The Hand of Calamity burst out and immediately broke the 9th floor's time cycle, allowing Li Fuchen to escape from the 9th floor. 8th floor, 7th floor, 6th floor. In the time prison, the higher one went, the more smaller prisons there were. Each of the smaller prisons were imprisoning a large number of saints. I wonder when will this end? On the 5th floor, Sacred Lord Knight Devil felt his memories getting increasingly blurry. The time here was a cycle every day, and it had been repeating itself. It was unknown how many times it had repeated itself. If it wasn't for his firm willpower, his memories would have vanished, and he would have fallen into oblivion. This is the end. All of a sudden, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice echoed behind Sacred Lord Knight Devil. Turning around, Sacred Lord Knight Devil was first shocked before he let out a bitter smile and said, "Are you imprisoned here too?" He didn't think that Li Fuchen entered here on his own. This time prison was constructed by the Time Sand Heaven Monarch. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen wasn't a Heaven Monarch yet, even if he was, the time prison was imprisoning plenty of Heaven Monarchs. "No, I walked here on my own." Li Fuchen shook his head. "Are you sure you aren't joking?" Sacred Lord Knight Devil was startled. "You will know very soon if I am joking or not." Li Fuchen grabbed the Knight Devil's sacred leader and waved his hand, causing the surrounding scenery to vanish. The Knight Devil's sacred leader was shocked. He was certain that Li Fuchen had reached the Heaven Monarch level and wasn't a regular heaven monarch. Because a regular heaven monarch wouldn't be able to break the time cycle here. Other than you, is there anyone else here? Li Fuchen asked. Although he did not have a deep friendship with the Night Demon Squad, they had formed a team before after all, so it could be considered fate. If it was within his power, he did not mind lending a helping hand. Sacred Lord Night Demon said, "The Night Demon Squad has been disbanded for a long time. Everyone except me has left Ancient Stone City. All right, since that's the case, let's go out." Li Fuchen brought the Night Devil Sacred Lord to the entrance of the prison. Sand danced in the air, and a figure condensed. It was Heavenly Lord of Time. Not good. Sacred Lord Night Demon's limbs went cold. Li Fuchen looked at the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Time Sand Heavenly Monarch, are you going to make me stay? How did you get out?" Heavenly Monarch of Time asked. "I just came out like this," Li Fuchen replied. Taking a deep breath, Heavenly Monarch of Time said, "You may leave." Wise. Li Fuchen left with the Night Devil Sacred Lord. Along the way, Sacred Lord Night Devil asked curiously, "Why did he let us go?" "Because he can't do anything to me." While speaking, Li Fuchen struck with a sword finger and a deep sword force passage appeared in the void. "You leave first. The other end of the passage is a few thousand light years away. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch will not be able to find you." "What about you?" Sacred Lord Night Devil guessed something. "I don't like this prison," Li Fuchen said. "Then be careful." Sacred Lord Night Devil knew that he wouldn't be of much help. He turned and walked into the sword force passage. Break. Gathering the calamity power on his right hand, Li Fuchen used his palm blade to cleave at the time prison. Crackle. There was a hole in the time prison, and the time cycle was immediately broken. A large number of saints, sacred lords, and even heaven monarchs flew out. "You're courting death." There was a roar that shook time and space. Li Fuchen ignored the furious Time Sand Heavenly Monarch and cleaved at the time prison with another palm blade. "Since you wish to save them, then I shall kill them all." A horrific sandstorm suddenly extended out. That will depend on if you're capable enough. Chapter 984. The commotion caused by the duo's battle was huge, and a large number of saint monarchs and sacred lords died in the aftermath of their battle. Crack. Making use of the opportunity, Li Fuchen cleaved the Sand Heavenly Monarch into two. However, what splashed out from the wound was not blood but sand. The flying sand shot towards Li Fuchen's eyes. Li Fuchen wasn't worried about getting injured, but he would definitely be hit. His eyes narrowed, and two sword lights flew out from his eyes, turning the incoming sand particles into nothingness. Billion clones. Countless time, Sand Heavenly Monarchs attacked Li Fuchen from all directions. This move was unavoidable and unavoidable, because these countless heavenly monarchs of time came from different time planes. No matter how wide your attack range was, it was impossible to attack all the heavenly monarchs of time at once. Even if you had a powerful defensive secret treasure, it would be useless. There would always be a time plane where you hadn't activated your defensive secret treasure. Interesting. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. Li Fuchen grinned. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch had also noticed that this move was ineffective against Li Fuchen. Billions of Time Sand Heavenly Monarch had instantly fused into one when he made contact with Li Fuchen. It was much easier to deal with the Sand Heavenly Monarch. Li Fuchen sent the Sand Heavenly Monarch flying with a single slash. How is that possible? Immunity time. Heavenly Monarch of Time's expression was very ugly. This move was an attack on Li Fuchen from the past, present, and future. Each time level was divided into countless smaller levels. Although he had mastered part of the Chaos Realm after becoming a Heaven Monarch, he had not mastered the entire Chaos Realm. As long as he had not mastered the entire Chaos Realm, he would not be immune to time. But Li Fuchen was immune to it. How could he know that Li Fuchen possessed the myriad calamity immortal body? Unless it was a top-notch Star Region Heaven Monarch or someone above the Star Region Heaven Monarch, all methods would be useless against him. Origin returning sword form. Li Fuchen had also executed his own sword move. Puff. Several sword images pierced through Time Heavenly Monarch's body, and one of them brought out a small amount of blood. Li Fuchen knew that the Time Sand Heavenly Lord was injured. Unfortunately for the Sand Heavenly Lord of Time, this injury was probably nothing more than a scratch. The two of them fought for a long time, but they were still unable to do anything to each other. Come to think of it, the two of them had just entered the star sector-level Heaven Monarch realm not long ago, and their strengths were not that different. It was too difficult to determine a winner. I have no enmity with you. It is fine that you rescued your friend, but why do you have to make things difficult for me? The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch didn't make another move and stared at Li Fuchen with sharp eyes. Li Fuchen said, I think most of these people don't have any grudges with you, right? Isn't it too immoral for you to torture them like this? Morality? It seems that you're a person who likes to fight for justice. Do you know that people like you usually die early? Heaven Monarch of Time frowned. Normally, Heaven Monarchs were rather indifferent. They wouldn't offend another Heaven Monarch for some ants. Normally, even if they were extremely powerful, they wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After all, there were too many things happening in the universe. If they were to meddle in everything, they wouldn't have the time to cultivate. Furthermore, they would easily offend an expert that they couldn't afford to offend. I feel that my life is rather tough, so you don't have to worry about me. Li Fuchen smiled indifferently. If it was within his capabilities, he didn't mind doing some good deeds. Otherwise, what was the point of purely becoming stronger? In Li Fuchen's opinion, those selfish and indifferent people had already gradually lost their humanity and had lost a lot of happiness. Do you think I can't do anything to you? It was unknown when the duo arrived above the Time Sand City, not the ancient stone city. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch raised his hands high and enveloped the Time Sand City with 7 layers of arrays. They were like 7 giant gears that were slowly rotating. 3 layers of mid-grade supreme arrays for layers of low-grade supreme arrays. Li Fuchen was shocked when he saw the grade of the 7 layers of arrays. Generally speaking, mid-grade supreme arrays wouldn't be able to block star domain level Heavenly Monarchs. But 3 layers of mid-grade supreme arrays were enough to block star domain level Heavenly Monarchs. When complemented with 4 layers of low-grade supreme arrays, no star domain level Heavenly Monarchs would have a good time. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could see that among the 7 layers of arrays, 3 of them were actually sealing arrays. In normal situations, the purpose of sealing arrays was to seal existences that couldn't be killed. If you swear to follow me for 1,000,000 years, I can let you go. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch was very confident in the Time Sand City's arrays. The Time Prison was just a tool for him to study the Time Tao. The Time Sand City was his capital to settle down. 1,000,000 years, huh? Li Fuchen raised his brows. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch said, 1,000,000 years isn't considered a long time. You and I are both star domain level Heavenly Monarchs. As long as we don't die accidentally, our lifespans are endless. A mere 1,000,000 years will pass very quickly. An existence with extremely tough defense was very useful to the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch. In the past, when he encountered top-notch star domain level Heavenly Monarchs, he could only flee. But with Li Fuchen, it was enough for him to fight. If that's the case, it isn't considered a long time. But the prerequisite is that you can seal me. If you can't seal me, why should I follow you for 1,000,000 years? Li Fuchen yelled out and emitted calamity power. Bang bang. Any existence that made contact with the calamity power would be turned into nothingness. All right, then I shall let you witness my ability. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch waved his hand, and a boundless sealing power surged at Li Fuchen. After close to 5 days, Li Fuchen's calamity power had been greatly depleted. His hand of calamity was only at the initial stage and was equivalent to a city lord. Therefore, even if the hand of calamity was profound and tyrannical and could break all laws, it was still insufficient in the face of the difference in cultivation levels. If his hand of calamity was at the middle stage, he would be able to break this sealing array in a few moves. There is a limit to one's strength. Do you really think you could defeat an array? The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch sneered. I shall break it for you to see now. The ceiling array was indeed hard to deal with. Even if Li Fuchen's spirit soul force could see through it, he wouldn't be able to break it within a short period of time. But after close to 5 days of observation, Li Fuchen was already 90% confident. Clang! The joint heaven sword was unsheathed, and Li Fuchen executed the origin return sword form and slashed at the void. That was where the 7 layers of arrays were combining. It was fleeting, and every time it was combined, the next time would take 7 times longer. The first time was 2 hours, the second time was 14 hours, and the third time was 48 hours. If Li Fuchen couldn't see through the array, the further he went, the slimmer the chances of breaking the array. If he wasn't careful, he might be sealed for the rest of his life. Crackle! In between the gears, it felt as though a piece of metal was stuck. The 7 layers of arrays stopped for a split second, and this split second was enough for Li Fuchen to fly out of the array. I have learned something. Li Fuchen admitted that he had underestimated the time Sand Heavenly Monarch, be it the time Sand Heavenly Monarch's individual strength or foundation. He wasn't someone the Divine Leaf City Lord could compare with. Back then, the Divine Leaf City Lord was able to block the Blood Axe Heavenly Monarch for a period of time, let alone the time Sand Heavenly Monarch. You won't have the chance next time. Chapter 985. After staying in the deep blue plain for a period of time, Li Fuchen returned to the Divine Leaf City. Just like before, Godly Leaf City was still under the rule of Imperial Lord Sanguinax. Everyone knew that with the leaves of the World Tree, it would be a long time before Imperial Lord Sanguinax left. He might even treat this place as his headquarters. Heavenly Lord Ungu? At the Swordsman Guild, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch didn't feel anything when he first saw Li Fuchen. But when he took a second glance, he was stunned. You reached the Star Sector grade? Heavenly Lord Bai Hong's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. If he hadn't seen a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch before, he would only think that Li Fuchen was a city lord. But he had seen a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch and had a rough understanding of the chi presence of a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch. Li Fuchen's chi presence wasn't considered strong among the Star Domain class Heavenly Monarchs, but it wasn't weak either. However, how many years had it been? How did Li Fuchen advance from a first-grade Heaven Monarch to a Star Domain Heaven Monarch? Normally speaking, it would take at least a few million or tens of millions of years. This was also when one had the potential of Star Domain Heaven Monarch or had heaven-defying fated encounters. Otherwise, it would take a few 100 million years to step into this realm. Yes, Li Fuchen nodded. He didn't intend to conceal his strength. Furthermore, he couldn't possibly conceal it either. He couldn't always conceal his chi presence, as it would be too tiring. In just a short moment, the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch had also arrived. After knowing that Li Fuchen had already progressed to the Star Field realm, the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch's performance wasn't any better than the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. That was a Star Sector level Heavenly Lord. He was an invincible overlord in any star region. Even in the entire universe, he was a high-end combat force. Now I should call you Emperor Ungu, Heavenly Monarch Swordwind said. In the universe, Star Sector level Heavenly Monarchs were usually called Emperor Lords. Only very ancient Star Sector level Heavenly Monarchs were called Primogenitors. For example, Primogenitor Hung, he was a very ancient and powerful Star Sector level Heavenly Monarch. There were very few people who knew that Li Fuchen had become a Starfield class Heaven Monarch. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch and the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch didn't dare to casually leak this information. Time flew by. I have finally reached the 8th level of Unity Realm. Ever since the primary extreme sword technique reached the super first-rate extremity, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was very fast. But no matter how fast it was impossible for him to increase his cultivation level every few years. After all, it wasn't as simple as accumulating chi and sword energy. It was a qualitative improvement. Li Fuchen might be a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch now, but in terms of quality, he was still far inferior to other Star Domain class Heavenly Monarchs. If he didn't have the myriad tribulation immortal body, he might be the one to die at the end. Therefore, the most urgent matter at hand was to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Unity Realm, or even the perfection of the Unity Realm. Perhaps I can trade for some God Leaf juice from Emperor Blood Axe. Others might be afraid of the Blood Axe Emperor, but Li Fuchen didn't need to be afraid. Primary Extreme Emperor, you are Monarch Silksnose friend. So what if I give you some divine leaf juice? Inside the City Lord residence, the Blood Axe Monarch waved his hand and sent a spatial ring to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen took a look and saw that it was filled with a small pond of divine leaf juice. If it was converted to peak-grade spirit stones, it would be at least 1 billion, and it might even reach 10 billion. This is too precious. Li Fuchen frowned. Favors were the hardest to repay. He would rather make a fair trade with the Blood Axe Monarch, as he would at most owe him a small favor. Primary Extreme Emperor, don't misunderstand. You are now an honorable emperor, and these items are nothing to you. Unless Primary Extreme Emperor doesn't wish to befriend me, the Blood Axe Monarch. There were 2 reasons why the Blood Axe Monarch valued Li Fuchen so much. Firstly, Li Fuchen had a close relationship with Monarch Silksnow, and Monarch Silksnow was an undying son and had a much higher status than the Blood Axe Monarch. Secondly, Li Fuchen was a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch and was also a member of the Swordsman Guild. The Blood Axe Monarch was still willing to befriend Li Fuchen. Since he controlled the Divine Leaf City, he could have as much God Leaf juice as he wanted. Since that is the case, this Li shall accept the offer. Li Fuchen decided to treat the Blood Axe Monarch as an ordinary friend. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the Blood Axe Monarch was at most a normal friend. The Blood Axe Monarch's conduct was overly tyrannical and bloodthirsty. It wasn't suitable to befriend him. With sufficient God Leaf juice, Li Fuchen's cultivation progressed rapidly. Half a year later, he reached the 9th level of Soul Unity Realm. 3 years later, he reached the perfection level of Soul Unity Realm. At this point, Li Fuchen had basically reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. If he wanted to progress further in the future, it would be 10 times or even 100 times harder. As for reaching the demigod realm, he would have to fulfill many harsh conditions. It is time to take a walk around. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The universe was huge, and even a demigod wouldn't be able to explore it completely. It was already incredible to explore 10% or 20% of the universe. There were some hidden places that no one had entered before. They might be hiding heaven-defying opportunities or terrifying dangers. In the past, Li Fuchen wasn't strong enough and would wander around randomly. There was a high possibility of death. Now that he was a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch, as long as he didn't court death, it was basically impossible for him to die. But before I leave, I still have to show myself. The Myriad Spirit Banquet was hosted by the Myriad Spirit City Lord, the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch. It might not be as famous as the 100-Flower Emperor's 100-Flower Assembly, but the Myriad Spirit Banquet was still very famous in the horizontal River Star region. Everyone knew that the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch had a voracious appetite, and his banquet would never lack top-notch delicacies. Since Li Fuchen had nothing to do, he naturally wouldn't miss out on such a grand event. The Thunder God beef is indeed incredible. In the Grand Hall, there were dozens of tables. Beside each table, there was a heavenly monarch seated. Li Fuchen sat close to the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch and the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. On the table in front of him, there was a round plate that was a few meters in size. On the round plate, there was a piece of translucent meat that was the size of half a round plate. On the right side of the round plate, there was a flask of fine wine. Li Fuchen picked up a piece of beef and took a bite. The texture was indescribable, and he felt as though he was electrocuted. Subsequently, Li Fuchen drank another mouthful of star liquid wine and felt extremely comfortable. He felt as though he was in the starry sky of the universe, and it was quiet and peaceful. After finishing half a plate of beef, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch said, "This trip was not in vain, not in vain." The Thunder God Bull was extremely rare. In the entire horizontal river starfield and the surrounding starfields, only the Heaven Monarch of Myriad Spirit reared some Thunder God Bulls. The Sword Wind Heaven Monarch looked around and said, We are all thanks to the primary extreme emperor. Look at everyone here. Which one of them isn't a city lord class heavenly monarch? The myriad spirit banquet wasn't as famous as the 100-flower gathering, but it was of a higher class. Those that were invited were all city lord class heavenly monarchs. Some were from the horizontal river starfield, some were from the neighboring starfields. If it wasn't for Lifuchen, the sword wind heaven monarch and the white rainbow heaven monarch wouldn't have been invited. As for Lifuchen's star domain level heavenly monarch identity, it was basically known in the horizontal river starfield. It was mainly because Lifuchen didn't intentionally conceal it. Lifuchen felt that it was a good thing to let everyone know of his star domain level heavenly monarch identity. At least it would serve as a deterrent. Primary extreme emperor. This is the heart of the thunder god bull. It is the most precious part of its body. Please have a taste. The robust heaven monarch of myriad spirit personally carried a plate over and carefully placed it on Lifuchen's table. All right. Lifuchen picked up the fork and knife, cut off a piece of the heart, and placed it in his mouth. After a few breaths, Lifuchen's eyes lit up. The taste of the heart was 10 times or 100 times more delicious than beef. It was said that the heaven monarch of myriad spirit only used the heart to entertain the horizontal river primogenitor and the 100-flower empress. It wasn't without reason. If it was Lifuchen, he wouldn't bear to let others have a taste either. As long as the primary extreme emperor likes it. The heaven monarch of myriad spirit was delighted. In the past, his myriad spirit banquet rarely invited star domain level heavenly monarchs. The horizontal river primogenitor didn't attend every time either. Now, that Lifuchen was here, it was an opportunity for the heaven monarch. To be honest, the heaven monarch of myriad spirit was rather sympathetic when the divine Leaf City Lord was eliminated. Therefore, it was of utmost importance if he could befriend Lifuchen. He heard that Lifuchen was rather close with the Blood Axe Monarch. The 100-flower Empress arrives. The Cross River Primogenitor arrives. The Blood Axe Monarch arrives. Chapter 986. Although the Centauria Matriarch was not a star sector-level heaven monarch, she was not far from it. More than 1 million years ago, the Centauria Matriarch had actually fought with a star sector-level heaven monarch. Although she was defeated in the end, she was not seriously injured and could be considered to have escaped unscathed. Therefore, it was fine to treat her as a weaker star sector-level heavenly lord. As for Ancestor Hengi, as an ancient star sector-level heavenly lord, Ancestor Hengi had already stood at the peak countless years ago. Apart from demigods, few people in the entire universe could do anything to him. As for Emperor Sanguinax, as one of the commanders of the Undead Legion, he might be weaker than Ancestor Hengi, but he was definitely not a match for some ordinary star sector-level heavenly lords. The arrival of the three of them caused the myriad spirit banquet to fall silent. Emperor Yuanji, it's an honor to meet you. The 100 Flowers Empress nodded at Lifuchen. She had already found out about Lifuchen's background. It turned out that Lifuchen came from the same plane as one of her 100 Flower Guards, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. She found out from the Jade Flower Sacred Lord that Lifuchen wasn't very old and was a true absolute prodigy. Even the divine race's prodigies might not be comparable to Lifuchen. He's not just a peerless genius. Madame Centauria sighed in her heart. To be able to become a star sector-level heaven monarch in such a short period of time, it could no longer be described as a genius. Madame Centauria suspected that Jiang he was the son of the star region or even the son of the universe. He had obtained the love of the universe. Greetings, Lady Centauria. Lifuchen cupped his fist in return. Haha, I sent someone breaking through to the star sector level heavenly lord realm some time ago. I thought it was Sister Bai Hua, but I didn't expect it to be Emperor Yuanji. You've really surpassed your master. Progenitor Hung, he laughed and said emotionally. Without becoming a star sector-level heavenly lord, one would never know the wonders of a star sector-level heavenly lord. Star sector-level heavenly lords represented eternity and freedom. Over the countless years, Ancestor Hengi had seen countless outstanding figures fall. Hence, in his opinion, not becoming a star sector-level heavenly lord was just a dream. Primogenitor hung he, you praise me too much. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing the horizontal river primogenitor at such a close distance. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. The horizontal river primogenitor was indeed the most ancient star region class heaven monarch. Just by standing there, he gave off a boundless feeling, as though the entire universe was pressing down. Celestial Lord of myriad spirit, why didn't you invite me? Celestial Lord Sanguine Axe? Are you looking down on me, Imperial Monarch Blood Axe? Imperial Monarch Blood Axe was used to being domineering and domineering. The heavenly monarch of myriad spirits said in fear and trepidation. If I had known that Lord Imperial Monarch Blood Axe would be so leisurely and elegant, I would definitely have invited Lord Imperial Monarch Blood Axe. Forget it. Since Imperial Emperor Yuanji is here today, I won't argue with you. The Blood Axe Emperor sat beside Li Fuchen. As for the City Lord class Heaven Monarch that was originally seated there, he had already moved to the side and didn't dare to say anything. The horizontal river primogenitor and 100-Flower Empress were seated opposite of Li Fuchen. After that, the four of them ate and drank while chatting. As for the others, they didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of angering the four of them. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, I am Heaven Monarch Golden Island. I am untalented and would like to experience a Emperor Lord's means. Please enlighten me. Right at this moment, a tall man wearing golden armor stood up. His tone sounded respectful, but was actually arrogant. It is Heaven Monarch Golden Island. His master, Treasure River Ancestor, is an incredible figure. He is ranked top 1,000 on the Emperor Lord rankings. Heaven Monarch Golden Island strength is already at the pinnacle of City Lord class Heaven Monarchs. I wonder how Imperial Emperor Yuanji is going to deal with him. In the Grand Hall, there were commotion and everyone was looking at Li Fuchen. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, you need to be careful. I have never heard of this Heaven Monarch Golden Island, but I have heard of his master, Treasure River Ancestor. The universe is extremely vast, and it is unknown when a universe cardinal treasure appeared in the universe. The Emperor Lord rankings. The emperors listed on the rankings are all the most ancient and terrifying emperors. If the Treasure River Ancestor is listed on the rankings, his strength might not be overwhelming, but shouldn't be too far off. If Heaven Monarch Golden Island can become the Treasure River Ancestor's disciple, he shouldn't be a simple figure either. The one speaking was the Blood Axe Imperial Emperor. He might have a tyrannical and conceited personality, but he still had to look at the person. He didn't have to give face to the horizontal river primogenitor, but he still had to give some face to the Treasure River Ancestor. Otherwise, if Heaven Monarch Golden Island dared to challenge Li Fuchen in front of him, he would have already eliminated Li Fuchen. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to witness Li Fuchen's strength. If Li Fuchen was too weak, he would spend less effort on Li Fuchen in the future. After drinking a mouthful of Stardew wine, the horizontal river primogenitor was calm. Just like the Blood Axe Imperial Emperor, he was rather curious about Li Fuchen's strength. As for Heaven Monarch Golden Island's identity, the horizontal river primogenitor didn't bother about it. The Treasure River Ancestor might be much older and more famous than him, but the monarchs on the Emperor Monarch rankings might not represent their true strength. In the past, there were cases of monarchs that weren't on the rankings defeating monarchs on the rankings. The so-called Emperor rankings was actually a ranking of the Qi presence. Generally speaking, the older the monarch, the stronger the Qi presence. But Qi presence and strength weren't absolutely equal, and there would always be some difference. Take the Emperor rankings, for example. There were plenty of young monarchs that weren't ancient, but had special encounters that gave them abnormally horrific Qi presences. Of course, it was impossible to say that the monarchs on the Emperor rankings weren't powerful. Qi presence and strength weren't absolutely equal, but to a certain degree, it was still equivalent. After taking a sip of Stardew wine, Li Fuchen put down the wine cup and said, I have heard of your master, the Treasure River Ancestor's name. How about this? If you can block a sword move from me, I will admit defeat. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool. He knew when to be humble and when not to be humble. His heart was like a mirror. When facing a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, even if it was a top-notch City Lord class Heaven Monarch, If Li Fuchen couldn't end the battle quickly, he would be looked down upon. No one would say that Li Fuchen was a kind person and didn't care about fame and fortune. All right, one sword move it is. Heaven Monarch Golden Island's face flashed with anger. This primary extreme emperor was too arrogant and wanted to defeat him in a single sword move. It was simply a pipe dream, but it was just as well. Previously, Heaven Monarch Golden Island didn't have the confidence to contest with Li Fuchen. But if it was just one sword move, even if Li Fuchen was several times stronger than he imagined, he was confident he could block it. The Grand Hall was massive, and the center of the hall was like a plaza. Heaven Monarch Golden Island was the first to arrive at the empty space. Primary Extreme Emperor, please draw your sword. Heaven Monarch Golden Island's power was condensed to the peak and was secretly holding onto a high-grade Supreme Cardinal artifact. He was just waiting for Li Fuchen's thunderous attack. Be careful! Li Fuchen didn't draw his sword and drew with his sword finger. The sword Qi turned into a sword C and devoured Heaven Monarch Golden Island. After doing everything, Li Fuchen returned to his seat. 15 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, Heaven Monarch Golden Island was still unable to break free. The gap between City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs and Starfield class Heavenly Monarchs was hard to bridge. Even if Heaven Monarch Golden Island had a high-grade Supreme Cardinal artifact, he would only be able to barely exhibit the power of a Starfield class Heavenly Monarch. Come, Primary Extreme Emperor, let's drink. The Blood Axe Monarch raised his wine cup and repeatedly toasted. How could he not see that Li Fuchen wasn't just an ordinary Starfield class Heavenly Monarch? When thinking about how Li Fuchen had such strength as soon as he stepped into the Starfield class Heavenly Monarch, the Blood Axe Monarch wanted to befriend Li Fuchen even more. The rest of the people looked at Li Fuchen with a different gaze. Hengi Primogenitor believed that after roaming the universe for so many years, he had never seen a prodigy like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had simply broken the laws of the universe. As for the other City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs, they were looking at Li Fuchen with reverence. They assumed that Heaven Monarch Golden Island would be able to exchange moves with Li Fuchen. Who would have expected that Heaven Monarch Golden Island couldn't even withstand a single move? If it was them, they would have been instantly killed. The Myriad Spirit Banquet was halfway through, and Heaven Monarch Golden Island finally broke through the Sword Sea and charged out. Again, Heaven Monarch Golden Island was enraged. Hengi Primogenitor said, Heaven Monarch Golden Island, 3 days have passed. There is no need to continue. 3 days have passed. Chapter 987. At the front was a land of darkness and nothingness. In this place, there wasn't any spatial wave or energy wave. Li Fuchen could only feel the endless, deathly stillness. No wonder it is said that the void of darkness between star regions is the graveyard of the universe. Li Fuchen could feel that there was Sword Dao source in the void of darkness ahead, but it was very sparse. In other words, when fighting in the void of darkness, the consumption was 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more than fighting in the star region. As such, even a star region level Heaven Monarch would have the risk of perishing in this place. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen instantly entered the void of darkness. There's actually a space beast here. From far away, Li Fuchen could see a giant shadow moving. It was a horse-headed monster with dozens of wings, and it was moving at a very fast speed. That is true. The power of the space beast comes from the body, unlike the major races that rely on the universe source. Therefore, this void of darkness doesn't affect the space beast much. Before reaching the Heaven Monarch realm, regardless of the race, the body's power would be limited and couldn't be compared with the space beast. After reaching the Heaven Monarch realm, one's power might seem boundless, but there was actually a limit to one's power. However, one could absorb the universe source, therefore it seemed boundless. Once one lost the support of the universe source, they would immediately be exposed. It could be said that in a certain sense, the space beast was the most perfect life form in the universe, and could adapt to any environment. When Li Fuchen noticed the horse-headed monster, the horse-headed monster also noticed Li Fuchen. You, The horse-headed monster obviously had high intelligence. The instant it noticed Li Fuchen, its speed increased by 10 times, and it vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't give chase. With his speed, it wasn't difficult to catch up to the horse-headed monster, but it was meaningless. After passing through the void of darkness, Li Fuchen arrived at the purple extreme star region that was nearby the horizontal river star region. The purple extreme star region was the same as the horizontal river star region in the past. They only had one star region level heaven monarch, and he was called the Purple Extreme Emperor. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't know if there were any star region level heaven monarchs that were living in seclusion here. The most famous universe city in the purple pole star region was called Dragon Pool City. The reason why Dragon Pool City was famous was because there was a dragon pool in the middle of Dragon Pool City. Legend has it that the dragon pool had already existed before Dragon Pool City. However, the dragon pool at that time was tens of thousands of times larger than the dragon pool of the current dragon pool. In the dragon pool, a divine dragon was slumbering. After the divine dragon left, the dragon pool became dilapidated. However, even the dilapidated dragon pool was miraculous and extraordinary. If an ordinary person were to drink a mouthful of the dragon pool's water, they would have the strength of 10,000 kilograms and live for 360 years. If a martial artist drank the dragon pool's water frequently, not only would they be immune to all diseases, but they would also have a very fast cultivation speed. Furthermore, there was a chance for their body to produce a trace of giant dragon bloodline. Apart from this, the dragon pool also contained the essence of water, and this essence of water was quite beneficial to saints. Li Fuchen came to the Dragon Pool City because he wanted to try the most famous Jade Dragon wine. Jade Dragon Restaurant was the only restaurant in Dragon Pool City that provided Jade Dragon wine. On the table in front of Li Fuchen by the window on the 12th floor, there was a flask of fine wine. These flasks of fine wine were the Jade Dragon wine, and each flask was equivalent to a bottle. The Jade Dragon wine was just like its name. After drinking it, not only would the taste be sweet and mellow, but the alcohol would also spread throughout the body. It was just like a violent dragon wreaking havoc. The tranquility was filled with a hearty and unbridled feeling. As the Jade Dragon wine was too delicious, Li Fuchen bought all the Jade Dragon restaurant stock of Jade Dragon wine. There was a total of a few hundred bottles, and he spent over 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones. Currently, Li Fuchen's spatial ring had plenty of fine wines, like the World Dew that was worth 5 million peak-grade spirit stones, the Star Liquid wine that was worth 1 million peak-grade spirit stones, the 100 Flower Brew that was worth 4 million peak-grade spirit stones, and the Cross River Brilliance that was worth 8 million peak-grade spirit stones. These wines were all extremely famous wines in the Cross River Star region. Li Fuchen decided to collect more fine wines from various places while he was roaming the universe, so that he wouldn't be too bored during the journey. What did you say? The Jade Dragon wine is gone? Don't lie to me. Your Jade Dragon restaurant has a few hundred bottles in stock every year. You're telling me that it is gone? Skywave's Sacred Lord, it is really gone. Not long ago, all of our Jade Dragon restaurant's Jade Dragon wine was bought by a customer. Right now, we don't even have a single bottle of Jade Dragon wine. Why don't you come back in a few days? By then, there will surely be Jade Dragon wine delivered. Are you kidding me? I brought a friend here in high spirits, and I can't afford to lose my face. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord was an arrogant youth with an extremely noble aura. He said to the innkeeper, "Who bought the Jade Dragon wine? Tell me, I will have a talk with him." Sky Wave Sacred Lord, this isn't too good, right? The innkeeper wiped his sweat and looked like he was in a difficult position. Innkeeper, don't forget that the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's father is the Sky Monarch, and is also the Purple Extreme Emperor's great-great-grandson. You are afraid of offending that person, but aren't you afraid of offending the Sky Wave Sacred Lord? The one speaking was the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's friend, and he spoke with a stern voice. "This way, please." The innkeeper yielded. The owner of the Jade Dragon restaurant might be the Dragon Pool City Lord, the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch, but the Sky Wave Sacred Lord background was too influential. Even the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch wasn't willing to offend him. let alone a mere innkeeper. On the 12th floor, the innkeeper brought the Sky Wave, Sacred Lord, and his group to Li Fuchin. "This customer, can you please give up some J-Dragon wine? My J-Dragon restaurant is willing to increase the price by 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones for each bottle." The innkeeper spoke with sincerity and had an apologetic expression. "All right, I can give up 10 bottles. There is no need to increase the price." Li Fuchin nodded. He could see that the innkeeper was in some trouble, and Li Fuchin wasn't a person who didn't care about others' feelings. "How can 10 bottles be enough? You need at least 20 bottles. The Sky Wave, Sacred Lord, found Li Fuchin an eyesore and said intentionally. In fact, the Sky Wave, Sacred Lord, only wanted to order 8 or 10 bottles and wouldn't order 20 bottles. After all, a bottle of J-Dragon wine would cost 3 million peak-grade spirit stones, and 20 bottles would be 60 million. He might be the son of the Firmament Heaven Monarch and the great-great-grandson of the Purple Extreme Monarch, but his personal wealth was only a few billion peak-grade spirit stones. It was impossible for him to spend 60 million peak-grade spirit stones in a single meal. Li Fuchin's expression turned cold. "Apologies, I am not selling a single bottle." Li Fuchin could guess that the Sky Wave, Sacred Lord's background must be astounding, but it was a pity that Li Fuchin didn't put him in his eyes. "You are courting death. Do you know who the Sky Wave, Sacred Lord's father is?" The friend of the Sky Wave, Sacred Lord who berated the innkeeper earlier stood out and pointed at Li Fuchin. "Get lost." A horrific chi presence burst out from Li Fuchin's body, causing the entire Dragon Pool city to fall into dead silence. "You are." The Sky Wave, Sacred Lord had a horrified expression. He had seen the Purple Extreme Monarch multiple times, and how could he not know that Li Fuchin was a Star Domain class Heaven Monarch? A true Star Domain class Heaven Monarch, and he actually offended a Star Domain class Heaven Monarch. For a moment, he was terrified. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone, including Sacred Lord Sky Wave, knelt down. It wasn't because they wanted to kneel, but the prowess from Li Fuchin's body was too intense. With the sudden burst of chi presence, it gave them an unparalleled impact on their spirit. "This is..." In the City Lord's mansion, Heavenly Lord Longtan's expression changed as he hurried over. "How troublesome." Li Fuchin continued to drink. The reason why he concealed his aura was mainly because the aura of a Star Sector-level Heaven Monarch was too oppressive. There was no way for him to experience life. Hence, once he entered the city, he concealed his aura. "I am Dragon Pool, Heavenly Lord." "Greetings, Emperor." Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord's voice came from outside the restaurant. After finishing the last pot of wine on the table, Li Fuchin walked down the restaurant and said to the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch, "The J-Dragon wine isn't bad. It is a pity that some people disrupted the mood." Hearing this, Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord hastily said, "My lord, if you don't mind, you can come with me to my humble abode for a drink. Aside from a J-Dragon wine, I've also collected some other fine wines." Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord was a wine lover himself. "All right, please lead the way." Li Fuchin didn't have enough to drink. After Li Fuchin left, the Sky Wave Sacred Lord sat on the ground while his body was drenched in sweat. As for the friend of the Sky Wave Sacred Lord that pointed at Li Fuchin earlier, he had already fainted from fear. "This won't do. I have to inform Father and Great Ancestor." Chapter 988. Primary Extreme Emperor. This is the South Bright Star region's myriad fruit wine. Please have a taste. Inside the City Lord residence, the Dragon Pool Heaven Lord took out his collection and invited Li Fuchin to have a taste. Great wine. The myriad fruit wine was just like its name. When the wine entered the mouth, thousands of fruit aromas burst out on the taste buds. Only Heaven Monarchs would be able to taste so many fruit aromas in an instant. Those below the Heaven Monarch level would be able to taste a few hundred fruits in an instant. Those with weaker cultivation might only be able to taste a complex and strange taste. The duo drank and chatted at the same time. The atmosphere was rather harmonious. Primary Extreme Emperor. The Purple Extreme Emperor is here. He is outside the Dragon Pool City. All of a sudden, The Dragon Pool Heaven Lord's expression changed. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, "It's fine. Let's continue drinking." It didn't make sense for him to run over to welcome the Purple Extreme Emperor as soon as he arrived. In the blink of an eye, the duo drank for a few more hours. Outside the Dragon Pool City, the Purple Extreme Emperor's expression didn't change, and he was very patient. However, the Sky Wave Sacred Lord was very indignant. "Great Ancestor, this person is so arrogant. He actually made you wait for such a long time." Of course, he only said it in front of his own people. He didn't dare to say it in front of Li Fuchen. Slap! There was a slap, and the Sky Wave Sacred Lord was sent flying. The one who slapped him wasn't the Purple Extreme Emperor. It was the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's father, the Sky Dome Heaven Lord. "Little bastard, you think you are qualified to criticize a Star Domain Heaven Lord? Are you tired of living?" Today, Li Fuchen dared to criticize a Star Domain Heaven Lord in front of them. Tomorrow, he would dare to speak nonsense outside. The Sky Dome Heaven Lord had to teach him a lesson to prevent Li Fuchen from causing a disaster in the future. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord covered his face and was rather indignant, but he didn't dare to say anything. The Purple Extreme Emperor glanced sideways at him and said, "You didn't suffer a loss from this slap. If a Star Domain Heaven Lord is determined to kill you, I can't guarantee that you can survive." It was extremely difficult for a Star Domain Heaven Lord to kill a Star Domain Heaven Lord. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Purple Extreme Emperor wouldn't wish to provoke a Star Domain Heaven Lord. "Great Ancestor, you once defeated 3-star sector-level Heaven Lords," said Sacred Lord Tianbo. "It's just defeat, not kill." With that, Imperial Monarch Purple Extreme suddenly waved his hand, and a purple ball of light enveloped the Firmament Heaven Lord and Holy Leader Tianbo and sent them far away. When the Purple Extreme Monarch was done, a figure flew out of Longtan City. It was Li Fuchen. "I am Emperor Violet Extreme." Emperor Violet Extreme announced his name. "Emperor Yuanji." Li Fuchen sized up the Purple Extreme Emperor. "Yuanji Imperial Emperor, my descendant was ignorant and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you can forgive him." The Purple Extreme Emperor was much more amiable than Li Fuchen imagined. But Li Fuchen knew that between Starfield-class heavenly monarchs, peace was the most important, and they wouldn't start a war because of some minor matters. "It's just a small matter. May I know why Monarch Ziji is looking for me?" If Li Fuchen was calculative, the Holy Leader Tianbo wouldn't be alive until now. The Purple Extreme Emperor said, "I just wish to have a spar with Emperor Yuanji. At our level, it is extremely difficult to progress further. Only by combining the strengths of 100 schools of thought will we be able to reach the next level. Of course, if Emperor Yuanji isn't willing, I won't force it." If Li Fuchen was too weak, the Purple Extreme Emperor didn't mind eliminating Li Fuchen. "Since Emperor Purple Extreme is sincere in having a spar, then I shall accept." Li Fuchen didn't refuse. He had yet to fight with a top-notch ruler like the Purple Extreme Emperor. The Sandtime Emperor might be formidable, but he was still far from being a top-notch ruler. Of course, if Li Fuchen didn't have the myriad calamity immortal body, he wouldn't take the risk. "Great. Emperor Yuanji is truly heroic. I am impressed." The Purple Extreme Emperor laughed heartily. His chi presence was like a monstrous wave that burst out ferociously. In an instant, the region that spanned a few light years was instantly dyed purple. From the outside, it looked like a giant purple crystal. Such a powerful chi presence. Li Fuchen praised. Li Fuchen believed that his chi presence wasn't even 1/100th of the Purple Extreme Emperor's. He wondered how powerful the chi presences on the Emperor rankings were. "If my primary extreme sword technique breaks through to the supreme rank, my chi presence shouldn't be inferior to the Purple Extreme Emperor, right?" Li Fuchen recalled about the primary extreme sword technique. Generally speaking, most of the Star Region class Heaven Monarchs that cultivated the martial Dao would be at the supreme rank, be it martial arts or cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen was an anomaly as he forcefully pushed the primary extreme sword technique to the Star Region class and used his sword art to become a Star Region class Heaven Monarch. But as such, Li Fuchen's qi presence had a certain degree of bewilderment. If one thought that Li Fuchen's qi presence wasn't very powerful, it meant that his strength wasn't enough. One would suffer a little. Emperor Yuanji, be careful. Purple qi from the east. The purple extreme emperor waved his hand, and a purple stream appeared from the void and blasted at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Incredible. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This purple stream's energy was too concentrated. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if tens of thousands of stars were to explode, it wouldn't even be 1/100th of this purple stream. Just in time, sect origin swords. Li Fuchen used his sword to block the purple stream. Bang boom. In between the duo, there was a great destruction in the void. All the laws of the universe were turned into nothingness. Bang! Li Fuchen was only able to withstand for a single breath of time before he was sent flying and smashed ruthlessly into the Dragon Pool City's array barrier. Great Ancestor One. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord had an excited expression. In the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's opinion, if the Purple Extreme Emperor was able to send Li Fuchen flying in a single move, it meant that the difference in strength was too great and there wasn't any suspense. Don't celebrate too early. The Firmament Heaven Lord glared at the Sky Wave Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen might have been sent flying, but he wasn't injured and it was enough to explain some problems. Again, Sword Qi returned. Li Fuchen took the initiative to attack the Purple Extreme Emperor. Purple Qi returned. The Purple Extreme Emperor's move was very similar to Li Fuchen's sword move. The Purple Extreme Emperor flicked his finger and blasted a purple sphere of light at Li Fuchen's sword move. Rumble. During the horrific tremors, the Dragon Pool City was forcefully shifted by a few meters. The Dragon Pool City was stabilized by 10 layers of arrays and wasn't a rootless duckweed. Receive another move from me. The Origin returned sword form. Li Fuchen executed his strongest sword move. Clang, clang, clang. This time, the Purple Extreme Emperor didn't counterattack and forcefully endured Li Fuchen's sword move. When Li Fuchen's strongest sword move landed on the Purple Extreme Emperor's body, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It couldn't even shake the Purple Extreme Emperor's body. No wonder he is a peak class ruler. Li Fuchen was convinced. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not. He was still a distance away from a peak class ruler. Among the rulers that Li Fuchen knew, only the horizontal river primogenitor was able to suppress the Purple Extreme Emperor, although Li Fuchen had never seen the horizontal river primogenitor make a move. As for the Blood Axe Monarch, if he didn't rely on the Undying Spear, he would probably be around the same level as the Purple Extreme Emperor. Origin Extreme Emperor, I'm going to use my kill move. Use all your strength to block it. The Purple Extreme Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of murderous aura. This was a true murderous aura, and it wasn't a joke. He had decided that if this move could severely injure Li Fuchen, he would use his full strength to kill Li Fuchen. Come on then. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the myriad calamity immortal body to the limits. Chaos Extreme Purple. The Purple Extreme Emperor made his move. When he made his move, the universe law wasn't just simply destroyed. After the destruction, it was remolded into a suitable combat environment for the Purple Extreme Emperor. Chapter 989. TSS, TSS, TSS. Just like electric current, Li Fuchen's calamity power was rapidly depleting. But at the same time, more tribulation power would gather from all directions. It's still a little dangerous. Li Fuchen noticed that the replenishment speed of the calamity power was obviously slower than the consumption speed of the calamity power. It also meant to say that as time passed, his myriad calamity immortal body would definitely be broken. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't a fool. If the Purple Extreme Monarch was determined to kill him, Li Fuchen would definitely escape and come back in the future. Not hurt. Monarch Ziji frowned and stopped attacking. Emperor Ziji's strength is unparalleled. I'm impressed. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. You're flattering me. I couldn't hurt you either. The Purple Extreme Imperial Lord suspected that Li Fuchen had a peak-grade supreme defensive cardinal artifact. If Li Fuchen relied on his own defense, The Purple Extreme Imperial Lord didn't think that Li Fuchen would be able to block his attack. Not even a Star Region Heaven Monarch that walked the body refinement path would be able to do it. Since he couldn't injure Li Fuchen, the Purple Extreme Monarch didn't have any reason to stay. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Fuchen, the Purple Extreme Monarch left together with the Sky Wave Sacred Ruler. Emperor Yuanji's swordsmanship is unparalleled. I'm impressed. As soon as Li Fuchen entered the Dragon Pool City, the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch welcomed him with an even more respectful expression. There were not many Star Sector-level Heavenly Lords who could escape unscathed from Emperor Ziji. As far as the Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord knew, the Star Sector-level Heavenly Lords, also known as Emperors, were divided into 5 levels: normal, advanced, peak, and invincible. As a top-notch Imperial Lord, it was not impossible for Imperial Lord Violet Extreme to kill an ordinary Imperial Lord, especially one who had only recently ascended. Li Fuchen was able to render the Purple Extreme Emperor helpless. Even if Li Fuchen's strength wasn't at the level of a high-class Emperor, it was probably close. Compared to Monarch Purple Extreme, he's still far from it. Li Fuchen shook his head and laughed bitterly. The Arch, you don't have to belittle yourself. The Arch ZG has been a Star Sector-level Heaven Monarch for tens of millions of years. Judging from your aura, you're still very young. It is not impossible for you to surpass the Arch ZG in the future. I'll be counting on your auspicious words then. Your Majesty, we haven't finished our wine. Let's continue drinking. Under Heavenly Lord Dragon Pool's warm invitation, the two returned to the City Lord Mansion and continued drinking. This is my communication token. If it's within my capabilities, I can help you once. On this day, before leaving, Li Fuchen tossed a message token to the Dragon Pool Heaven Lord. The other party was too polite. Not only did he give him thousands of bottles of Jade Dragon wine, but he also gave him some treasured wine. If Li Fuchen didn't express anything, it would be inexcusable. Thank you, Imperial Monarch. I don't know when we'll meet again after you leave. I'll help the Imperial Monarch to ascend to the peak of the universe as soon as possible. The Dragon Pool Heaven Lord objective was to befriend Li Fuchen. Without a doubt, he succeeded, and the price was merely a few thousand bottles of Jade Dragon wine and some precious wines. There's no need to send me off. Li Fuchen waved his hand and stepped into the void before vanishing. It's really enviable to be able to roam freely in this world. Heavenly Lord Longtan sighed with envy. He turned around and went back to his room. Good wine. Along the way, Li Fuchen would take out a bottle of wine from time to time and drink 2 mouthfuls. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, Li Fuchen had been to plenty of star regions and dangerous places. At the same time, he had encountered plenty of Star Domain class Heavenly Monarchs. Some of these Star Domain class Heavenly Monarchs were like Li Fuchen and were traveling around. There were also those that were overseeing their own star regions. Normally, those overseeing their own star regions were rather powerful. The weakest would be a high-class monarch, while the strongest would be a peak-class monarch. As for the Cross River primogenitor, there wasn't a single peak-class monarch. Li Fuchen felt that he had underestimated the Cross River primogenitor. It was said that there was no sun and moon in the mountains, but in the dark universe, there was truly no sun and moon. In the blink of the eye, another 10 years had passed. Li Fuchen arrived at the most prestigious Devil Horn Star C of the Twin Horn Star Wheel. The Devil Horn Star C was several times bigger than the largest star region in the Twin Horn Star Wheel. It was rumored that in the center of the Devil Horn Star C, there was a giant devil horn. Many of the monarchs and demigods wanted to keep this devil horn, but until now, no one was able to do it. Li Fuchen chose to travel because he wanted to temper his Dao heart and broaden his horizons. Most importantly, he wanted to search for some fated opportunities. If he could obtain some supreme sword bones, he would be able to push the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme level even faster. As for supreme sword bones, they were usually from Sword Dao Emperors. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't think about living Sword Dao Emperors. Therefore, he could only think about dead Sword Dao Emperors. If there was a place that had the highest number of dead Sword Dao Emperors, it would definitely be the various dangerous places especially those extremely dangerous places. Once Li Fuqian entered the Devil Horn Star Sea, his expression changed. The universe source in the Devil Horn Star Sea was extremely thin and was almost the same as the dark void between star regions. There is only one type of universe source that was extremely abundant and was 10 times or 100 times more abundant than the outside world. This universe source was the evil Tao source. I hope I won't encounter any demons or demon race beings that cultivated the evil Tao. Li Fuqian frowned. The evil Tao source was 10 times or 100 times more abundant than the outside world, while the other universe sources were 100 or 1,000 times thinner. As such, the difference was at least 10,000 times. It wasn't exaggerating to say that in the Devil Horn Star Sea, a city lord-class heavenly monarch that cultivated the evil Tao was able to contest with a star region-level heavenly monarch. As for a star region-level heavenly monarch that cultivated the evil Tao, they were probably invincible in the Devil Horn Star Sea. No matter how confidently Fuqian was, he wasn't certain he could contest with an evil Tao emperor. It would already be great if he could escape with his life. My current strength is still too weak. I have to increase the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme level. With or without a supreme cultivation technique, it might not be reflected in strength, but it would be reflected vividly in power reserve. At his level, there were many times when it was a competition of power reserve and power replenishment speed. From far away, Li Fuqian could see an island of white bones. This island of white bones was actually the corpse of a city lord-class heavenly monarch. To a city lord-class heavenly monarch, or those below, it was very valuable. But to those that dared to come to the Devil Horn Star Sea, the value was rather low and wasn't worth collecting. Splash, splash. The white bone island suddenly stood up. In the eye sockets of the skull, there were 2 black flames that were burning fiercely. Star Sea demonic creature? Li Fuqian squinted his eyes. Earlier on, he clearly saw a demonic shadow burrowing into the white bone island. The Star Sea demonic creature was a terrifying creature that only existed in the Devil Horn Star Sea. They were formed by the fusion of the evil Tao source and the resentment chi of the living beings that died here. As they didn't have a physical body, the Star Sea demonic creature was extremely hard to kill. It was said that only soul Tao methods could restrain them. Roar! The giant skeleton that was controlled by the Star Sea demonic creature suddenly clawed at Li Fuqian. Break! Li Fuqian brandished his sword and severed the skeleton's arm. Scatter! With another sword swing, the skeleton was severed into millions of pieces. Chapter 990. The Devil Horn Star Sea was much more dangerous than Li Fuqian imagined. Apart from the endless number of Star Sea demonic creatures, there were also evil Tao beings with malicious intentions. A few days ago, Li Fuqian had a great battle with a city lord-class evil Tao being. The enemy had the support of the evil Tao source and was only slightly weaker than Li Fuqian, but the recovery speed was thousands of times faster than Li Fuqian. Without a choice, Li Fuqian had no choice but to utilize his speed to shake off the enemy. Rumble! A horrific black storm was roaring and wreaking havoc. Within the storm, there was a large ship that was emitting blue radiance. It was obvious that this ship was very high class. No matter how the storm wreaked havoc, there weren't any signs of it falling apart. On the deck of the ship stood 3 figures, 1 female and 2 males. Young lady, this is the Devil Horn Star Sea. The Mist Light ship will not be able to stop the Demon Cloud Emperor. Elder Hua and I will stall the Demon Cloud Emperor while you immediately activate the Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman and escape as far as you can. The blue-haired elder was a Star Domain level heaven monarch. His chi presence was vast and boundless like the sea. The Elder Hua that he mentioned was also a Star Domain level heaven monarch. His chi presence was the exact opposite of the Elder. It was blazing like hell, and if a regular person looked at it, they would probably be turned into ashes. Elder Water and Elder Hua, the 2 of you can't stop the Demon Cloud Emperor, even if you work together. The woman was wearing a light blue dress. She was graceful and had exceptional looks. From her chi presence, she was probably a city lord-class heaven monarch. The red-haired Elder Hua said. If we are in the outside world, Elder Water and I will be able to suppress the Demon Cloud Emperor with ease. But this is the Devil Horn Star Sea. Be it the Demon Cloud Emperor's strength or his recovery speed, they are all several times stronger. Elder Water nodded and said with a gloomy expression, "It seems like someone leaked our whereabouts. Otherwise, the Demon Cloud Emperor wouldn't have followed us to the Devil Horn Star Sea." The Demon Cloud Emperor was an evil Tao Emperor. He was once pursued by the Inshur clan for many years, but he was extremely crafty and they weren't able to kill him. Elder Water and Elder Hua, how have you been? The black storm became more and more violent, and a huge demonic shadow formed by the black storm appeared above the misty light ship. The demonic shadow's eyes were incomparably blood-red. Monarch Demon Cloud, in recent years, the Inshur clan has already slowed down their pursuit of you. The higher-ups are even considering whether or not to give up on hunting you down. It's best if you don't make a mistake. If you harm even a hair on the young miss, the Inshur clan will pay any price to kill you. Sire Shui warned the Demon Cloud Emperor. Emperor Demon Cloud opened his mouth wide. So, I have to thank the Inshur clan. Thank you for chasing me for so many years and for putting me in desperate situations several times. Emperor Demon Cloud, what exactly do you want? Elder Hua shouted. Hee. Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud grinned. I don't want anything. I just hope that the young lady of the Inshur clan can give birth to a fat boy for me. Dream on. The woman's face paled. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know soon enough. Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud let out a long roar and transformed into a long black saber, slashing at the misty light ship. Rumble. The blue light on the surface of the misty light ship trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Water infinity, fire infinity, water and fire combined, dragon of destruction. Sire Shui and Elder Hua were not clansmen of the Inshur clan, but servants. Of course, they were Star Sector-level Lords of Heaven, so they could not be low-level servants. Instead, they were top-level servants who only obeyed the orders of the leader of the Inshur clan. One of them was from the Water Spirit clan, and the other was from the Fire Spirit clan. They had been together for a long time, and they had developed a fusion movement, which could amplify each other's movement tenfold or even 100-fold. Roar! The power of water and fire fused together, and a giant dragon of chaos swept toward the Demon Cloud Emperor with terrifying momentum. If we were in the outside world, even 10 of me would be severely injured. Unfortunately, this is the demonic Hornstar Ocean. Die. Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud transformed into a black beast of clouds and fought with the giant dragon of chaos. It could be seen that the black beast of clouds was at an absolute disadvantage, and it was torn to pieces by the giant dragon of chaos from time to time. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the black beast of clouds reformed, and its power was not damaged at all. Instead, it became even more ferocious. On the contrary, the giant dragon of chaos's power was weakening, and it could no longer suppress the black beast of clouds. Break! The black beast of clouds turned into a black saber and sliced through the body of the giant dragon of chaos. Young miss, leave quickly. Sire Shui and Sire Hua returned to the Mistlight ship in a sorry state. Sire Shui pushed the woman out of the Mistlight ship, sending her billions of miles away. This was his limit. After all, this was the demonic Hornstar Ocean, and he was afraid of injuring the young miss. Trying to leave? Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud's body split apart, and one of them instantly appeared before the woman, ignoring the distance of billions of miles. The woman knew that she would only be a hindrance if she stayed behind. Thus, she gritted her teeth and activated the talisman that she had on her hand. Rustle. The woman's body instantly shrunk, as if she was sucked into a black hole. She disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud was unwilling to give up. He stretched his hand out and grabbed the woman's aura. It was a pity that the primal chaos teleportation talisman could conceal the aura, and Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud failed to grab the woman. Turning around, Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud glared at Sire Shui and Sirehua, who were on the Mistlight ship. You two old fellows don't have the Chaos Shift talisman. Killing the two of you will be enough to make the Ainshur clan feel heartache. Starfield, level heaven monarchs weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. Even for a great clan like the Ainshur clan, a Starfield level heaven monarch was extremely precious. Flee. Since the young miss had escaped, the two of them didn't have to worry anymore. They kept the Mistlight ship and fled separately. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be a match for the Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud. Can you escape? The two Sovereign Emperors chased after Sire Shui and Sire Hua from the left and right respectively. The distance teleported by the Chaos Shift talisman wasn't absolute, it was random. If it was in the outside world, it would be able to teleport 100,000 to 1,000,000 light-years away. If the starfield wasn't too big, there was a high chance that it would be teleported to another starfield. But in the demonic Hornstar Ocean, the distance would probably be reduced by 100 times or even 1,000 times. On this day, Li Fuchen, who was making haste, felt alerted. He quickly lifted his head and saw that in the sky above the star sea, there was an additional figure that appeared out of nowhere. Teleport. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Very few people would teleport in the demonic Hornstar Ocean, because if it wasn't done well, it was easy to teleport to an extremely dangerous place. There were some places in the demonic Hornstar Ocean that even Starfield level heaven monarchs would have a slim chance of survival. Starfield level heaven monarch? Ainshur was shocked when she teleported to the side of a Starfield level heaven monarch. But she quickly realized that Li Fuchen's chi presence wasn't very powerful and was around the same level as the clan elders who had just become Starfield level heaven monarchs. Chapter 991. A City Lord class heaven monarch dares to come to the demonic Horn Star Sea. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. In his opinion, unless it was a City Lord class heaven monarch that cultivated the evil Tao, it was a suicidal act to come to the demonic Hornstar Sea. I must escape from the demonic Hornstar Sea. Only after escaping from the demonic Hornstar Sea will I be able to send a message to my clan. A pair of silver wings extended from Ainshur back, and there was a flash of thunder before she vanished without a trace. But soon enough, Ainshur returned. Behind her were tens of thousands of Star Sea demons. There are so many Star Sea demons. Li Fuchen was shocked. Previously, he only encountered a few dozen Star Sea demons at most. Soon enough, the duo was surrounded by more and more Star Sea demons. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the sword Chi turned into a sword Sea that enveloped a large number of Star Sea demons. However, these Star Sea demons didn't have a physical body, and Sword World-type sword moves had limited damage to them. It was also very difficult to trap them. Firstly, there were too many Star Sea demons. Secondly, this was the demonic Hornstar Sea. The evil Tao source was abundant, while the other universe sources were extremely thin. Therefore, in the next moment, the void felt like there was a leak as countless Star Sea demons scurried out from the Sword World. The Star Sea demons that escaped had weakened their chi presences, but once they came out, their chi presences immediately surged and quickly recovered. This won't do. To deal with Star Sea demons, you must use absolute power to destroy them instantly. You must not give them any chance to catch a breather. Ainshur flipped her hand, and a fist-sized dark blue bead appeared in her hand. Immediately after, the dark blue bead soared into the sky and blasted out thunderbolts. It was obvious that the Star Sea demons that were struck by the thunderbolts were instantly turned into ashes and couldn't be more dead. Superior grade supreme cardinal artifact. Li Fuchen had a higher opinion of Ainshur. Be it the silver wings on her back or the dark blue bead, they were both peak grade supreme cardinal artifacts. A City Lord class heaven monarch that possessed two peak grade supreme cardinal artifacts was either heaven-defying luck or had a shocking background. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was the second type. Return to Origin's sword phase. With a swing of the joint heaven sword, a row of long swords appeared and blasted at the incoming Star Sea demons. Pu. The return to Origin sword form was not only powerful, but also very mysterious. A long sword could basically annihilate several monsters in the Sea of Stars. It was much more powerful than Shiryue's thunder and lightning. However, it was not as numerous as her opponent, and it was far inferior. It would be great if Tribulation's hand could reach the middle stage. Li Fuchen felt regretful. If the hand of Tribulation reached the middle stage, he wouldn't even need to do anything. He could just fill his entire body with the power of Tribulation and charge forward, killing anyone who tried to stop him. The speed at which the two of them killed the galactic demons was not slow. Unfortunately, there were simply too many galactic demons around them. Furthermore, their numbers were increasing with every passing moment. If the two of them continued to do their own thing, they would only be slowly whittled down to death. Join forces to break out. Li Fuchen looked at Shiryue. Sure. Shiryue nodded. Since they were going to work together to break out of the encirclement, they naturally had to trust each other. If they didn't trust each other enough, it would be easy for them to miss a good opportunity. Of course, the two of them were also confident that even if they were ambushed, they wouldn't fall into a desperate situation. The duo's plan was very simple. Li Fuchen would use his sword art to open up a path, while Shiryue would use her thunder Dao cardinal artifact to eliminate any approaching demonic creatures to prevent them from being surrounded. Boom, boom, boom. When the duo worked together, their breakout speed was extremely fast. They were like fish swimming in water as they shuttled through the waves formed by the galactic demons. Moments later, the duo broke out of the encirclement. But right at this moment, a saber chi swept over and engulfed both of them. With the silver wings, Shiryue didn't suffer any damage. It was needless to say for Li Fuchen, who had the myriad calamity immortal body. The violent saber chi was only able to eliminate a portion of the tribulation power. It was impossible for it to eliminate all of the tribulation power. The duo looked over and saw that the saber chi was emitted by a white skeleton. The white skeleton was obviously a saber Dao Emperor when it was alive. Every bone in its body was emitting boundless saber intent. However, at this moment, there were two balls of demonic flames burning in the white skeleton's eye sockets. It was clear that a demonic being from the star sea was controlling the white skeleton. Supreme Rate Saberbone. Shiryue's eyes lit up. She might be the young lady of the Yin family clan, but the Yin family clan wasn't ruled by her lineage. Even if the resources were biased towards her, there was a limit. A supreme rate saberbone was enough for her to exchange for plenty of clan resources. However, it wasn't that easy to obtain this supreme rate saberbone. Putting aside the tens of thousands of galactic demons, just the galactic demon controlling this supreme rate saberbone was probably not easy to deal with. You want this supreme rate saberbone? Li Fuchen could see a trace of suspicion from Shiryue's eyes. This is a supreme rate saberbone. Who wouldn't want it? Shiryue didn't deny. Li Fuchen said, "We can make a deal. I will help you obtain the supreme rate saberbone, and you will pay me 100 supreme rate sword bones." A supreme rate saberbone was worth over 200 bones. Li Fuchen felt that this deal was very fair. 100 bones is too much. 90 bones. Shiryue shook her head. In the universe, saber bones and sword bones weren't of equal value. Sword bones were slightly more valuable. All right, swear. Li Fuchen didn't need a verbal agreement. He needed an oath. After hearing Li Fuchen, Shiryue didn't hesitate and made the oath. After the Shiryue made the oath, Li Fuchen rushed at the white bone skeleton. There are too many galactic demons here. Lured away first. Be it Li Fuchen, Shiryue, or the white bone skeleton, their speed was much faster than most of the galactic demons. After half a day, apart from the white bone skeleton, all the galactic demons had been shaken off. Chaos Thunder Beast, reveal yourself. Shiryue poured more power into the thunder Dao cardinal artifact. There was a thunderous roar, and a giant beast that was coiled with chaos thunderbolts appeared from the thunder Dao cardinal artifact. It opened its mouth and shot out countless thunderbolts at the white bone skeleton. Chaos Thunder Beast. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Beside Yin Qingwu was a thunder beast. However, thunder beasts were only regular tyrant beasts and weren't rare. In comparison, the Chaos Thunder Beast was much rarer. The Chaos Thunder Beast was one of the peak-class tyrant beasts and wasn't inferior to the Calamity Heavenly Dragon. Once it matured, its strength wouldn't be inferior to peak emperors like the Horizontal River Primogenitor. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, Yinshurui's Thunder Tao Cardinal artifact should be refined from one of the Chaos Thunder Beast's eyeballs. Therefore, it was able to produce the Chaos Thunder Beast's shadow. Since Yinshurui had already used her trump card, Li Fuchen didn't want to waste it. Spirit, Soul, Sword, Qi. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchen wasn't comparable to Yinshurui's Thunder Tao Cardinal artifact, but he still had his Soul Tao methods. Li Fuchen might not have obtained an incredible Soul Tao inheritance, but after studying it for a moment, he was able to increase the level of his Soul Tao methods. A purple-red sword Qi that only Li Fuchen could see burst out and entered the white bone skeleton's body. There was a deep sound while the white bone skeleton's eye sockets flickered. Yinshuruo looked at Li Fuchen with doubt. Her intuition told her that Li Fuchen used some method. Chapter 992. With the duo's cooperation, the Star Sea demonic being in the white skeleton was finally eliminated. Yinshuruo waved her hand and kept the white skeleton into her spatial ring. This is my communication token. When you are free, go to the Tiger Fault Star region to look for me. A single Supreme Saber Bone was enough for her to exchange for 90 Supreme Sword Bones and a large amount of her clan's resources. All right, I will go. Li Fuchen nodded. The Swordsman Guild's Class 2 branch was also in the Tiger Fault Star region. Once he reached there, he would be able to report. Soon enough, the duo split up. Yinshuruo was in a hurry to leave the Devil Hornstar Sea, while Li Fuchen wanted to stay in the Devil Hornstar Sea for a period of time to see if he could find any opportunities. Half a year later, Li Fuchen arrived at the center of the Devil Hornstar Sea, near the two Devil Horns. It was said to be near, but it was actually countless light years away. It was mainly because the two Devil Horns were too massive. As compared to them, planes were just dwarfed. In the universe, even demigod-class space beasts wouldn't be so massive. It was unimaginable how terrifying such a massive creature was when it was alive. A single breath from it would probably be able to eliminate everything. The origin of the Devil Horn Star Sea's evil Tao source is this pair of Devil Horns. No, this place's pressure is too intense. My sword Tao is severely suppressed. After taking a glance at the Devil Horns, Li Fuchen immediately left. In this place, Li Fuchen wouldn't even be a match for a regular evil Tao Heaven Monarch, let alone a City Lord class evil Tao Heaven Monarch. The Devil Horn Star Sea was boundless. An entire Supreme Sword Bone was hard to find, but it was still possible to find one or two of them. On this day, Li Fuchen discovered a finger bone that was emitting a weak sword intent in the sky above the Star Sea that was filled with miscellaneous items. The sword intent contained in this finger bone might seem weak, but when Li Fuchen wanted to absorb it, it immediately burst out with astounding sword intent. It was obvious that it was just a disguise. The Supreme Sword Bone had spirituality and vaguely knew that if it constantly emitted sword intent, there would be a time when the sword intent would be exhausted. Hurry up and come over. How could a finger bone stop Li Fuchen's absorption? With a swish, the finger bone landed on Li Fuchen's hand. When Li Fuchen's spirit soul force entered, he saw an extremely mystical sword pattern. In the early stages, Li Fuchen didn't understand why the joint heaven sword spirit wanted him to delve into sword patterns. Ever since he obtained some sword bones in the Sword Star City, Li Fuchen understood that when a sword pattern reached a high level, it was closely related to cultivation. The reason why only the bones of heavenly lords who had reached the supreme level of the supreme level were left behind was because their bones contained the supreme level of the supreme level of the supreme level of the supreme level, which was equivalent to weapons. In the early days, the sword essence secret technique that Li Fuchen obtained was probably created by a powerful heaven lord. Unfortunately, there was no Golden Sword Essence chapter, and even the Silver Sword Essence chapter was incomplete. Li Fuchen even guessed that there should be a higher realm after the Golden Sword Essence chapter. If he had the complete sword essence secret technique, it would not be impossible to deduce a supreme cultivation technique from it. A finger bone wasn't of much help to Li Fuchen, but it was better than nothing. A few months later, Li Fuchen obtained the second supreme sword bone. This time was a calf bone. 1 year later, Li Fuchen obtained the third supreme sword bone, and it was a broken rib. For the next few years, Li Fuchen obtained the clavicle, sternum, scapula, and other fragmented bones. Some of these bones came from the same Sword Dao Emperor, while some came from other Sword Dao Emperors. The sword patterns inside were all different too. It is a pity that I didn't obtain the most important vertebrae and skull. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. Be it humans or other races, the most important bones in the body were the vertebrae and skull. Of course, races without vertebrae were an exception. Apart from the supreme sword bone, Li Fuchen also obtained plenty of other supreme bones like the supreme saber bone, supreme fire bone, supreme ice bone, supreme thunder bone, etc. These supreme bones were rather valuable, and if they were auctioned, a single bone would be sold for a few 100 million peak-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, Li Fuchen also obtained the Star Sea Demon Flower. The Star Sea Demon Flower was a supreme herb that was unique to the Devil Horn Star Sea. It contained the evil Dao source and was considered an absolute treasure to evil Dao cultivators. A single stalk was worth at least 10 billion peak-grade spirit stones, a total of 12 supreme sword bones. The efficiency is too low. After a few more years, Li Fuchen's patience had dissipated. The Devil Horn Star Sea definitely had an entire set of supreme sword bones, but to encounter one was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Li Fuchen might be able to find one after wandering in the Devil Horn Star Sea for 1,000 or 10,000 years, but it was too much of a waste of time. With such a long period of time, Li Fuchen felt that he could rely on himself to increase the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme rank. Let's go to the Tiger Fault Star region. Activating the Calamity power, Li Fuchen's speed increased to the limits as he flew towards the Tiger Fault Star region. The Tiger Fault Star region was the largest star region in the Twin Horn Star Wheel. In the Tiger Fault Star region, the strongest faction wasn't the Swordsman Guild's Class 2 branch in the Sword Star City. It was the Ainshur clan. In the Twin Horn Star Wheel, there were only two super clans, the Ainshur clan and the Zhu clan. In comparison, the Ainshur clan seemed to be stronger on the surface, because the Ainshur clan had a demigod ancestor, while the Zhu clan's demigod ancestor had been missing for many years. The Ainshur clan occupied a total of 5 universe cities. Ainshur had always been residing in the Rain Thunder City. Buzz. In the spatial ring, the communication token vibrated. Is he here? Ainshur took out the communication token and poured in a trace of power. In the next moment, a screen lit up, and it was Li Fuchen's image. I will wait for you at the Spirit Peak City. Li Fuchen wasn't going to foolishly head to the Ainshur clan's universe city to meet up with Ainshur. It was better to be safe than sorry. All right, Ainshur nodded. 3 days later, at the Spirit Peak City, you have 90 supreme sword bones, and only 50 of them belong to the same Sword Dao Emperor. Ainshur handed Li Fuchen a spatial ring. Can you help me exchange these for supreme sword bones? Li Fuchen took out the supreme sword bones that he didn't need. I can, but the supreme sword bones are rather precious and cannot be exchanged for one. Unless it is the supreme time and space bone or the supreme chaos bone, then it is possible to exchange for one or two. Ainshur explained in advance. Li Fuchen nodded. The value of the supreme sword bones was determined by 2 factors. Firstly, the Dao contained within was powerful enough. Secondly, the market was powerful enough. As long as one of the factors was satisfied, the value would be very high. All right, I will be staying at the Spirit Peak City for the next period of time. Li Fuchen was planning to comprehend these supreme sword bones. As long as the primary extreme sword's function broke through to the supreme level, there would be very few existences that could deal with him in this world. 1 week later, Ainshur came again. This time, she brought 30 supreme sword bones and exchanged all the supreme sword bones that Li Fuchen didn't need. Li Fuchen knew that Ainshur must have profited, but it was very normal. If there wasn't any profit, why would they cooperate with you? A total of 132 supreme sword bones. It is about time. Chapter 993. Li Fuchen had been in seclusion for 50 years, and it still hadn't ended. Supreme cultivation technique. Form heaven and earth. Form a universe. After cultivating the supreme cultivation technique, the body will be a small universe. Be it the power reserve or the speed of power replenishment, it will be 100 or 1,000 times faster than before. By then, even if I am in the dark void between star regions or in dangerous places like the Devil Horn Star Sea, I will be able to fight for a long time without worrying about power exhaustion. Li Fuchen felt that his primary extreme sword technique had reached the critical point and was just one step away from changing the world. But this step wasn't that easy to cross. It was mainly due to the lack of accumulation. If there was enough accumulation, breaking through would happen naturally and wouldn't require much effort. However, Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need at least 2 sets of complete supreme sword bones to allow his accumulation to reach the point where he could break through at any moment. Of course, if Li Fuchen wanted to forcefully break through, there was still a great chance. It was mainly due to his heaven-defying perception, and his deduction ability was better than 100 or 1,000 star region class heavenly monarchs. Even a demigod wouldn't be comparable to him. As long as he could find some of the rules of the supreme cultivation technique, he would be able to follow the rules and combine it with the primary extreme sword technique to deduce his own supreme cultivation technique. It would just take a little more time. 132 supreme sword bones came from a total of 28 sword Dao emperors. It also meant that Li Fuchen had 28 points of reference. However, among these 28 points of reference, there were strong and weak ones. The strong ones had 50 supreme sword bones, while the weak ones only had 1 supreme sword bone. As a reference, the value of the former was naturally several times higher. Another 20 years had passed. I have concluded a total of 3 rules. The first rule is contained in every single supreme sword bone, and it is an iron rule. The second rule is only contained by 2 supreme sword bones that are related to each other. The third rule is only contained by 5 supreme sword bones that are related to each other. It isn't perfect yet. After concluding the 3 rules, they were crucial for Li Fuchen's subsequent breakthroughs, especially the first iron rule. It seems like I still have to make a trip to the Sword Star City. To be honest, Li Fuchen was confident that he could break through now. However, he realized that he had grasped too few rules. If he broke through now, the primary extreme sword techniques level wouldn't be that high. Only by grasping enough patterns would the primary extreme sword techniques level be high enough. Just like supreme martial techniques, supreme cultivation techniques were also divided into 3 levels: normal, city lord, and star domain. The vast majority of imperial lords only had normal supreme cultivation techniques. Peak or peak imperial lords had city lord cultivation techniques. Only invincible imperial lords had star domain cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he broke through now, the primary extreme sword technique would at most be at the City Lord class. After ending his seclusion, Li Fuchen left the Spirit Peak City and rushed towards the Sword Star City. In the Swordsman Guild's discussion hall in the Sword Star City, the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch was looking at Li Fuchen with astonishment. The last time she saw Li Fuchen was over 100 years ago. Back then, Li Fuchen wasn't even a Heaven Monarch. How did he become a Sword Dao Emperor now? After all, the Swordsman Guild had less than 5 Sword Dao Sovereign Emperors in the entire double-horned astral wheel. Every Sword Dao Emperor had to experience millions or tens of millions of years to mature. He had never heard of anyone using over 100 years to advance from Sacred Lord to Emperor. It was simply unheard of. Just as the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch was hesitating to speak, the Sword Star City Swordsman Guild's guild leader and vice guild leader rushed over. If it was something else, the duo wouldn't have come personally, let alone together. However, a Sword Dao Emperor suddenly appeared. Even the guild leader and vice guild leader had to treat with caution. The Swordsman Guild leader was a vigorous elder with a long beard. He cultivated the Morning Sun Sword Dao. Hence, he had the aura of a youth and was full of vigor. The vice guild leader was a short and fat elder with a dark face. He walked beside the guild leader and was like a shadow that wasn't easily noticed. This junior pays his respects to Imperial Monarch Chao Yang and Imperial Monarch Thousand Shadows. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and greeted the duo. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang was a peak-level emperor and was extremely famous. Imperial Monarch Thousand Shadows was a peak-level emperor and was rather famous too. Among the emperors, there are only peers. There is no such thing as seniors or juniors. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang smiled at Li Fuchen. From the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch's message, Imperial Monarch Chao Yang already knew about Li Fuchen's situation. To be honest, it was impossible for Imperial Monarch Chao Yang not to be shocked. Li Fuchen's improvement speed was probably only comparable to the legendary Son of Universe. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang guessed that Li Fuchen must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity over the past 100 years. Otherwise, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to improve so quickly. However, all of this wasn't important. What was important was that the person standing in front of Imperial Monarch Chao Yang was a Sword Dao Emperor that was on equal footing with him. That was enough. The Supreme Sword Bone is extremely precious. Even I would need enough contribution points to borrow it. After knowing Li Fuchen's intention, Imperial Monarch Chao Yang spoke bluntly. Li Fuchen said, "How many contribution points do I need to borrow one Supreme Sword Bone?" Imperial Monarch Chao Yang said, 1 billion contribution points. Li Fuchen nodded. It was fortunate that it wasn't too high. If I have one Supreme Sword Bone here, how many contribution points can I exchange for? Imperial Monarch Chao Yang said, 10 billion contribution points. This was a little low. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and asked, how many Supreme Sword Bones does the guild have? A total of 565. There are 206 that came from the same Sword Dao Emperor. It is a complete set. If you want to borrow it, you will need 300 billion contribution points. A complete set. To Li Fuchen, this was a piece of good news. It was the same 206 Supreme Sword Bones, but the difference was too great. It was worth it to spend more contribution points. That's right. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang continued. The Swordsman Guild's contribution points are universal. You can use them at the headquarters too. Therefore, you don't have to worry about anything else. From Li Fuchen's tone, Imperial Monarch Chao Yang already knew that Li Fuchen had plenty of Supreme Sword Bones. Therefore, he added another sentence. All right, I shall exchange all of them for contribution points. Li Fuchen took out all of the Supreme Sword Bones, and there was a total of 132 of them. So many. The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch's heart was burning with passion. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang yearned for Supreme Sword Bones too. He also had a few Supreme Sword Bones, but they were incomparable to Li Fuchen. 132 Supreme Sword Bones would be worth 132 billion contribution points. It was enough for Li Fuchen to borrow all of the Supreme Sword Bones in the guild. Without wasting any time, Li Fuchen found a manor in the Sword Star City and immediately went into seclusion. 10 years passed. 20 years passed. Li Fuchen's accumulation was getting deeper, especially the complete set of Supreme Sword Bones. It had at least doubled his accumulation. No, it isn't worth it to break through like this. On this day, Li Fuchen felt that he could break through, but he gave up on this opportunity. Originally, he only wanted to break through the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme rank. But now, he felt that his requirements were too low. Since the Supreme Sword Bones could rapidly increase his Sword Dao foundation, why would he persist on breaking through now? He might as well break through after reaching the critical point, like the primary extreme sword art. Chapter 994. The Sword Star City Swordsman Guild was only a Class 2 branch. Above this, there was a Class 1 branch and the headquarters. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate much and chose to head to the Class 1 branch. Of course, he could also head to other Class 2 branches and obtain the Supreme Sword Bones there. But each Class 2 branch had too few Supreme Sword Bones, and it would be rather troublesome to head there one by one. Therefore, he might as well head to the Class 1 branch. The Sword Star City had a teleportation array that led to the Class 1 branch, but the teleportation fee was rather high. A single teleportation would cost 100 billion contribution points, and Li Fuchen only had 660 billion contribution points. There was no other choice as the distance was too far. If he were to fly there, it was unknown how many star regions and star wheels he would have to fly past. 100 billion contribution points it was then. Li Fuchen chose to teleport. Radiant Star Region, one of the superstar regions that wasn't included in any star wheels. Its size was 1,000 times bigger than regular star regions and was even bigger than some star wheels. In the Radiant Star Region, there were plenty of ruins and perilous places. Correspondingly, this was also a star region that was mixed with all sorts of people. The Swordsman Guild, Saber Alliance, Undead Legion, Temple of Gods, Dark Parliament, Trials Eye, and various great clans. Almost all of the super factions had a branch or headquarters here. At the Sword Brilliant City's teleportation plaza, a figure descended. This is the Class 1 branch. Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power and observed the surroundings. He noticed that the Sword Brilliant City was several times bigger than the Sword Star City, and the array was also several times stronger. I wonder what is the Lord's name and where did you come from? At the teleportation plaza, there would always be a Heaven Monarch standing guard. After sensing Li Fuchen's horrific chi presence, he quickly welcomed Li Fuchen, primary extreme emperor from the double-horned star wheel. Li Fuchen took out his guild emblem. Right now, his guild emblem was at the Glorious Sun class. In fact, his strength had already surpassed the Glorious Sun class. It was a pity that the Class 2 branch could only bestow him with the Glorious Sun class emblem. Above the Glorious Sun class, there was the Elder class. This elder wasn't a branch elder. It was a general elder. Generally speaking, the general elder must be a Starfield class Heaven Monarch like Imperial Emperor Chao Yang and Imperial Emperor Thousand Shadow. They weren't just the Sword Star City's Swordsman Guild leader and vice leader. They were also general elders. Subsequently, Li Fuchen met with the Sword Brilliant City's Swordsman Guild leader, Origin Brightsword Ancestor. The Bright Origin Sword Ancestor was in existence on the Imperial Monarch rankings. His strength was so formidable that he was at least ranked in the top 10 in the Radiant Starfield. One had to know that the Radiant Starfield was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It would already be considered pretty good if the other starfields had 1 or 2 sovereign emperors. However, the Radiant Starfield had at least 800 sovereign emperors, if not 1,000. After confirming that Li Fuchen was a member of the Swordsman Guild and was also a Starfield class Heaven Monarch, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor bestowed Li Fuchen with the status of a headquarters elder. In the entire headquarters, there were only a few people who could bestow the position of a General Division Elder to others, and the president of a first-level branch was one of them. As a General Elder, Li Fuchen had plenty of privileges. One of the privileges was to redeem the guild's reusable resources at half price. Originally, borrowing a Supreme Sword Bone required 1 billion guild points, but now it only required 500 million guild points. Furthermore, after becoming an elder of the headquarters, the contribution points under one's name would automatically be converted to elder points. 100 million contribution points could be converted to 1 elder point. There might not seem to be much of a difference between the two, but there were some resources that could only be exchanged for with elder contribution points. Li Fuchen had over 560 billion guild points, and after converting them to elder contribution points, he would have over 5,600 guild points. This is a detailed introduction of the Radiant Starfield. It is best for you to take a closer look. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask the other elders. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor took out a jade scroll and tossed it to Li Fuchen. Many thanks, Sword Ancestor. After receiving the jade scroll, Li Fuchen bade farewell and left. When Li Fuchen left the guild hall, an elder with the demeanor of an immortal walked out from the side hall. This child is indeed extraordinary. He isn't the son of universe, but he is superior. This old man's 9 heaven sword divination is actually unable to divine his future. The elder caressed the copper coin sword in his hand while his eyes flickered with radiance. It turned out that Imperial Monarch Chao Yang had already transmitted a message to the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor regarding Li Fuchen's information. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor then called over the Heaven's Secret Sword Elder, who was able to calculate Heaven's fate, and asked him to calculate Li Fuchen's future accomplishments. You can't divine it? The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor didn't feel too surprised. From the information he obtained from Emperor Yang Yang, Li Fuchen was most likely the Son of Universe. Furthermore, he was a Son of Universe that had heaven-defying fated encounters. The Son of Universe was favored by the universe willpower. When divine their fates, the universe willpower would interfere. After letting out a breath, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor said, "No matter what, since he is suspected to be the Son of Universe, then we will do our best to make things convenient for him. Of course, we cannot be too deliberate. The destiny of the Son of Universe is unpredictable. It is not good to be too deliberate." The Heaven's Secret Sword Elder said, "It is rumored that in the universe, there will only be 49 Sons of Universe at the same time. Right now, our Swordsman Guild has 3 suspected Sons of Universe, including the Origin Extreme Emperor. It seems like the universe willpower is favoring our Swordsman Guild." The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor said, "The Sons of Universe will fall too. Right now, there are many Sons of Universe, but it doesn't mean anything. Only when they become demigods will they be able to bring endless fate to the Swordsman Guild." Between the super factions, it wasn't the number of Sons of Universe, it was the number of demigods. Of course, if there were more of both, it would definitely be better. There was someone in the side hall earlier. He should be divining my destiny. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power was extremely powerful. In this world, there wasn't anything that could stop his spirit soul power. The reason why Li Fuchen felt that someone was divining him was because he felt an illusory power enveloping him. But when facing his spirit soul, the power would collapse upon contact like a bubble. The Radiant Star region is indeed formidable. There are actually so many ruins and super factions. While walking, Li Fuchen had already transmitted the information from the Jade Scroll into his mind. The Radiant Star region had plenty of ruins and danger zones. There were a total of 99 ruins and 72 danger zones. Among them, the weakest ruins were fatal to City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs. It was said that there was a high chance of death. The most terrifying ruins were even life-threatening for invincible emperors. Only demigods would be able to escape unscathed. The so-called super factions were actually half-god factions that had at least one half-god. Like the Zhu clan, they had a demigod ancestor, fire god. Like the Inshur clan, the Undead Legion, and the Swordsman Guild. All of them had demigods and were super factions. Of course, there were strong and weak super factions too. Normally speaking, most of the super factions would only have one demigod. It was the same for the powerful Undead Legion. Only a few super factions would have multiple demigods, like the Swordsman Guild, Saber Union, Temple of Gods, Dar Parliament, Trials Eye, and others. But this didn't mean that a super faction with multiple demigods could bully a super faction with only one demigod. It was very hard for a demigod to kill another demigod. If you were to offend the demigod, both sides would suffer great losses, and it would benefit the other super factions. Chapter 995. There were plenty of supreme sword bones in the Sword Brilliant City, and there were over 100 complete supreme sword bones. But even if they were all supreme sword bones, the value would differ greatly. It depended on the grade of the sword pattern on the supreme sword bone. The grade of the sword pattern would depend on the grade of the cultivation technique. For example, a regular supreme cultivation technique wouldn't be comparable to a City Lord class supreme cultivation technique. A City Lord class supreme cultivation technique wouldn't be comparable to a Starfield class supreme cultivation technique. According to the grade of the sword pattern, the supreme sword bones were separated into 9 grades. Grade 9 was the lowest and grade 1 was the highest. An entire grade 9 supreme sword bone would require 1,500 elder points to borrow. A grade 8 would require 2,000 elder points. A grade 7 would require 3,000 elder points. A grade 6 would require 5,000 elder points. A grade 5 would require 10,000 elder points. As for a grade 1 supreme sword bone, it would require 300,000 elder points. I don't have enough elder points. After seeing the price of borrowing the supreme sword bones, Li Fuchen felt powerless. He only had a total of over 5,600 elder points and could only borrow 1 grade 9 supreme sword bone and 2 grade 8 supreme sword bones. Let me take a look first. Li Fuchen didn't use all the elder points and borrowed a grade 9 supreme sword bone and a grade 8 supreme sword bone. After purchasing a manor, Li Fuchen went into seclusion. 12 years later, there isn't much difference between grade 9 and grade 8. It is a pity that I don't have enough elder points, otherwise I can borrow a higher grade supreme sword bone to compare. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to borrow all of the supreme sword bones, as the required elder points would be too terrifying. Therefore, Li Fuchen had no choice but to research which borrowing method was more cost-effective. Was it to borrow a bunch of low-grade supreme sword bones or a small number of high-grade supreme sword bones? Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough elder points. Sword Brilliant City, Elder Grand Hall. Every once in a while, there would be some elder class missions. Head to the Black Wind Valley to hunt the Black Wind Beast and obtain the Black Wind Stone within its body. A single Black Wind Stone can be exchanged for 10 elder points. Head to the Chaos Ruins to hunt the Chaos Metal Beast and use the corpse to exchange for 5,000 elder points. Head to the Death God Lake to harvest the Death God Herb. A single stalk of Death God Herb can be exchanged for 500 elder points. Killed the Leaf family's elder, Imperial Lord Whitebones. Rewarded with 10,000 elder points. Note: Imperial Lord Whitebones has the strength of a high-class Imperial Lord and is cunning. There were plenty of Elder class missions, and Li Fuchen carefully picked through them. First, he would eliminate the mission of killing the Chaos Metal Beast. The Ruins of Primal Chaos was one of the top 10 danger zones in the Radiant Star region. It was extremely dangerous. Although the Chaos Metal Beast wasn't very strong and was about the same as an ordinary monarch or a high-level monarch, its defense could only be broken by a peak monarch. The second thing to eliminate was the mission to collect the Death God Herb. The Death God Lake was even more dangerous than the Chaos Ruins and was the second most dangerous place. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take too much risk for now and would think about it in the future. The third possibility was the Whitebone Monarch who killed the Li clan's elder. In order to kill a high-class monarch, it was normally possible if 2 or more top-class monarchs worked together. It was also possible if a peak-class monarch made a move. However, if the enemy had incredible escaping methods, even an invincible monarch might not be able to capture the enemy. Li Fuchen's strength was only close to a high-class monarch. How was he going to kill the enemy? Hence, Li Fuchen chose the mission to hunt the Black Wind Beast. This mission was the most practical for him. The Black Wind Valley was one of the danger zones in the Radiant Star region. The black wind here wasn't an ordinary black wind. It was the soul-departing black wind. It was able to scatter a person's spirit soul. Apart from peak-class monarchs, or those that were stronger, no one would be willing to stay here for a long period of time. At the entrance of the valley, a figure descended. This is the soul-departing black wind. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed a wisp of black wind. Creak, creak, creak. The soul-departing black wind seemed to have a life of its own as it let out a sharp scream that would make one dizzy. I see. Li Fuchen realized that the soul-departing black wind contained traces of strange soul power. In other words, when walking in the soul-departing black wind, it was the same as suffering from soul Dao attacks. Even if the soul Dao attacks weren't powerful, after a long period of time, the soul Dao attacks would be unbearable. I wonder how the soul-departing black wind is formed. Li Fuchen was rather curious. Li Fuchen took a step forward and entered the Black Wind Valley. Huff, huff, huff. In the Black Wind Valley, the black wind was wreaking havoc and the naked eye's range of vision was extremely small. The spiritual awareness couldn't extend too far either. If it was extended too far, it would be easily scattered by the black wind. Of course, as compared to others, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness's range was definitely much further. After all, if the spirit soul was stronger, the spiritual awareness would also be stronger. Roar. As Li Fuchen gradually ventured deeper into the Black Wind Valley, there was a strange roar that echoed from the black wind. If Li Fuchen was a city lord-class heaven monarch, his spirit soul would definitely be shaken by this roar. Extinguish. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and dropped a black rock. The black wind beast wasn't considered powerful, and any ruler would be able to deal with it easily. The crucial point was that you only had one chance to attack, and the black wind beast wouldn't give you a second chance. Once the black wind beast dispersed, the black wind rock in the body would automatically disintegrate and fuse with the black wind. Li Fuchen reached out and pulled the black wind rock. The black wind rock was made of a very special material. It might be called a rock, but it didn't have any weight and was very light. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the black wind rock contained a massive amount of soul power and also a trace of wind marvel. 2 rocks, 3 rocks. Hunting the black wind beast was a mission that tested one's patience for others. Firstly, one couldn't stay in the Black Wind Valley for a long period of time. It was already rather stressful. Secondly, the Black Wind Valley scouting range was too small, and it was very easy to get lost. Thirdly, the Black Wind Valley was too huge. It wasn't hard to find 1 or 2 black wind beasts, but to find more black wind beasts, it would require time. Li Fuchen was different. To him, the soul distance black wind in the Black Wind Valley wasn't a threat at all. If he was willing, he could stay in the Black Wind Valley for his entire life. In terms of scouting range, even if he didn't rely on his spirit soul power and just relied on his spiritual awareness, his scouting range was 100 or even 1,000 times greater than others. He didn't have to worry about getting lost. It was also simple to find the black wind beasts. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he would basically be able to find 1 or 2 black wind beasts. After a few years, Li Fuchen had over 1,000 black wind rocks. If they were exchanged for elder points, it would be over 10,000. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. During the recent years, the emperors that came to the Black Wind Valley were rather strange. In the past, it might be extremely difficult to encounter the black wind beast, but it wasn't like now, where they couldn't encounter one for a few years. What is going on? Did something happen in the Black Wind Valley? One of the female emperors that came to the Black Wind Valley frowned. The black wind beasts were condensed from the soul, separating black wind. Even if they were killed, they could condense again after a period of time. Hence, in theory, the number of black wind beasts in Black Wind Valley would never decrease. Unless the soul separating Black Wind Valley's soul separating Black Wind Valley dissipated, or if all the black wind beasts in the area were killed in a short period of time, no new black wind beasts would be condensed. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had arrived at the true depths of the Black Wind Valley. Apart from peak-level emperors and paragon emperors, no one dared to come here. The violent soul distance black wind was like a bone-scraping steel saber. It could easily injure a regular emperor's spirit soul. Correspondingly, the black wind beasts here were much more concentrated, and it saved Li Fuchen a lot of time. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. Chapter 996. This is too much. How many years has it been, and they have only discovered 2 black wind beasts? In a Black Wind Valley, a black monarch had a gloomy expression. He cultivated the wind owl and felt that he had signs of breaking through recently. He was planning to obtain more black wind rocks to comprehend. He didn't expect for the current Black Wind Valley to be completely different from his impression. There were pitifully few black wind beasts. Someone is coming out? The black monarch extended his spiritual awareness to the extremity and noticed a figure skimming out from the depths of the Black Wind Valley. If he was just an ordinary sovereign monarch or a high-level sovereign monarch, he definitely wouldn't go looking for trouble. If he was a peak-stage sovereign monarch, he might consider it. However, he was a peak-stage sovereign monarch. At the sovereign monarch level, he feared no one. Even an invincible sovereign monarch could only defeat him, not kill him. Most importantly, Li Fuchen's chi presence was only that of a regular monarch, and was close to a high-class monarch. There was nothing to worry about. Stay behind. The black monarch extended his hand and created a violent whirlpool. Caught off guard, Li Fuchen was swept away by the violent whirlpool. Not good. Li Fuchen blasted the origin return sword form at the violent whirlpool. But before the origin return sword form could make contact with the violent whirlpool, it was scattered by the horrific wind force. It is a peak-level monarch. Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The black monarch's strength was obviously above the purple extreme monarch, and Li Fuchen wasn't a match. Even the indestructible body wouldn't be able to withstand too many attacks. Of course, Li Fuchen was a monarch after all, and it was impossible for him to not have any countermeasures. Fusing with his sword, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and split open the wind force. He split open the spatial zone of the Black Wind Valley and instantly tunneled in. Trying to escape, the black monarch sneered and rubbed his hands. The violent whirlpool became 10 times more intense. The horrific wind force permeated into the depths of the Black Wind Valley's spatial zone and enveloped Li Fuchen again before sweeping him out. Intolerable bully. Li Fuchen took out the prismatic stone mother and activated the time source essence. In the next moment, the spatial zone froze, and the black monarch's body was also frozen. Li Fuchen seized the opportunity to escape rapidly and vanished in the blink of the eye. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed sovereign lord woke up. A universe treasure, prismatic stone mother. The Black Emperor had once seen a mother prismite, but it was only the size of a walnut. It was embedded into Dowlord's Space Soar's staff, and that staff was reputed to be one of the most powerful of top-grade, peerless weapons. No one wanted to be struck by it. Unfortunately, this is Black Wind Valley. The Black Sovereign Lord's spiritual sense spread out and fused into the soul departing Black Wind. Found it. Soon enough, the black-clothed ruler noticed Li Fuchen's traces and quickly chased after him. Do I have to make a breakthrough now? Li Fuchen was confident that he could break through to the supreme rank of the primary extreme sword technique before the primary extreme sword technique killed him. With his current proficiency, once the primary extreme sword technique broke through, it would at least be at the pinnacle of the City Lord class. Correspondingly, his strength would go from a regular emperor to a pinnacle or even a peak-level emperor. However, in this way, it was equivalent to wasting all the previous efforts. Although martial arts or cultivation techniques could continue to improve after reaching the supreme level, the speed of improvement was extremely slow. Looking at the strength of most heaven monarchs millions of years ago, it was still the same strength now. There was not much change. No way. Li Fuchen shook his head and took out the prismatic stone mother to release the time source essence. Once, twice, thrice, one was escaping while the other was chasing. The process was extremely dangerous. You cannot escape. Leave behind the prismatic stone mother, and I can spare your life. Originally, the black-clothed ruler felt that Li Fuchen was suspicious and wanted to capture Li Fuchen. Right now, he only had eyes for the prismatic stone mother. In his opinion, it was too wasteful to leave the prismatic stone mother in Li Fuchen's hands. It was better to embed it on a weapon. Aren't you being too tyrannical? Li Fuchen had already recognized the black-clothed ruler. This black-clothed ruler was the Black Wind ruler of the Battle God Pagoda. The Battle God Pagoda was publicly recognized as one of the 9 great factions in the universe. It had multiple demigods, and everyone in the pagoda was belligerent and overbearing. Tyrannical? I'm already very benevolent. If it was the God Temple and the Trial's Eye, they would stand on the moral high ground and judge you. The Black Wind Monarch chuckled and released a thin wind blade at Li Fuchen. Crackle. The wind blade was unimaginably sharp. It sliced through layers of time and space until it couldn't be broken. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body wasn't weak either. After exhausting a portion of the calamity power, he was able to withstand the wind blade. Interesting. The Black Wind ruler released more wind blades. 10%, 20%, 30%. Li Fuchen's calamity power was severely depleted and the replenishment speed couldn't keep up. It was fortunate that the Black Wind Valley's exit was already in sight. Seal. When Li Fuchen skimmed out of the Black Wind Valley, he crushed a prismatic gem and took out the prismatic stone mother. He released a large amount of time source essence and formed a wall of time to seal the Black Wind Valley's exit. The Black Wind ruler sneered and released a wind blade as he planned to split open the wall of time. However, the closer the wind blade got to the wall of time, the slower it was, and it was almost at a standstill. Limitless wind shift. The Black Wind ruler didn't believe it and turned into a breeze before burrowing into the wall of time. But soon enough, he flew out of the wall of time. Damn it. The Black Wind ruler had a very unpleasant expression. He admitted that he had underestimated the power of the universe's cardinal treasure, the prismatic stone mother. This wall of time might only be broken by an invincible ruler. Being in the vicinity of the wall of time, the Black Wind ruler couldn't feel the elapse of time, but his instincts told him that a long time had passed. Crackle. Finally, the wall of time was broken open, and the Black Wind ruler arrived outside the Black Wind Valley. After sensing the flow of time and space in the surroundings, the Black Wind ruler had a gloomy expression. A mere regular ruler actually used a universe cardinal treasure to trap him for 3 days. It was truly preposterous. Don't let me see you again. The Black Wind ruler was confident that he would encounter Li Fuchen in the future. By then, he would settle the score with Li Fuchen. There is less than 30% time source essence left. The starry sky changed as Li Fuchen stored the prismatic stone mother inside. If it wasn't for the prismatic stone mother, Li Fuchen would have to pay a price to leave the Black Wind Valley. This was mainly because he had too few survival methods. There were some ancient rulers that had lived for millions or tens of millions of years, or even longer. Apart from their strength, they would normally have incredible escape methods. Li Fuchen was only a few hundred years old, and his foundation was still too shallow. He didn't have the time to collect these escape methods. Therefore, he would be at a disadvantage when encountering existences that were much stronger than him. In a universe, every step is filled with danger. This seclusion should be enough to break through to the supreme rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Chapter 997. After returning to the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen immediately exchanged 12,500 Black Wind Stones for 125,000 Elder Points. With the addition of his original Elder Points, Li Fuchen now had more than 127,000 Elder Points. With so many Elder Points, it was enough for him to redeem some high-grade Supreme Sword Bones. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen first spent 5,000 Elder Points to borrow a Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone. A Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone contained sword arts and sword patterns that were already at the City Lord class. When Li Fuchen comprehended it, his gains were far beyond the Grade 9 and Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. However, a single Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone would cost 5,000 Elder Points. It was equivalent to 3 Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones or 2 Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. Li Fuchen's gains weren't 2 or 3 times as much. It was only a little more than twice. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen borrowed another Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone. Li Fuchen spent 50,000 Elder Points to borrow this Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone. This won't do. It seems like borrowing a large number of low-grade Supreme Sword Bones is the correct way. After many years, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and shook his head. In his opinion, a Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone was only equivalent to over a dozen Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones. Borrowing a Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone was equivalent to borrowing over 30 Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones. The price-performance ratio was too low. If it was to allow the primary extreme sword technique to break through to the supreme rank as soon as possible, then the higher the grade of the Supreme Sword Bone, the better. But Li Fuchen's objective was to perfect the primary extreme sword technique and make it perfect before breaking through. Therefore, he required more sword Dao directions and not just blindly pursue the depth of the sword Dao. The primary extreme, sword Dao, contains all sword Daos. This is the path that I want to take. Li Fuchen returned to the resource hall and used all the remaining elder points to borrow grade 9 in grade, Heat Supreme Sword Bones. This seclusion will probably last for at least 100 years. In the past, Li Fuchen wouldn't be in seclusion for such a long time, but he didn't really mind now. His relatives and friends were basically at the Law Phase realm and had a lifespan of 2,000 years. With some artifacts that could extend lifespan, it wasn't a problem for them to live up to 3,000 to 5,000 years. Therefore, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about important people dying of old age during his seclusion. This Emperor Yuanji is really a cultivation maniac. After seeing Li Fuchen's actions, the primary bright sword ancestor smiled and shook his head. Perhaps only this kind of cultivation maniac could improve so quickly. In normal situations, the son of universe's improvement speed wouldn't be as exaggerated as Li Fuchen's, even if he had heaven-defying opportunities. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation was rapidly increasing. If Li Fuchen's Sword Dao was originally a small river, it was now a large river and lake. Not only did it increase in length and width, but it was also much deeper. In the blink of an eye, 150 years had passed. A boundless Sword Dao Qi presence was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. It has truly reached the critical point. Li Fuchen believed that his primary extreme sword technique contained all the Sword Dao directions. A portion of the Sword Dao directions came from the Supreme Sword Bone, while another portion was deduced by Li Fuchen based on the Supreme Sword Bone. Of course, it was naturally impossible to walk in all the Sword Dao directions. Li Fuchen had to accommodate all the Sword Dao directions and turn them into his own Sword Dao. This Sword Dao was the primary extreme Sword Dao, the source of all things Sword Dao. It is time to break through. After letting out a deep breath, Li Fuchen's eyes were revolving with countless sword lights. Some of the sword lights were like water, some were like fire, some were heavy, some were light, some were like bubbles, some were everywhere, some were bright, some were dark. It was hard to imagine how many sword lights were in Li Fuchen's eyes. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao Qi presence was gradually withdrawn, and his entire body became extremely empty. A sword diagram that looked extremely complicated but was actually extremely simple was circulating in Li Fuchen's body. One could see that some of the minute details of the sword diagram were constantly being destroyed and reborn. Every time it was destroyed and reborn, it would become slightly more perfect. However, there were times that it would experience a hair-raising scene. For example, when an extremely minute detail was destroyed and reborn, it would create a chain reaction and cause half of the sword diagram to collapse. Sometimes, after the destruction, it wouldn't be able to be reborn again, causing a terrifying crack to appear in the sword diagram. It was fortunate that these things didn't stump Li Fuchen. Using his perception that surpassed everything, Li Fuchen was finally able to perfect the sword diagram. When the sword diagram was completely perfected, the sword diagram came alive and breathed slowly and forcefully. Waves of Sword Dao source power were born from the sword diagram and fused into Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao bloodline. Hurry up and look. On this day, everyone in the Sword Brilliant City saw an unforgettable scene. In the sky above the Sword Brilliant City, countless sword lights were roaming. These sword lights had a myriad of Qi presence and didn't have a fixed number. It seemed like they could casually change their attributes. The range of the sword lights was getting bigger, and the Sword Brilliant City was just the beginning. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. I wonder which lord broke through. Why is there such a huge commotion? I have lived in the Sword Brilliant City for so many years, and I have never seen a bigger commotion than this. Is the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor breaking through? Impossible. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor is already an invincible emperor. If he breaks through again, he will be a demigod. It might be the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor breaking through to the demigod realm. Everyone was in a heated discussion. The origin bright sword ancestor who was being discussed was staring at the sky above the sword brilliant city with a shocked expression. How could he not know that this was a phenomenon caused by cultivation techniques breakthrough? Back then, when his origin bright sword technique broke through to the Starfield class, there was a rather huge commotion. But to be serious, it was still slightly lacking as compared to today's commotion. In just a few blinks of the eye, the sword lights had already spread out to a few thousand light years. Cling! All of a sudden, the sword lights shattered, and a giant sword that was a few thousand light years in size was produced. There was a horrific prowess that instantly spread out, and all the experts in the Radiant Starfield could feel it. Another invincible emperor has been born. The emperor rankings should appear soon, right? Some of the terrifying existences were mumbling to themselves. Sword brilliant city, Li Fuchin was still immersed in an indescribable state. The breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique had brought him too many changes. Li Fuchin's body had a total of 3 Sword Dao bloodlines. They were the Void Sword Dao bloodline, the Glorious Sword Dao bloodline, and the primary extreme Sword Dao bloodline. Putting aside the Void Sword Dao bloodline, the Glorious Sword Dao bloodline and the Glorious Sword Art were a single entity. As for the primary extreme Sword Dao bloodline, it wasn't just a single entity with the primary extreme sword art, it was also a single entity with the primary extreme sword technique. Originally, before Li Fuchin's primary extreme sword technique had a breakthrough, Li Fuchin's primary extreme sword Dao bloodline was already at the Starfield class. Now that the primary extreme sword technique had a breakthrough, Li Fuchin's primary extreme sword Dao bloodline had reached an extremely terrifying level, an indescribable level. Right now, Li Fuchin's sword Dao Qi presence didn't just increase by 1 or 2 times, it wasn't 5 or 10 times, it was 100 or 1,000 times. Such a powerful Qi presence had instantly permeated into the depths of the universe source. Crash! In the universe, a list descended. The strange thing was that this list could only be seen by emperors. There were 1,000 names on the list. One of the names suddenly vanished, and a new name was imprinted on it. Chapter 998. 99th? So high. That's ridiculous. Everyone on the emperor ranking is an extremely powerful existence. For example, the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor was able to slaughter dozens of emperors, even when they joined forces. How could this primordial emperor be ranked higher than him? Actually, it's normal for Emperor UNG to be ranked higher than the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor. The emperor ranking only ranks the strength of the aura. In the past, there have been cases of lower-ranked ones defeating higher-ranked ones, and those outside the ranking defeating those in the ranking. So, there's no need to dwell on it. That's true. But no matter what, this person's aura is so strong that his strength must be extremely terrifying. Even if he's not as strong as the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor, he's probably not far off. In the universe, some of the emperors gathered together discussed and expressed their opinions. Purple Pole, Star Zone. 99th. Monarch Purple Pole sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he hoped that this Emperor UNG only had the same name as the Emperor UNG he knew and had nothing to do with it, his rationality told him that this Emperor UNG was the Emperor UNG he knew. Titles were very magical things, especially the titles of emperors. They involved the karma of the heavenly Tao. Basically, it was unheard of for 2 emperors to have the same name. Instantly, Emperor Purple Pole felt very complicated. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not offend the other party. Otherwise, he would not have a good time now. Of course, Emperor Purple Pole did not think that he would definitely die if he encountered an invincible emperor. After becoming an emperor for so many years, he had researched many survival techniques. At the same time, he had obtained a supreme-grade secret treasure in a relic. So, even if he encountered an invincible emperor, he was confident that he could escape. Horizontal River Star Zone. I didn't expect that my Horizontal River Star Zone would have an existence on the Emperor ranking. Horizontal River Progenitor chuckled, his eyes flashing. Divine Leaf City. Emperor Sanguine Axe muttered to himself. Emperor Yuanji must be a son of the universe. A son of the universe, even more terrifying than the undying suns. The undying suns were only favored by the undying power and the undying king. But the son of the universe was favored by the entire universe. Although there were a lot of children of the universe, a total of 49, the universe was huge too. Imperial Monarch Bloodaxe even suspected that the so-called children of universe were similar to the children of undying. At a certain stage in their cultivation, powerful quintessence energy would surge into their bodies and forcefully increase their cultivation. Otherwise, their speed of improvement would be too swift. Emperor Yuanji. In the entire Sword Brilliant City, only the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor knew that it was Li Fuchen who broke through. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor immediately arrived outside Li Fuchen's manor. He did not force his way in. That was disrespectful. Sword Ancestor Yuanming, please enter. Li Fuchen waved his hand to remove the manor's array and the warning sword intent. Seeing the vast and simple Sword Daoqi presence from Li Fuchen's body, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor was overwhelmed with emotions. He smiled and said, Primary Extreme Emperor, congratulations. He wasn't the only invincible emperor in the Swordsman Guild. Basically, every first-class branch would have a few invincible emperors. But the Sword Brilliant City only had him and Li Fuchen in the top 100 of the Emperor Monarch rankings. In the era where demigods had vanished, invincible emperors were undoubtedly the face of the super factions. Therefore, there might be plenty of super factions in the universe, but there were only 9 publicly recognized strongest super factions. These 9 super factions didn't just have many demigods, they also had a lot of invincible emperors. Invincible emperors were important enough, but the top 100 invincible emperors were naturally even more important. Originally, the Sword Brilliant City's strength in the Radiant Star region should be similar to the other 8 major branches. But now that Li Fuchen was here, the Sword Brilliant City's strength was probably superior. Of course, some of the 8 major branches also had 2 top 100 invincible emperors. After all, there were too many invincible emperors, and the primary Bright Sword Ancestor would occasionally head to other first-class branches. Primary Extreme Emperor, if you don't mind, can we have a spar? After chatting for a while, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor went straight to the point. That is exactly what I wish for. Li Fuchen immediately nodded in agreement. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor was ranked 32nd on the Emperor ranking, and it was enough to test his limit of strength. Follow me to the Sword Contest stage. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor waved his hand and a void tunnel appeared. The Sword Contest stage was constructed by a demigod from the Swordsman Guild. Let alone an invincible emperor, even a regular demigod wouldn't be able to destroy it easily. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor didn't want anyone to know about this spar. After going on stage, he sealed off the surroundings. Primary Bright Sword Ancestor, please. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword. After sizing up the Joint Heaven Sword, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor smiled and said, It seems like you are still lacking a suitable artifact sword. Invincible Emperors basically used peak-grade Supreme weapons. Just like his primary Bright Sword, it was a peak-grade Supreme artifact sword. Not wishing to take advantage of Li Fuchen, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor took out a high-grade Supreme artifact sword. Be careful, Sword Sea Horizon. The same move, Sword Sea Horizon, was executed at this moment, and it was approaching perfection. The entire sword contest stage, and even the depths of time and space, were occupied by the boundless Sword Sea. There wasn't a single gap. A great move, Sword Sea Horizon. Take a look at my sword intent illumination. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor brandished his long sword, and a layer of faint sword light protected him. With the protection of this layer of sword light, the boundless Sword Sea wasn't able to do anything to him. Sect Origin Swords. After the first sword didn't work, Li Fuchen followed up with a second sword. In the void, billions of sword lights fused together, turning the limitless into the limited, turning the 10,000 swords into one sword. In the face of this sword that returned to the natural state, all transformations were meaningless. This sword was aimed at one's nature. This sword represented one's uniqueness. My heart is like a clear mirror that reflects everything. There was a burst of sparks as the primary bright sword ancestor blocked Li Fuchen's sect origin swords with extreme precision. Seeing one's nature with a clear mind, turning slaughter into nothingness. Immediately after, the primary bright sword ancestor's sword brushed past Li Fuchen's sword and slashed at Li Fuchen's chest. This sword was too fast, and Li Fuchen couldn't block it in time. PFFF. The sword pierced through Li Fuchen's chest, but Li Fuchen's chest was only formed by sword light and not his true body. The primary bright sword ancestor revealed a shocked expression. To be honest, even if this sword struck Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen at all. It was impossible for an invincible ruler to kill another invincible ruler. Otherwise, an invincible ruler wouldn't be called an invincible ruler. But the primary bright sword ancestor would never expect that Li Fuchen would be able to dodge this sword. He was known as the primary bright sword ancestor and was one of the oldest batch of invincible rulers on the Emperor ranking. He had abundant combat experience, and new invincible rulers couldn't compare with him. In the past, he had fought with dozens of invincible rulers. Apart from those ancient invincible rulers who had the same amount of combat experience as him, the other invincible rulers would be at a disadvantage when facing him. Some of them would even be suppressed from the start to the end and wouldn't be able to retaliate. Li Fuchen had just progressed to an invincible ruler today and was actually able to dodge his sword. It was truly unbelievable. How could the primary bright sword ancestor know that Li Fuchen's combat experience couldn't be calculated with common sense? Li Fuchen's on-the-spot reaction speed wasn't something a ruler could compare with. In fact, with Li Fuchen's spirit soul strength, he was able to predict the opponent's move trajectory in advance. Therefore, unless the difference in strength was too great, otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be suppressed by techniques. Sword Qi return. From the side of the primary bright sword ancestor, an unknown sword light flew over. Clang! When the primary bright sword ancestor's sword didn't hit Li Fuchen, he already felt something wasn't right. It was fortunate that his primary bright sword Dao was able to reflect all things. He was able to detect Li Fuchen's sword move in advance. Sparks burst out as Li Fuchen and the primary bright sword ancestor each took a few steps back. Primary extreme ruler. If you can block the next two sword moves, apart from demigods, there aren't many individuals that can suppress you. The primary bright sword ancestor had a solemn expression. Chapter 999. Come. Li Fuchen's eyes turned solemn. Strictly speaking, sword ancestor Yuanming's sword skills were superior to his. If not for his exceptional reflexes that allowed him to predict the trajectory of the other party's moves, he would have been hit long ago. Intuition told Li Fuchen that for the next two swords, it was already very difficult for him to block one sword. To block two swords, it would be a little difficult. But how would he know if he didn't try? Be careful. The aura of the Yuanming sword ancestor turned ethereal. In the next moment, his body spun and soared into the sky, slashing down with his sword. The bright moon is still the same. The illusory sword light enveloped the heaven and earth, and also enveloped Li Fuchen's spirit at the same time. Not good. Li Fuchen's expression changed. His opponent's sword was too different from the previous sword. It was as though there was a qualitative change. In the face of this sword, Li Fuchen felt powerless for the first time. It wasn't a lack of power, but a lack of power in terms of realm. Origin returning sword form. Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and activated his kill move. This time, the origin return sword form wasn't a row of swords. It was a giant sword that enveloped Li Fuchen and slashed violently. Crackle. The illusory sword light destroyed layer after layer. In an instant, at least thousands of layers were destroyed. However, this illusory sword light didn't increase or decrease. It was inextinguishable. Just like the name of this move, the bright moon is still, truth is not. I don't believe that I can't break this move. Li Fuchen's entire body was bursting with sword shadows. In an instant, there were at least 10 million sword shadows bursting out. If it was before the breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't have dared to do this. Otherwise, he would have emptied himself. Of course, at that time, he was unable to use the returning origin sword form. Finally, there was a fluctuation from the illusory sword light. Billions of illusory sword lights were like sunlight that shone on Li Fuchen's body. The aftermath has consumed more than 90% of my robbery power. Li Fuchen's heart shivered. Last time in Black Wind Valley, Monarch Black Wind had attacked him so many times, but he had only expended 30% of his tribulation power. This kid's survivability is really strong. I can't even injure him in the slightest. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor assumed that this move should be able to injure Li Fuchen. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's defense to be so tyrannical. In terms of defense, Li Fuchen was at least top 20 on the Emperor rankings. Yuan Ming Sword Ancestor, I'll see your final sword next time. I'll let it go this time. Li Fuchen might want to see the power of the primary Bright Sword Ancestor's final sword, but he wasn't even able to withstand the primary Bright Sword Ancestor's sword completely and wasn't qualified to witness the final sword. All right. Although Sword Ancestor Yuan Ming had a smile on his face, he was filled with emotions. The other party had just broken through and was already so powerful. The next time they sparred, he was not confident that he could suppress the other party. Other than the Supreme Sword Bone, the Swordsman Guild had many other precious resources. For example, secret technique resources. The secret techniques here were no ordinary 9-star secret techniques. Instead, they were supreme secret techniques. The supreme secret techniques were further divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Generally speaking, emperors would cultivate high grade or supreme grade supreme secret techniques. But even the worst high grade supreme secret techniques would cost 1,000 elder points. As for supreme grade supreme secret techniques, they would cost 100,000 elder points. Li Fuchen didn't have enough elder points. It seems like I have to go out and earn more elder points. Back then, if Li Fuchen had learned a few formidable escape secret techniques, he wouldn't have to exhaust the time source essence of the Prismatic Stone Mother when he encountered the Black Wind Monarch. The Prismatic Stone Mother was a universe cardinal treasure, and it was truly a waste to use it to escape. The Elder Grand Hall was Li Fuchen's second time here. This time, he was preparing to accept missions with higher difficulty. Li Fuchen arrived in front of the mission wall and sized up the mission list. The previous missions are still here. Perhaps I can venture into the Chaos Ruins. The Chaos Metal Beast corpse might only be worth 5,000 elder points, but the Chaos Ruins was a dangerous place with the richest resources. It was rumored that someone obtained the Universe Cardinal Treasures, the Chaos Pearl, and the Chaos Fire Lotus in the Chaos Ruins. Li Fuchen didn't have any extravagant hopes of obtaining the Chaos Pearl or the Chaos Fire Lotus. He would be satisfied if he could obtain some rare resources. As for the Black Wind Valley mission, Li Fuchen was too ruthless previously. After over 200 years, the Black Wind Valley's Black Wind beasts had only recovered 10%. It wasn't worth it to hunt them. The Chaos Ruins, as the name suggested, was a piece of Chaos Ruins. In this place, all the universe laws had been shattered and the universe source had already vanished. Once one entered, one could only rely on one's strength reserves to fight. It was impossible to rely on the universe source to replenish one's strength. It was precisely because of this that the Chaos Ruins were extremely dangerous. More than one invincible emperor had perished inside. From afar, Li Fuchen could see the Chaos Ruins. It was hard to describe the state of the Chaos Ruins. If he had to describe it, it was like a wound in the universe. Furthermore, this wound was constantly expanding, and there would be sounds of the universe laws collapsing and shattering at the edges. A few years later, will the entire Radiant Star region be destroyed? Li Fuchen was speechless. He could destroy the universe laws within a short period of time, and most of the emperors could do it too. But to destroy the universe laws permanently, no emperor could do it. Only demigods could barely do it. However, Li Fuchen didn't know if there were any demigods that could create the chaos ruins. There might be, there might not be. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen didn't slow down and rushed into the chaos ruins. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Once inside, Li Fuchen felt that he had lost contact with the outside world and was no longer able to connect to the Sword Dao source. It was fortunate that he was already an invincible emperor and his strength reserves were extremely exaggerated. As long as he wasn't trapped in the chaos ruins forever, it wouldn't be a problem for him to survive. The chaos ruins wasn't as simple as the universe laws being shattered. This place was filled with a power that was completely opposite to the universe. It was chaotic power. In this place, even Li Fuchen felt his willpower being disrupted, and he couldn't help but want to fight. The universe represents order. The chaos ruins represents disorder. In this place, those with weaker willpower would easily lose control of their Dao heart. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't afraid of the chaotic power here. Earlier on, it was just a trace of discomfort due to the sudden change in environment. Now that he had adapted, his heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. Li Fuchen traversed through the chaos ruins with extreme speed. When flying past the ruins of a universe city, Li Fuchen stopped. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and cleaved open the ruins of a universe city. In between the ruins of a universe city, there was a red crystal that was a few miles in size. Such a large piece of low-grade fire element crystal is rare in the world. I reckon that most of the arrays in this universe city were fire Dao arrays. This piece of fire element crystal was used to provide energy for the universe city. A fist-sized low-grade fire element crystal wasn't valuable at all and was only worth 2 or 3 peak-grade spirit stones. But a piece of low-grade fire element crystal that was a few miles in size was extremely valuable and was worth at least 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. It was fortunate that this was the Chaos Ruins and it was filled with chaotic power. Otherwise, this piece of fire element crystal would have been discovered by others. Chapter 1000. There was no concept of time in the Chaos Ruins. Even if 100 million years or 1 billion years passed in the outside world, no time would pass here. In other words, if an ordinary person could survive in the ruins of chaos, he would be able to live forever as long as he didn't go crazy from the endless years of torture. Unfortunately, this was meaningless to an emperor. An emperor was immortal in the first place. Rumble. A voice that only Li Fuchen could hear echoed. In his line of sight, the remains of a glowing cosmos city were being corroded by the chaotic energy. They crumbled and turned into chaotic energy, merging with the chaos ruins. I wonder how much time has passed in the outside world. In the chaos ruins, timekeeping tools were basically useless because this place was filled with chaotic energy and the interference was too severe. It was estimated that only the timekeeping tools at the level of high-grade or supreme-grade secret treasures would not be affected too much. Li Fuchen was a little worried. He was worried that once he exited, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years would have passed in the outside world. Most of his friends and relatives would have perished. It shouldn't be that mysterious. At most, I'll find a sovereign emperor skilled in the Tao of space and time to revive them. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for an emperor to revive a heaven monarch. However, it was relatively easy to revive existences below the heaven monarch realm. However, reviving people who died of old age was a little special. After reviving them, they had to be placed in a special space-time. Otherwise, they would still die of old age instantly. Roar. A loud and ear-piercing voice echoed from an extremely far distance. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as it was the voice of the Chaos Metal Beast. Speeding up, Li Fuchen flew towards the source of the sound. A few days later, Li Fuchen saw the Chaos Metal Beast. The Chaos 5 Metal Beast was tens of thousands of miles long, and its entire body was covered with 5 colored metals. Its opponent was a peak sovereign emperor wearing a brown cloak and holding a 3-pointed, double-edged saber. The Chaos Metal Beast was not very strong. It was only equivalent to an ordinary sovereign emperor. However, its defenses were extremely strong. This peak sovereign emperor could only barely break through its defenses. He could not severely injure the chaos metal beast. "Who is it?" shouted the peak sovereign emperor, fighting the primal chaos 5 metal beast when he sensed someone approaching. "This chaotic metal beast is mine. You can leave now." Li Fuchen released his chi presence. It was very difficult to transmit one's aura out of the chaos ruins unless one actively released it. An invincible sovereign lord. The peak imperial lord's expression changed. If it were just a peak sovereign emperor, Xiao Chun would not fear it. At worst, he would just fight it out and see who had more trump cards. However, his opponent was an invincible sovereign lord. That was a completely different matter. This was the ruins of primordial chaos. Without any energy to replenish themselves, there was a high chance that invincible Empyreans would be able to kill them. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. This peak sovereign emperor did not even dare to say anything harsh, directly fleeing. "You're quite tactful." Li Fuchen didn't think he was a saint and didn't want to be one. In the dangerous ruins, he didn't have any psychological burden to rob others. Moreover, the Chaos 5 metal beast was not an inanimate object. It did not belong to whoever encountered it first. "Break!" Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the sword chi penetrated the Chaos metal beast's head. But just as Li Fuchen expected, this sword didn't kill the Chaos metal beast. Li Fuchen's strength might be several levels higher than the Chaos metal beast, but the Chaos metal beast was still a chaos giant beast that lived in the chaos ruins. Its vitality was unimaginably vigorous. Li Fuchen's sword was only able to extinguish a portion of the chaos metal beast's vitality. It wasn't able to extinguish all of the vitality. 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In a single breath, Li Fuchen brandished his sword more than 1,000 times and finally killed the chaos metal beast. It is fortunate that I prepared a peak-class spatial ring. Otherwise, I will not be able to store the chaos metal beast's corpse. Li Fuchen waved his hand and stored the Chaos Metal Beast's corpse. In the Chaos ruins, apart from the Chaos Metal Beast, there were other Chaos Giant Beasts like the Chaos Worm, Chaos Silver Snake, Chaos Golden Snake, Chaos Giant Spirit, and many others. In comparison, the Chaos Metal Beast was considered easier to deal with. The Chaos Worm might have the same strength as the Chaos Metal Beast, but the Chaos Worm could split itself into millions of parts. It was almost impossible to kill them in the Chaos ruins. The Chaos Silver Snake's strength was at the level of a high-class ruler, the Chaos Golden Snake was at the level of a peak-class ruler, and the Chaos Giant Spirit was at the level of a peak-class ruler. It was unknown if Li Fuchen was lucky or not, but he encountered a Chaos Golden Snake. The Chaos Golden Snake was 100,000 miles long, and it was like a golden snake that was 1,000,000,000,000 times larger. This golden snake didn't have a tail, and both of its heads were golden. It looked very strange and savage. PFFF. Li Fuchen used all his strength and was only able to leave a few sword marks on the surface of the Chaos Golden Snake. My strength as an invincible ruler can't even deal with a Chaos Golden Snake. I wonder what is so terrifying about a stronger Chaos Giant Spirit. Perhaps, with a Peak Grade Supreme Artifact Sword, it will be much easier. Right now, the Joint Heaven Sword in Li Fuchen's hand was already unable to keep up with his pace. Almost all the other invincible rulers had a Peak Grade Supreme artifact. It seems like I have to change to a different sword. To be serious, the Joint Heaven Sword wasn't suitable for him. After all, he wasn't walking on the Void Sword Dao. It was the primary Extreme Sword Dao. If he had a Peak Grade Supreme Artifact Sword that was compatible with the primary Extreme Sword Dao, Li Fuchen's strength would be increased by 10 times or 100 times. At the thought of this, Li Fuchen had an idea. Why not forge a primary Extreme Artifact Sword himself? He might not have materials, but he could barter with other items. Back in the Prism-like galaxy, he had obtained a star's Purple Cloud Divine Metal. The Purple Cloud Divine Metal was one of the most suitable metals to forge armors in the universe. It was said that as long as the forging method was formidable enough, the Purple Cloud Divine Metal could forge half-god armors that surpassed Peak Grade Supreme armors. I can try it after I get out. After getting rid of the Chaos Golden Snake, Li Fuchen continued to explore the Chaos ruins. It might have been a day, it might have been a few decades. Li Fuchen, who was wandering aimlessly in the Chaos ruins, suddenly felt a blazing intent surging at him. It was very unbelievable. In the Chaos ruins, even invincible rulers' chi presences couldn't transmit very far. What could transmit the blazing intent from such a long distance? Universe artifact? Li Fuchen immediately thought of universe artifact. Only a universe treasure could surpass an unrivaled sovereign emperor in terms of intrinsic quality. Li Fuchen burst with speed to the limits and flew towards the source of the blazing intent. This flight took a very long time. There was no concept of time in the Chaos ruins, and time didn't exist. However, a ruler was actually a small universe and had the ability to measure everything. It was because the Chaos ruins was filled with chaotic power. Otherwise, a ruler would be able to synchronize the time in the outside world. Finally, Li Fuchen saw the source of the blazing intent. In the center of the fiery red paste, there was a flaming red lotus. It was gently swaying and emitting horrific and mighty power. Chaos Fire Lotus, one of the 2 universe artifacts in the Chaos ruins. This is the Fire Dao cultivation artifact, Chaos Fire Lotus. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch it from me. Just like Li Fuchen, there were plenty of rulers that were attracted by the Chaos Fire Lotus Chi presence, and there were plenty of invincible rulers among them. Blazing Flame Power and Calamity Power. Chapter 1001. A middle stage tribulation hand was equivalent to a sovereign emperor. At that time, no one below the demigod level would be able to break his indestructible body, and as long as the indestructible body was not broken, he would not be injured at all. Apart from energy output, he would not consume any energy at all, which was equivalent to increasing his strength in another way. The Primal Chaos Fire Lotus is a cosmic treasure produced after the destruction of the universe. It's normal for it to contain tribulation power. When anything was destroyed, there would be tribulation power spilling out. The destruction of the universe was no exception. In his heart, Li Fuchen had already treated the Chaos Flame Lotus as his possession. The Primal Chaos Fire Lotus is mine. Bullshit. The Primal Chaos Fire Lotus is mine. All the sovereign emperors charged towards the Chaos Fire Lotus. Among them, a green-haired old man was the fastest. Its ancestor Azure Soul that's ranked at the 887th position on the Imperial Monarch rankings. Everyone, attack him together. Otherwise, we won't have a chance once the chaotic flame lotus falls into his hands. Invincible sovereign emperors posed far too great of a threat. In a one-on-one fight, no one would be able to withstand a single blow from Forefather Azure Soul. The weaker ones would be easily heavily injured. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of attacks slammed into Forefather Qing Hua, sending him tumbling backward. He failed to obtain the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus. Damn it, all of you should die. Patriarch Azure Soul was enraged and began to fight against the Imperial Monarchs. An invincible sovereign emperor was indeed an invincible sovereign emperor. Even when fighting against so many, he was not at a disadvantage. It must be known that none of these sovereign emperors were ordinary sovereign emperors. Most of them were peak sovereign emperors, and there were quite a few peak sovereign emperors as well. At this moment, the advantage of not being famous was here. Li Fuchen might be an invincible ruler, but there weren't many that recognized him. Furthermore, this was the Chaos Ruins, and his chi presence wasn't obvious. Therefore, everyone treated Li Fuchen as a regular ruler. Turning into a sword light, Li Fuchen flew towards the Chaos Flame Lotus with extreme speed. Not good. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast, and his speed had already surpassed regular peak-level emperors. Right now, there were only 2 explanations. Firstly, Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler. Secondly, Li Fuchen had a powerful cardinal artifact that could increase his speed. Either way, it was not a good thing for everyone. Trying to profit from the fight? Dream on. The first to make a move was the Green Soul ancestor. He grabbed with his hand, and a green claw enveloped Li Fuchen. The others wanted to make a move, but didn't have the time. By the time they made a move, Li Fuchen would have already obtained the Chaos Flame Lotus. However, no one was worried that Li Fuchen would be able to obtain the Chaos Flame Lotus. The Qing Soul Ancestor was an invincible ruler, and with his help, even other invincible rulers would be severely affected. Crack! The green claw crushed a sword light. Li Fuchen arrived at the side of the Chaos Fire Lotus and reached out to pluck it. So hot, so heavy. The primal Chaos Flame Lotus was extremely blazing. In order to resist the blazing heat, Li Fuchen's power was rapidly depleting. The consumption speed was thousands of times faster than during combat. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's power reserve was at the invincible ruler level. Otherwise, it would be very strenuous. Secondly, the primal Chaos Flame Lotus was rather heavy. Li Fuchen felt as though he was uprooting a universe tree and had used every ounce of strength in his body. He's an invincible sovereign. Everyone finally woke up. In the blink of an eye, there was a rumbling sound as Li Fuchen abruptly pulled out the Chaos Flame Lotus. For a moment, the dazzling flames enveloped Li Fuchen. Dozens of attacks landed on Li Fuchen, including the Qing Soul Ancestor's attack. Bang boom! The attacks exploded on Li Fuchen's body, but they couldn't even injure a single hair on Li Fuchen's body. Impossible! The Qing Soul Ancestor's eyes were widened. It was fine if Li Fuchen dodged his attack previously, but now Li Fuchen had taken a full force attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Even if Li Fuchen was one of the top rankers among the invincible sovereigns, there was no reason for Li Fuchen to be unharmed after taking an attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Could Li Fuchen have some incredible peak-grade Supreme Defense Cardinal Artifact or peak-grade Supreme Armor? A regular peak-grade Supreme Defense Cardinal Artifact or peak-grade Supreme Armor wouldn't be able to completely isolate their attacks. They would only be able to isolate regular attacks from regular sovereigns. I've used around 5% of the Calamity power. They are all invincible sovereigns, but the difference is rather huge. If the Qing Soul Ancestor was the primary Bright Sword Ancestor, a single sword would be able to break Li Fuchen's myriad Calamity immortal body and injure him. Right now, the Qing Soul Ancestor would need at least 20 attacks to break the myriad Calamity immortal body. As for the others' attacks, to Li Fuchen, their combined attacks weren't even comparable to a single attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Obtaining the Chaos Fire Lotus didn't mean that Li Fuchen could keep it. Even the best spatial ring wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the Chaos Fire Lotus, unless the Chaos Fire Lotus was sealed first. Seal. Sword patterns were emitted and enveloped the Chaos Fire Lotus. As the sword patterns got more concentrated, the power of the Chaos Fire Lotus was getting weaker and was finally sealed. However, the seal was only temporary. In a short period of time, the Chaos Fire Lotus will be able to break the sword pattern seal. But that was a matter for the future. After keeping the Chaos Fire Lotus, Li Fuchen raised his head and looked at everyone with a smile that wasn't a smile. Everyone, farewell. While speaking, there was a flash of sword light, and Li Fuchen was already extremely far away. Thinking of leaving, the Qing Soul Ancestor turned into a green light and pursued relentlessly. As for the others, they looked at each other with bitter expressions. They couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen, furthermore. So what if they caught up? They could still think of a way to deal with one invincible ruler, but it was impossible for them to obtain the Chaos Fire Lotus with two invincible rulers. The Qing Soul Ancestor firmly believed that Li Fuchen had incredible cardinal artifacts and armor. Otherwise, why didn't Li Fuchen counterattack? Since Li Fuchen's strength wasn't at the level of an invincible ruler, there was still a way. The Qing Soul Ancestor could slowly exhaust Li Fuchen's power. After flying for a certain distance, Li Fuchen stopped. Not going to escape anymore. The Qing Soul Ancestor's face was filled with murderous aura. Why should I escape? Li Fuchen asked in return. That's right. It doesn't matter if you escape or not. There will only be one outcome. That is to be killed by me, the Qing Soul Ancestor. Patriarch Azure Soul tossed a 5-colored pearl into the air. The 5-colored light it gave off completely enveloped the area where the two of them were, not leaving any gaps. This is a sealing cardinal artifact that I obtained from a ruin. It is able to seal all time and space. Even I will need to attack it dozens of times before I can break it. If Li Fuchen wanted to attack continuously, he must not be disturbed. Therefore, even if Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler, he wouldn't be able to break it unless he was a top-ranked invincible ruler. In the past, the Qing Soul ancestor had used this sealing cardinal artifact to kill several peak-level rulers. It was a pity that this sealing cardinal artifact's only weakness was that it couldn't seal too many experts. The more experts it sealed, the easier it would be broken. I hope you aren't trapped in your own trap. Li Fuchen grinned, courting death. The Qing Soul ancestor brandished his claw at Li Fuchen. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword, and a silver sword Qi devoured the Qing Soul ancestor. How is this possible? In the endless sword sea, the Qing Soul ancestor was in a miserable state when facing the waves of sword Qi. He then realized that Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler in name only, and Li Fuchen's strength was superior to him. 9th rank Qing Soul activate. After activating a peak-grade supreme secret technique, the Qing Soul ancestor's body opened up. The power output instantly increased by 10 times. Normally, there was a limit to the power output, but there were some secret techniques that could increase the limit. Rumble. With the power output increased by 10 times, the Qing Soul ancestor's claw art's power was also increased by 10 times. In just a few breaths, the endless sword sea was broken. Receive another sword move from me, Sect Origin Sword. Without giving the Qing Soul ancestor any chance to react, Li Fuchen thrust his sword. PFFF. The sword light penetrated the Qing Soul ancestor's body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen used all sorts of methods to suppress the Qing Soul ancestor. Withdraw. The Qing Soul ancestor was extremely sullen, but no matter how sullen he still had to be rational. After keeping the 5-color pearl, the Qing Soul ancestor turned into a green light and fled frantically. Let's see how long you can escape. Even if there wasn't much hope to kill the Qing Soul ancestor, Li Fuchen still wanted to give a try. With one chasing and the other escaping, both of them were extremely fast. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's speed was slightly faster than the Qing Soul ancestor. Green smoke shifting technique. At the crucial moment, the Qing Soul ancestor executed an incredible escaping secret technique. His speed increased drastically and instantly left Li Fuchen far behind. Truly troublesome. Li Fuchen frowned. The Qing Soul ancestor had too many methods. There was a sealing cardinal artifact, burst secret technique, and escape secret technique. Until the very last moment, no one would know how many methods the Qing Soul ancestor was hiding. Based on this deduction, apart from a new monarchs like Li Fuchen, those ancient monarchs probably had all sorts of incredible methods and wouldn't be easily persecuted. Let me find a place to absorb the calamity power from the Chaos Flame Lotus. The Chaos Ruins might be extremely dangerous, but it was also extremely dangerous to take out the Chaos Flame Lotus outside. If a large group of invincible monarchs came looking for him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to escape no matter how strong he was. But in the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about such things. Li Fuchen was confident that he could resist against single-digit invincible monarchs. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen found a strange low-lying area. The chaotic power here was very concentrated and there were signs of collapse. Sitting in the middle of the low-lying area, Li Fuchen took out the Chaos Flame Lotus and removed the sword pattern seal. Boom! A dazzling flame burst out along with a shocking, blazing intent. The impact caused the low-lying area to collapse. Begin. Li Fuchen circulated the calamity power and pressed his hand on the Chaos Flame Lotus. In the next moment, a horrific and viscous power flowed through Li Fuchen's palm and rushed into Li Fuchen's body. Such pure calamity power. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Chapter 1002. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's hand of calamity had reached the peak of the initial stage. Next, it was time to break through to the mid-stage. Crack, crack, crack. Li Fuchen's body appeared with countless fine cracks, and there was a destructive qi presence leaking out from the cracks. Visible to the naked eye, the area around Li Fuchen was producing small bubbles. These small bubbles were constantly appearing and disappearing and were extraordinary. No wonder it is the calamity power that is born from the destruction of the universe. As a large amount of pure calamity power entered his body, Li Fuchen naturally comprehended plenty of calamity extermination quintessence. Calamity power was the power that caused order to collapse. To a certain degree, it was on the opposite side of the universe. It originated from chaos and returned to chaos. The bubbles were increasing and getting denser. It felt as though the chaos ruins was being boiled by someone. But what kind of power was able to boil the chaos ruins? Bang boom! All the bubbles were instantly destroyed. With Li Fuchen at the center, the strange depression started to collapse. The chaos ruins was originally chaos, and if the chaos collapsed again, what was that? Li Fuchen couldn't understand, but it didn't stop him from being fearful. He could feel that the boundless chaos power was gathering here. It felt like a bottomless pit that was devouring the entire ocean. Forcefully breaking free from the collapsed power, Li Fuchen fled frantically. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, there was a burst of intense light behind Li Fuchen. It was hard to imagine that there was light in the chaos ruins. Along with the light was an unparalleled explosive power. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the explosive power had already surpassed the Emperor's level. If Li Fuchen didn't escape early, the myriad calamity immortal body wouldn't be able to withstand the explosive power and would instantly be smashed into smithereens. Of course, even though Li Fuchen escaped early, he still consumed 80% or 90% of his calamity power. His hand of calamity was already at the mid-stage. The myriad calamity immortal body was able to ignore attacks below the half-god level. Li Fuchen didn't know that because of him, over a dozen emperors had perished from the explosive power. There were plenty of peak-tier emperors among them. In the outside world, there might only be a few peak-tier emperors that perished in 1 million or 10 million years. There were plenty of chaos metal beasts in the chaos ruins. With absolute strength and excellent luck, Li Fuchen's spatial ring already had 8 chaos metal beast corpses. If they were exchanged for elder points, it would be 40,000. It is a chaos silver snake. After killing the 9th chaos metal beast, Li Fuchen encountered a chaos silver snake. Li Fuchen might not be able to kill the chaos golden snake, but he had a high chance of killing the chaos silver snake. Just like the chaos golden snake, the chaos silver snake did not have a tail. Both of its heads were snake heads. However, the chaos silver snake's body was bright silver instead of gold. After expending a huge amount of effort, Li Fuchen successfully killed the primal chaos silver snake. A primal chaos silver snake's corpse can be exchanged for 100,000 elder points. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The chaos fire lotus and low-grade fire element crystals might also be exchanged for a massive amount of elder points. But these 2 items were too precious, and Li Fuchen wasn't willing to use them to exchange for elder points. In the outside world, 80 years had passed since Li Fuchen entered the chaos ruins. I'm finally out. It hasn't been too long. At the border of the chaos ruins, Li Fuchen forcefully let out a turbid breath. To be honest, unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't wish to enter the chaos ruins again. It wasn't to say that it was dangerous inside, but as a life form that was born in the universe, it was rather stifling to be unable to feel the existence of time. In the end, Li Fuchen wasn't used to his eternal life. Once he was used to it, he might not feel that the chaos ruins was so stifling. After exiting the chaos ruins, Li Fuchen felt relaxed and flew towards the sword brilliant city with a pleasant mood. 9 chaos metal beast corpses, 1 chaos silver snake corpse, and some resources that could only be produced in the chaos ruins. After returning to the sword brilliant city, Li Fuchen's elder points had increased from a few hundred to 200,000 points. It was even more than the previous harvest in the Black Wind Valley. Let me redeem a secret technique to practice first. After arriving at the secret technique hall, Li Fuchen started to choose a secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't consider high-grade supreme secret techniques and immediately went to the region where peak-grade supreme secret techniques were stored. Burst Battle Body Power Burst Secret Technique. A total of 6 ranks. Each rank will allow the user to burst out with twice the strength. The 6th rank will allow the user to burst out with 12 times the strength. Price: 100,000 Elder Points. Flowing Light Sword Shift Speed Type Sword Dao Secret Technique. At the subcompletion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 3 times. At the completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 6 times. At the perfection rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 9 times. Price: 120,000 Elder Points. Sword God's Eye Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique. It is split into 3 grades. At the low-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the Saint's Spirit of regular monarchs. At the mid-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the Saint's Spirit of high-class monarchs. At the high-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the Saint's Spirit of peak-class monarchs. Price: 150,000 Elder Points. Sword Lock Sealing Sword Dao Secret Technique. At the subcompletion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-class monarch. At the completion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-class monarch. At the perfection rank, the user will be able to trap an invincible monarch. Price: 180,000 Elder Points. Li Fuchen realized that he wanted to learn all of the peak-grade supreme secret techniques. Each of them was extremely useful, and none of them were useless. It is very difficult for everyone to kill each other at the monarch level. At this moment, it is very important to have an all-round ability. Whoever is more well-rounded will have the upper hand. Whoever is more well-rounded will have a stronger survivability. In history, the dead monarchs were usually monarchs that only had one ability. After pondering for a long time, Li Fuchen decided to choose the Sword Lock. The Burst Battle Body might allow him to burst out with 12 times the strength, but it wasn't enough to kill a peak-class monarch in a single attack. It wasn't even possible to kill a peak-class monarch. If he couldn't kill the enemy would immediately use some methods to escape. But with the Sword Lock, it was different. Li Fuchen could trap the enemy first before slowly killing them. As for the Flowing Light Sword Shift and the Eye of the Sword God, they weren't as useful to Li Fuchen as the Sword Lock. After the Hand of Calamity reached the middle stage, no one below the demigod level could kill Li Fuchen. Not even a few invincible monarchs would be able to kill Li Fuchen. Therefore, speed wasn't crucial to Li Fuchen. The Eye of the Sword God was just a spiritual awareness attack secret technique, and its power was on the weaker side. When cultivated to the high grade, it would only be able to injure a peak-class monarch's Saint Spirit and wasn't very useful. Li Fuchen actually wanted to learn a spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Of course, with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness strength, after learning the Eye of the Sword God, he would actually be able to increase the Eye of the Sword God's power by several levels. It wouldn't be impossible to injure an invincible monarch's Saint Spirit. Take it slow. I will learn the Sword Lock first before thinking of a way to redeem the Eye of the Sword God. Without a soul Dao secret technique, Li Fuchen had no choice but to take a step back and choose a spiritual awareness secret technique. According to Li Fuchen's understanding, let alone peak-grade Supreme Soul Dao secret techniques, even high-grade and mid-grade Supreme Soul Dao secret techniques were extremely rare in the universe. They were usually in the hands of individuals.